What's up, baseball fans, and what's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talkin Mets at Rob. Day 8 of the MLB meetings and the MLB owners' strict deadline of February 28th is among us. Is it going to happen today? Are we going to have a deal ready to go? Agreement going, spring training ready, trades, free agency, everything going on. Thank you guys for tuning in and supporting the channel. We are here, guys, waiting for any good news that we're trying to get over the last 3 to 4 months. And it comes down to today, or is it? A lot of people have been talking about the owner's deadline of February 28th, or the regular season games will be canceled. Here's the problem. In any CBA that has been agreed upon before and the new one that's coming up, in any deal, and you got to remember, just because the CBA did expire on December 2nd, it's still in effect until a new agreement is agreed upon. That's what everybody has to remember. There's a little bit of detail and information that I got and saw that if you saw my video that I posted a few hours ago, it explains everything, but I'm going to explain it to you guys here who are with us right now in the stream. So, any CBA that is agreed upon, the old CBA right now is still in effect. If the owners didn't lock out the players, spring training would be happening, even though there's no CBA officially agreed upon yet. So they would be using the old CBA to still be a part of Major League Baseball until they come up with the new agreement. So nobody understands that in those CBAs, in every CBA that's been agreed upon by both sides over many, many, many years, both sides have to agree that regular season games are going to be missed. The owners can't say we're missing games and that's it. The players have the right to say no. They would put in a grievance. They would sue for a grievance that the owners are trying to purposely miss games. The grievance will go through a court and the players will win. It's that simple. So this lockout, even though there is some pressure on the players, means absolutely nothing unless the players' side agree to missing games. Now, granted, the players might want to miss games just to get what they want. So, just so everybody's clear, the lockout is to put pressure on the players. The lockout doesn't mean that the CBA rules and all the rules that are in there are not in effect. Because if there was no lockout by the players, the CBA is still no more, right? The CBA expired on December 2nd. But if there's no CBA in place, it automatically goes to the old CBA that was currently agreed upon before, which is the one that ended December 2nd. And there was somebody that asked me in the comments of that video that I posted, how can the players stop the owners from canceling games? Well, that's the simple fact that the players have to agree to it before the owners can do everything. If you guys remember, during the pandemic, the owners couldn't just cancel games based on when they were negotiating how many games to play and salary and everything like that. The owners couldn't just cancel games. They needed approval from the players, which in the first time in Major League Baseball history, the owners agreed to that because of the situation of the pandemic and the uncertainty of what the schedule was going to look like and logistically and all the rules that were going to take place because of COVID. So they have to agree to it before the owners can allow for games to be missed during the season. So this whole February 28th deadline is basically a soft deadline. Now, granted, we all know these players are working out, throwing, hitting, fielding in every field they can find. And that's also Max Scherzer is putting the game putting together a player-only spring training, which if the owners still have this lockout in place, the players can start their own little spring training like Max Scherzer said they were going to do, who was one of the players running it, and they can play on March 31st, opening day. So I want that to be simple and understandable before we get any further into this lockout right now. The meeting has been going on since around 10 o'clock. There hasn't been a lot of news except that the owners made it clear to the players today that they're willing to miss a month of baseball of the season. The owner said that to the players. Once again, it means absolutely nothing if the players don't agree to what the owners want by missing regular season games. It just doesn't automatically happen because the owners want to. That's why there's a CBA agreement. So once again, guys, the deadline is to put pressure on the players, but the players know that they have to accept the fact that the owners want to miss regular season games. If the players don't want to miss regular season games, they can file a grievance with the league and in the courts that the owners are purposely trying to miss games and not negotiating in good faith. And the players will probably win that case, and the lockout will end. And even if there's no CBA agreement, spring training and the season would start on time. So I need everybody to understand that before we get started. So once again, guys, you're just tuning in. We got 26 live viewers right away. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. Throw all your questions in the chat, all your opinions. Anything you want to talk about, throw in the chat, guys. We're going to go over everything. I'm going to say what up to everybody in the chat before we get started. Frankie, Joe, J-Mess, Sean, and Grant, members of Talkin Mets and Rob. Ricky's Kitchen, that's right. It's in Puerto Rico, baby. Al, Mets fan. Victor, Steven, Fernando, Ron. What's up, guys? Thank you guys for tuning in. So, again, guys, so for the people who are just coming in quickly in this stream, remember, the owners can't cancel regular season games unless they get the approval of the MLB PA. Now, granted, the Player Association might agree to it, so they put a little pressure on the pressure on the owners as well. So just so you guys know that. So obviously there is a little bit of pressure on both sides to get a deal done, but it's clear to the owners or to everybody that the owners are willing to miss a month. And that's not surprising because the owners, the lowest amount of attendance in Major League Baseball, if you look at the stats, the lowest amount of attendance per month during the season is April. You know, most of the time, the biggest attendance are the first two games of the year. And then after that, it dwindles down. Like the third game of the season at Citi Field, you'll probably have about 15 to 20,000 fans because there's school, because people work, it's colder. There's so many issues why April is one of the months when the attendance is down the most. Obviously, when it gets toward warmer in the summer months, it gets a little bit more easier to go to games. There's no school. People want to go to events. It's warmer. It's comfortable. And that's it. So, once again, guys, we are on day 8. Deadline day. Not officially because it's only the deadline for what they consider to be missing games. That's why the owners haven't talked about the players haven't talked about missing games because they know they have that little get out of jail free card in their pocket because the players have to agree to that. So JMS, I did see owners ask for a mediator twice. Yes, but this has nothing to do with a mediator. This has more to do with the fact that the players can file a grievance against the owners saying that they're not negotiating in good faith and the owners are purposely trying to miss games for their benefit. You can't do that in this country. It's not allowed. If you look at any company that has employees that are in a union, companies just can't do that. It's impossible. If you have an agreement, no matter if it's expired or not, the old agreement still takes effect until the new one is agreed upon. So the players didn't agree to a mediator because they knew that the owners didn't want to. They really, it's a federal mediator who, let's be honest, he's like a lobbyist. You don't think MLB owners are scuffing money to these lobbyists or these mediator? Clearly, the mediator is going to be on the side of the owners. The government is always on the side of the big business. It's just, you've seen it during the pandemic. So that's the biggest thing right now. Now, we know the owners talked about missing a month. That's something that I know they don't mind because they're not really losing much money. They can not pay the player salary. Their attendance is not great anyway. So opening the stadium is not really cost effective because they don't make a lot of money during the first month or possibly 2 of the season. So that's basically why they're saying that. So we're going to start from the very top. And Frank says, make an effing deal. Joe says, what's up? James, I think the owners have conceded that there will not be a quick resolution to differences. The willingness to cancel a month of the season by both sides, more time to work out a compromise. Again, the owners can say what they want, but they need the agreement. Now remember, a lockout is just a little sidebar of what they can do. Legally, this is what they can do. The same way owners of a company can say, okay, you guys don't want to have an agreement with your union? All right, fine. We're not going to make you come to work. But eventually, just like any union can file a grievance against the company, in this case, the owners, and say that they're trying to avoid opening up, or in this case, start the regular season just to get a little bit of leverage against the players. So that's the grievance the players are going to do. You're going to see it today. After today, you're going to see the players are going to file a grievance if there's no deal today. It's just that simple. Now, we do know that a lot of the players think 3.5 to 4 weeks is enough time for spring training. But once again, the players can get together and have their own spring training and be ready for the regular season. The owners can't stop the players from playing. They can't do that. You can't stop, a company can't stop employees from making money just to have leverage on them in a negotiation. It doesn't work like that. Legally, they can't do that. Sean, how you doing? Member of Talkin Mets, Rob. Good afternoon, Rob. Hope they can come to agreement. Let's hope so. Grant, good afternoon, buddy. Another member of Talkin Mets, Rob. Ricky's Kitchen, what's up? Owners have told they will be willing to cancel the first month. Again, they can say all they want, guys, but they have to agree to it with the players before they can miss any games during the season. Yeah, but you know what? There's a lot of teams part of the problem. You know, the Angels, the most money ever with Mike Trout, Bryce Harper's contract, Jacob deGrom's contract. You can go on and on and on with all the players. Like I said, this is not about the players that are making $30-40 million a year. This is about the players that are making less than $1 million a year, which is about 70% of the players. Granted, I'm not specifically on either side. I'm leaning towards the owner's side a little bit because I still believe that, listen, we're the blue collar people, right? We're the blue collar people who work hard every day, make 50,000-60,000 a year. Granted, I don't know what you guys make, but the average American makes around $50,000 to $60,000 a year. You know, we can't relate to somebody who is making $500,000 to $75,000 a year. And if you're in New York and California with the insane taxes, you're still bringing home about $230,000 a year. So nobody feels bad for the players. But remember, you know, the players were trying to talk about the minor leaguers a little bit like they really give a damn. Let's be honest, this CBA has nothing to do with the minor leaguers. They're not in this collective. They're not in the union. So this is about minimum salary for the players, competitive balance tax, where they want more teams to be able to spend more money. But what I don't understand when it comes to the players, and I would love somebody to ask this to the players, and I haven't heard it yet. Why do the players think that any types of luxury tax or penalties is going to stop the same teams from spending money? There's probably about five or six teams that are willing to go over $200 million or go over the luxury tax. I don't see the Pittsburgh Pirates, because there's no penalties, spending $200 million. Or you can go around the board. The Tigers. I don't think the Royals. I don't think the Guardians. I don't think the Phillies. I don't think the Braves. The Nationals. We can go on and on and on. About 75-80% of the league is not going to go over $200 million because now there's no penalties or luxury tax. Not too long ago, there was no luxury tax. You spend what you wanted, and that was it. But it was still the same teams over and over again spending the majority of the money. So this competitive balance tax is a joke. Teams that are going to spend the money are going to spend the money. The teams that never spend the money are not already all of a sudden going to start spending the money. I don't think enough people realize that. And that's the problem I have with the players with the CBT. The minimum salary, I agree, even though we can't relate to that type of money. But at the end of the day, if you look at every other major league sports, professional sports league, they are making more minimum salary than Major League Baseball. Even the NHL is making over $600,000. So, the NFL, it's around $700,000, and the NBA, it's a little less than $1 million. So Major League Baseball is behind the 8 ball when it comes to minimum salary. And I think if the minimum salary can range between $690 and $720, I think the players will be happy with that. So that's one of the things too. So it's not just the players that are getting a lot of money that are the ones that are the biggest problems here. The bigger problem is that this minimum salary has not changed in a while. And that's the problem. MB, will this be the day? Honestly, I was optimistic 2 days ago, and then they basically, knocked my feet from under me, and I'm not really happy. I'm not really, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked either way. If it gets a deal done, I wouldn't be shocked. If the deal is not done, I won't be shocked. At this point, I'm numb to the situation. Just, when they say they agree to it, great. Let's get baseball started so I can actually get into the stuff that I actually care about, which is the Mets roster, the Mets trades, the Mets free agents, stuff like that. Victor. Absolutely. End the lockout. Always refresh your Twitter. Always got to refresh Twitter. Exactly, Ron. 100% agree. It's guilty of greed. Exactly what it is. No matter what side, if you're on any side. The problem is that they continue to hurt the game of baseball. And I think they're too naive and too egotistical to realize how much they're going to hurt the game. And let's be honest, professional sports teams or professional sports in general rely on the casual fan to go to games and watch games on TV. You got to remember, professional sports is not built on diehard fans because honestly, we're minimal. The casual fan is what makes them a lot of money. And that's what they're going to lose. And I don't think they realize that, unfortunately. Jameis, so what happens if a player gets injured in max year spring training camp? Owners are not going to get no, look, that's all still part of the CBA. No matter if it's the old or the new. Just because there's an expiration date on that CBA, if the owners didn't lock out the players, spring training would be going on right now. It's just that you would be automatically looking at the old CBA for anything, medical, workers' compensation, salaries, everything like that. Once the new agreement happens, then those rules go into effect right away. There's a lot of union jobs that have workers who are working during a negotiation when the CBA, when the the collective the agreement or the CBA is getting negotiated. So that's something you have to look at as well. So it's the same thing. You can't look at it based on team owners and players. You have to look at it as a company and employees. It's the same rules, same laws for everybody. And MLB offices is in New York, so they're going on New York law as well. And also there is federal laws that you can't mess with when it comes to employees as well. And that's one of the federal laws that you can't do in a union. You can't forcibly tell employees that you can't work so you have leverage in negotiations. It just doesn't work like that. So the old CBA is in effect until a new one is agreed. That's basically it. Because remember, guys, it wasn't that spring training wasn't going to start on time because the CBA was over. It was because the owners threatened a lockout after that CBA was expired, and they enforced it. That's it. The reason why they can do this lockout during spring training is because the players are not getting paid. There's really no law against that because the players are not getting paid for spring training. So what does that mean? That means the players can't file a grievance yet because they're not losing salary because spring training is not happening at the moment. That's why the lockout is actually allowed at this point. This is, again, it's unique because it's still a company and an employee, but obviously because it's baseball, it's kind of harder to understand that the union company relationship is still the same thing in reaction to the law of federally or statewide. So that's why some people are confused about that. And there was a tweet earlier today, and I'm gonna tell you the guy. And if you look at my video, I tell you the name of the guy who tweeted it, and I'll tell you exactly what he said. All right, his name is Dan Zimborski. He's a writer for Fangraphs and a contributor from ESPN. He says, and once again, MLB can't. He put this in quotations, can't unilaterally cancel games. The number of games is a subject that is part of the CBA. MLB needs approval from the players in the CBA for season length. So I don't know if you guys like pay, like when there's no lockout or there's no CBA talks and, there's still just regular baseball, regular spring training like a normal year, you hear from time to time that, oh, the players agreed with the owners about a 162 game season because the owners have to send that paperwork to the Players Association saying, look, we want to play 162. Do you agree? The players accept. You don't hear about it because it's not big news because it's irrelevant. But now it's irrelevant because now it's employee laws that go into effect once employees start losing salary because the company won't allow them to work. There's laws in this country you can't do that. So, in this case, they can't do that unless the players agree. Well, honestly, JMS, the majority of these players have a house or a condo or an apartment. 9 out of 10 times have a house in the spring training area. Almost every team, there's only two sites. There's Arizona and Florida. Almost every player has a house or has a place that they rent out for a month or two during spring training that's in Florida or Arizona. So that's not a problem. You don't have to worry about food in the hotel. I mean, they're fine. That's not the issue. Joe, anyone thinks against anyone? I don't know. I think that they would. Here I put it this way. I think if they get closer to other issues where they agree to certain things but not everything. I have a feeling the owners might still keep the lockout for like a week or so, and then when they get closer, they'll come to an agreement. But I do have a feeling that it's probably going to get done this week, not necessarily today. Bob, how you doing? I doubt it. I doubt it. It's not exactly the same as the pandemic year. There was a lot of so many different situations. So I don't think so. Well, yeah, but again, this is thank you for tuning in, Elwan. Again, this comes back to employees law. All these employee laws that are federally and state implemented in the states and federal levels, they can't just not pay the players. You can't just show up to work and clock in for work and the company can't pay you. There's laws against that. The lockout means nothing. Remember, that's why you've been hearing with reporters, a self-imposed lockout. The owners can't lock out the players during the season. It prevents them from making money. You can't do that. You know, it's just that simple. The players have to get paid if the owners don't like it or not. Unless the players agreed to miss a month of the season, or as long as the owners want, until an agreement is settled, the owners can't do that. The owners are going to fight it in court, but they're not going to win that grievance. It's a law. So once again, the lockout is easier implemented during spring training because the players are not getting paid. So there's no employees. There's no employees that are not getting paid. So there's no law against that because there's no money exchanging hands at this point. So the lockout can be implemented. That's why it's a self-imposed lockout, because they don't need the players' agreement to lock them out during spring training. The owners can't lock the doors at Citi Field or Yankee Stadium and prevent the players. You can't stop somebody from working if they didn't do nothing wrong. So it's very simple. You're gonna hear a lot about this probably if the deal don't get done today. Well, you know what? That's the risk they're gonna have to take, right? Now here's the interesting thing, Fernando. If MLB, now granted, I think these players are not stupid. They probably have insurance of their own to put things together, because obviously they're probably gonna have to talk to their representatives. And it's a possibility. We've seen football as well when a lot of players got together and practiced during the pandemic year when they weren't supposed to, and they did. So it's possible. Again, it's at their own risk. But again, right now they're working on their own anyway. They're probably running the bases. They're probably fielding. They're probably hitting. They're probably throwing. Max Scherzer throwing 20 pitches in the backyard. He can hurt his arm, and that's it. So I don't know about that. I wish. Tigers fan. Francisco, how you doing? MB, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. I hope it happens today, but I'm not hopeful. I'm definitely not hopeful. Webbs, how you doing, buddy? I don't think they're gonna extend the deadline. I think they're gonna keep the lockout, but I do have a feeling it's gonna get done this week because the players and owners realize that there has to be enough time for these players to get ready. And even though the owners can't stand the players, at the end of the day, guys, the owners don't want the players to get hurt during the season because that hurts their playoff chances, which hurts the owners' pockets, and it hurts the players' bonuses, which is also hurting their pockets. So it's so much to look at when it comes to that. But they're not going to extend the deadline. The deadline's today, according to the owners. But again, I guarantee you, as soon as if a deal doesn't get done today and the meetings are over, I guarantee you tomorrow the players are going to file a grievance for the start of the season. I guarantee it. Now, it might not be right away, but they will file a grievance. Victor, how you doing? I wish you would end today too. Harley, how you doing? Well, yeah, I mean a lot of different sports. The owners of teams are willing to show their finances. Like the Braves are publicly owned, so that means the Braves. The people who run the Braves have a are publicly owned, so they have to, by law, have to show their finances. That's why everybody saw their finances and saw that the Braves made $100 million in revenue. Now, another thing, people went crazy. Oh, look, the Braves made $100 million in revenue. Well, hold on one second. They made $100 million in revenue. Fine. That's after they paid the players, after all their expenses. But their team won the World Series. What about the Pittsburgh Pirates, who never make the playoffs and never get good attendance? I can assure you it's probably less than $25 million revenue, if that. And that's what the players are trying to get a piece of the pie of. And when you have a specific percentage they want in the CBA, every team can't afford that percentage. Or they can, but their revenue is basically mint. Are you going to own a company where you make no revenue or little revenue at all? Most of your income or your revenue goes to all the expenses. Put it this way: if you have a company, right, you made $500,000 in revenue after all your expenses, but you made an agreement with your employees that over 45% of that revenue goes to them. Now you're getting half that. And that's the problem that the owners are having. That's why it doesn't make sense to have one specific percentage that the players are asking for revenue sharing. That's a problem. You can't, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, the Braves made $100 million. Of course, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Red Sox, most likely. And you can pick another team that are known to have a lot of money. Yeah, they're probably making between 90 and 130 or $40 million in revenue. But the middle of the pack teams and the teams lower than that, the Tampa Bay Rays, you think they made $100 million in profit? Probably not. And that's what the players are trying to get a piece of that profits from after all the expenses. So, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, see, I don't think if they do that, they're gonna put harsh penalties. And the owners are not the owners haven't budged. Now, I think the CBT should be around 220. And I think it should go up incrementally over the next 5 years of the agreement. If it's 220, then it goes to 221, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Okay, fine. But anything under 220, the players are not going to agree to it. Yeah, but you see the problem with the whole thing with the revenue, with the $100 million thing, is that now there's a soft cap and a hard cap as well, and the players don't want that. The players think that the draft lottery is going to help teams tanking, which is ridiculous. A lot of the things the players are asking for to prevent tanking or to prevent teams not to spend, don't make or prevent teams to have teams spend money, makes no sense. Like, I can assure you the Pittsburgh Pirates don't care if they lose games and get the third pick of the draft. I mean, if 5 teams are going to be picked for the lottery, they know they're going to get the top one of the 5 picks. So it's not the end of the world to these guys. What I think that should happen is that there should be an agreement that the owners have to try to win games or try to get players, because I don't understand owning a team and not wanting to do everything you can to win. Maybe that's a fan mentality, but it's not like the Pittsburgh Pirates are making a ton of revenue knowing that they're losing all the time. You would think the years they made the playoffs, or the one year they made the playoffs, or the 2 years they made the playoffs, they made decent amount of money. Pittsburgh's a great sports town. So I just don't get it with some of these owners. Yeah, I did see Grant that Jeter stepped down, which I'm a little shocked by that because I mean, Jeter knew what he was getting into in Miami. I mean, did he realize that this team never spent money except for when they first opened the new ballpark in Little Havana? That was the only time they spent money. I mean, I don't know what his future aspirations were, but the Marlins were never going to spend a lot of money. So I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know if he thought his presence was going to change that, but that's a typical guy that has too much of a big ego, thinking that just because he steps in a room, people are going to change their business sense. Francisco, I don't know. I feel like the season's going to start on time. I have that feeling that I think both sides are really bluffing, and the players don't want to lose money, and the owners are not as stupid as they may appear. Well, yeah, I think that's one of the threats that they have. If they already said it to the owners, if they don't get if the games are canceled, they're not accepting the expanded playoffs. So, hi, hey Nick, how you doing? Can players seek a doctor or physical test to get them in shape in case the lockout prolongs? Yeah, I mean they already have. They got personal trainers, they got their own doctors, they have to go therapists, physical therapists. Like right now, if a player gets hurt, they can still see a team doctor because of the old CBA, but they might not want to, and they might go see their own doctor. Like you've seen it during years past when certain players didn't want to go see a team doctor. They went to their own private doctor or their own doctor that they wanted to get like a second opinion, only because sometimes they feel like the team's doctor is not exactly telling them exactly what they want to hear. So it's possible. But they already have physical therapists and their own doctors. So that's not too much of an issue. Yes, happy Monday, Nick. Anyone interested in buying a Med hoodie? Let Steven know. So right now, guys, been going through this for like what half hour now. So I'm gonna refresh Twitter to see if we get anything of importance here, so I can say it to you. Let's see. So interesting thing. I know this don't really matter right now because of the lockout, but the Baltimore Orioles did actually check in on Carlos Correa's representatives before the lockout. That's that's just weird. Yeah, you see, Maury Brown, who's a senior contributor of Forbes, he said, if MLB, this is exactly what I've been saying earlier. If MLB labor reps truly said they were willing to miss a month of the season, then you have to look at the incremental offers they have made throughout this and say that their clear intent all along was to break the MLBPA. So it's basically what they're trying to do. But if MLBPA, that's why I think the MLBPA is staying as strong as they are, and the players are united because they know they got that smoking gun in their pocket, for lack of a better term, because they know they can file a grievance against the owners because the owners can't stop them from not playing the season unless the players agree to miss games. So there's another reason, another info that talked about that right now. All right, what else we got? So obviously we know Jameson Taillon, who is the Yankees pitcher, says players are used to their threats. Owners' actions have made it clear all along that they have a set number of games where they still make profits, gets TV money they don't want to play. It's said that these are the guys who drive the direction and future of our amazing sport. So once again, you see what the owners are doing. They know that the owners know the exact date the TV money doesn't go into effect if they miss games. The same thing with the profits they make post whatever they see where they know they could still make a really good profit. So the owners know, they're not dumb. They know, they see the financials. They know that April is one of the worst months attendance wise for baseball. So missing a month is not supposed, and it shouldn't be shocking to anyone that they would want to miss a month, because it's not cost effective to them, to most, almost 85% of the teams, to basically open the stadium in April. They do it because they have an agreement between the players, so, and there's no, issues with the collective bargaining agreement because it's already been agreed in years past. So that's, like I said, the first 2 or 3 games of the year, you see it. If you watch it on TV, if you're just a baseball fan, you notice it. The first 2 games of the season, obviously opening day is one of the biggest attendance of the year. The second game of the season is usually the second most amount of people that attend games, because it's a lot cheaper than opening day, so more people go. And it's also a Friday night most times if it doesn't rain. And then after that, 9 out of 10 times, the attendance drops dramatically after the second game. And it's just the way it always been. Again, school nights, people got to go to work. It's not summertime. It's cold out in most places around the country. So they know they're not making a huge profit in April. So that's why the owners said, we're willing to miss a month. Yeah, of course you are. Because profits usually go up when it gets warmer, which is May and June and July and August and into most parts of September. So still looking through Twitter, guys, to see. Let's see. What else do we got here? Alrighty. So this was yesterday. You guys might have seen the tweet. Ken Rosendahl said, proposed that the union proposed a ghost win in 12-team format and floated same idea in 14-team playoff plan. Sources say in best 2 of 3 wildcard round, other 2 division winners would start with 1 game advantage while playing entire series at home. Lee not receptive to this so far. So if you didn't understand that tweet, it's basically this. Obviously the wildcard team, the 2 division winners get automatically get a first win. It's like the runner on second, like the ghost runner. Automatically gets 1 win. That means the wildcard team has to win 2 games in a row. And all the games will be at home of the division team. The team that wins the division. Not the team with the best record. So I think that's kind of stupid, but I don't mind more teams. I mean, I don't like it per se, because there's going to be a lot of teams that probably are not worthy of the playoffs. Like a team that's probably under 500, you'll probably get 1 or 2 of them that are under 500 that make the playoffs. If you got, 14 teams, 7 teams per league, pretty good chance. That's an extra 2 teams in the playoffs than years past. So, you'll get the occasional teams that are well over 500, like you saw the NL West last year, where the Padres should have made the playoffs if they didn't fall apart. If it was in this format, they would have made the playoffs. The Cardinals would have made the playoffs as well, even though they did. You see what I'm saying here. So it's a weird format, and it'll probably take time to get used to, but hey, could be worse, right? Alrighty, just give me a second. Let me just refresh, see what we got. All right, what else do we got? Alrighty, so that's about it at the moment. People are even I don't know if you guys know Pantone 294. He's like the 7-line army of the Los Angeles Dodgers. He always has them group outings. They're very well known. And he just said, why hasn't there been an agreement yet? So, all right. So that's all right. So Danny Abriano, senior editor of SNY, Today's lockout negotiations, as league engages in more jackassery, as he states, are starting to make this seem like what happens. Negotiations end today with opening day canceled. Both sides release statements. They separate for a week or so. They regroup and reach a deal with opening day around April 15th. Again, yes, that always seems logical, but again, they can't do that unless they have the agreement of the players to not play regular season games when they're supposed to start. Well, yeah, but again, see, here's the other thing too that I didn't bring up, but it kind of makes sense as well. Just because the owners lock out the players, if they end the lockout, there's no reason why the players won't strike until there's an agreement as well. You know, there's a reason why the players in '94 went on strike, because that season there wasn't an agreement, a CBA agreement. So, and the players wanted one. They got pissed off. They didn't have what they want. So they went on strike and they missed the World Series because of it. So, again, there's a pretty good chance that the game's going to start on March 31st. But again, it's possible that the players don't mind missing games as well, but for their own selfish reasons. You know, maybe the owners know that the players will agree to missing games because the owners know that the players will probably strike if the lockout ends. So it's still so many things that can happen at this point. Yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, Webbs, exactly. Yeah, look, I said this the other day in my other streams, Webbs. Each game the players miss in total, they'll lose $20.5 million per game. That's in total in the entire major leagues. So each day, $20.5 million missed each game. So it's a lot of money. You know, I think the only thing the owners I think are really set fast on is the CBT, the competitive balance tax. I don't think they want to go over as much as the players want. I think the penalties are a little ridiculous, honestly. I don't really think that it's 50% and 60% penalties for going over the luxury tax is kind of insane to me. But they don't want to budge on that, and I think it's a big sticking point with the players. Who knows? Probably a lot. Omar, how you doing? Let's go Mets. Absolutely. That's cool, Victor. I like that. Well, MB, I'm thinking, like I said, I think the deal's going to get done this week. So it kind of makes sense to me that it would get done this week. I think somebody's going to budge eventually because it's just the way negotiations go when it comes to a company and a union. Somebody budges at some point. If you look at just a regular company and the employees going on strike, the company usually budges at some point because the company's losing money because they have no employees to work. And those companies can't hire non-union representatives at that point, so they usually budge. In this situation, the owners know and look at their financials and say, all right, we know we don't make a lot of profit in April because the attendance is not really high. So that means concession is down, shops in the stadium are down, buying merchandise and all that stuff are down in stadium. Paying the players, paying the workers that are in the stadium, paying the administration, everything that they have to pay, their profit is not as high than in other months. So they see it as a cost-effective way to save some money, basically. They don't got to pay the players, which is already $20 million a day per game. That's not including probably the few other $1 million combined by not opening the stadium at all and paying the workers and all that. So they probably make minimal profit in April. That's why the owner said they don't mind missing games, a month of games. Transistor, what's up, man? How you doing? Give me a second, guys. So let's keep on going with your comments, guys, and I'm gonna get through them all. Yeah, Leo. John Heyman said that, and then I don't remember what player tweeted out, but also said that John Heyman's tweet was ridiculous. So, I mean, again, I think I still think there's enough wiggle room where a deal can get done today, and definitely by the end of the week. But it's just a matter of look again. It's who's gonna budge. That's basically what we're gonna have to wait for, because somebody's gonna budge eventually, and that's when things are gonna start rolling. I still don't believe that. But you never know. Like I said, Cohen wants somebody. They're probably gonna get him. So we'll see. MB Heyman tweeted. All right, let's go see what we got here. All right, hold on, guys. I'm trying to look for it. All right, let's see. What did John Heyman say? Yeah, John Heyman didn't say a lot. He was just talking more about the Jeter and the Mullins situation. And he's going on. Well, he already went on a few hours ago on MLB Network talking about the lockout. So, still gotta wait and see. Excuse me. The Mets guy, how you doing? The Mets guy, I don't think so. I think look, we all know the owners are not stupid, even though nobody really likes the owners. The owners are not stupid, right? The owners looked over their financials and know that April is probably the least amount of profit they make throughout the entire year. That's why they're probably saying a month. That's why they're making the threat of a month. And the players probably, if the players can withstand a month of not getting paid, then I think there could be a month miss. But again, I don't think the players are going to do that. I think they're going to budge. I really think so. I think they're going to take what they already got. The draft lottery seems like they're on the same, almost on the same page with that. The players are going to get the DH. The draft pick compensation with the free agent player is probably on the going away, so that helps the players as well. So I think the players are going to budge at this point. Yeah, exactly, JD. Zach Britton was the guy that said it. Says Heyman is wrong. Yeah, see? Rocky, how you doing? All right, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. Give me a second, guys. Let's see. Alrighty. All right, 8 minutes ago, MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred, his deputy Dan Halem, and PR exec Glenn Kaplan just headed to the players' side. So, all right, they're going back and speaking. So, once again, there is still they're still talking. That's what counts. Remember, these guys been here since around 10 o'clock in the morning. So they're going on about now. Granted, they weren't talking for this amount of time together, but we seen on what was it, Thursday or Friday, when they had a little bit of progress when it came to draft lottery and a little more situations going on where they thought they can get something done, and then Saturday happened. So at this point, they've been inside the hotel, or well, in the stadium since 10 o'clock this morning. They've spoke to each other twice already. This is, I think, the third time. So again, progress, I guess, is them speaking again. So this is probably going to be a long one, guys. I can assure you that. Yesterday they were together. They were the things stopped around 6:30 last night. So I wouldn't be surprised if it goes just as long as today. So we shall see, guys. Let's just hope it's good news. Once again, guys, if you haven't seen my video about the owners not being able to lock out the players during the season, and a really big possibility that March 31st, there has to be a season unless the players agree that they're willing to miss games as well. So check out all the details that I put in that video about why the owners are lying about that. Check that video out. It's been up since around 12:30 today. So when you get a chance, please check that out. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in. We have 50 live viewers right now. Thank you guys for tuning in for the latest on the MLB Lockout and day 8 of the MLB Meetings and the deadline imposed by the owners today, Monday, February 28th, the last day in February, to get a deal done or games will be canceled. I put that in quotation marks because the owners don't have the power to cancel games unless they have the approval of the players, which is probably not going to happen. There'll probably be a grievance against the owners, and it will probably be won in court. So there probably will be a season, unless a regular season game that starts on March 31st, unless the players agree for missing games, because they want leverage as well. So don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. 50 people right now, guys, in the stream. So keep on hitting that like button if you haven't yet. Let's get this stream out to more people. We're going to be here for a few hours, guys. So what's better than talking baseball, talking lockout right here on Talking Mets at Rob? All are welcome. All baseball fans, not just Met fans. Keep them coming, guys. Share this stream. Whatever you got to do, share it on your social media. Get this stream out to more people, guys. Thank you, MB. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Andre. Basically, they've been in the stadium that they're at right now, Roger Dean, in Jupiter, Florida, since 10 o'clock in the morning today. So they've been speaking amongst themselves and going back and forth, talking to each other for around 3.5 hours, 4 hours now. We just got word from Ken Davidoff that the commissioner, Rob Manfred, and Dan Halem, which is the lead negotiator, and someone else is actually going to the players' side now. So I'm assuming hopefully in about a half hour, 45 minutes, depending on how the meeting goes, that we get good news. So that's the latest at the moment. Cole, what's up? How you doing? D Garcia, what's up? Why is Marcus Stroman so butthurt? Well, because he felt like he got screwed by the Mets, and he was probably pissed off that the Mets didn't show him any time of day or even offer him a contract, because I don't think they wanted to deal with his nonsense. Stroman's toxic. It's just that simple. We can't boo him unless we're racist. We can't boo him unless we are trying to negatively affect him in his life. Like, no, if you suck, you get booed. You can't talk about the fans in a negative light, even if it's just a comment where saying that the fans shouldn't boo players. It's like, okay, fine, but don't come at us and then we come back at you and you claim racism. It goes both ways, right? It's just the way it is. I mean, it's unfortunate, but again, I never liked Strowman from day one. So, and if you followed my channel, you know I'm not a fan. I was never a fan of Strowman. You know, I rooted for him because he wore the Mets jersey because I want to win games. But personally, I didn't root for him personally, and I'm glad he's gone. Honestly, he's the Cubs' problem now. So that's all I gotta say about Strowman. Yeah, I honestly don't look. I think the owners are saying that because they know the least amount of profit in the year is basically April. So it's like, again, it's very possible that the players would agree to missing games because then the pressure comes because the players know, and I think the owners kind of showing their card a little bit in this situation where they said they're willing to miss a month. So are the players thinking, well, when that month comes up, the owners are going to have to budge. The players might have that idea as well. Jared, I don't really have a set time, honestly. It's just, until we get enough news where, we get some news. So I don't really have a time limit today because, today is the deadline. As soon as we know that the meetings are over and they've left and we get our news, that's when I'll go. So I'm here as long as it's going to take today until we find out what's going on. So I think we're in it for a long, long day, guys. But happy Monday. Hey, Stoney, another member of Talkin Mets and Rob. What's up? Yeah, exactly. Like I think they spoke. That's a good point, Stoney. Like they only spoke like I think it was like twice during that day, and then we thought it was bad news because they didn't speak a lot, but yet they figured out a little bit of an agreement towards the number of draft lottery teams. So, again, like I said, I think it's hard to judge how many times they go over to each other's side and speak and judge how many times they don't. I don't think it really matters. I just think of the fact that whatever the issues they're talking about, like today, they probably have to talk about everything. But I thought it was a good sign that on Friday they talked about one issue and try to focus on that. I thought that's what they should have done the entire week instead of throwing all the issues on the table. And the players are talking about the lottery, and then the owners are talking about the lottery, and the players are talking about the competitive balance tax, and it doesn't get anywhere in the negotiations. So it really depends on what they're talking about, but we really don't know at this point. Joseph, how you doing? Robert, how you doing? Nando, how you doing? Hey, that can go for a lot of players actually. JD, no, they can't. The owners have an agreement with the players. The CBA states that the owners can't cancel games unless they get the approval of the MLB PA. The same way the owners had to get the agreement of the players to play 60 games during the pandemic year, they had to get the approval, which they did at some point. And remember, the players filed the grievance during the pandemic negotiations before the season that the owners are willingly trying to miss games so they don't have to pay the players more money. The players lost that because of the pandemic and the situation that the owners actually put there actually points to the whole grievance case was that the owners said that logistically it's hard to put the amount of games together with COVID. The teams and players had to get tested. If there's games that are canceled because of COVID, they had to switch it around. They had to make a whole new schedule. That's why the owners won that case. And after that grievance was won by the owners, that's when the players agreed to the 60-game season. The players could have not agreed to it, and there would have been no season at all. Or the owners would have went back to the table and says, all right, we'll play 80 games. So the players have the right to say, no, we're playing 162. You can't do this. They're going to file a grievance in court, and the players are going to win that because there's laws federally and locally stating that no company can stop employees from working based on an agreement that's not been made for a union or a company. In this situation, it's a union. The players didn't do anything wrong in this situation, just there's no agreement. You can't stop players from making money. So, whatever the players still might agree to missing a month because they think there's leverage on their part to get a deal done at some point, knowing that the owners are going to start losing money after that month a lot more. So, that's the issue that we have to wait and see. The players' kids should tell them to just get it done. I agree, 100% MB. Yeah. I'm watching MLB Network right now. There's more and more people showing up. There was a few more owners. You probably see a few more players. So, is that a good sign? I don't know. I mean, I don't think they can have 50 people each. Does a deal get done? I don't know. La Potencia, what's up, buddy? Merlinful, how you doing? Oh, we need the strike. Well, look, I don't think enough fans would be able to do that. Honestly, like I said, I'm one of the people that live off of baseball. So I think that, look, the way I am, I know how I am. Like, am I going to voice my opinion? Absolutely. I told you guys, and I promise you this, on opening day, I'm making a sign saying MLB owners and players greed is destroying baseball. I'm going to have that sign, and they'll probably not make me bring it through security. If they do, I'm going to get on the Shea Bridge and put that sign up. And I'm also going to have that sign outside the stadium and voice my opinion there. So, and that's what I'm going to do. So that's the way I'm going to do it. Yes, I'm going to the games as soon as they are ready to go. I'm going. It's because I like it so much. It's just that it's just the way I am, and many people are like that. Stony Rob, I'm hearing a lot of people don't like Wardy, including myself. I've been hearing he has a woman eyelashes and barely can grow any beard hair on. Wow. If Fernando's still listening, he probably agrees. Honestly. Oh yeah, JD, absolutely, absolutely. Look, I'm not naive enough to think that some fans didn't do that. Of course, absolutely. But the way Stroman worded his tweets and his dislike for Mets fans, he didn't say certain fans. He said Mets fans called him racial slurs and everything else. So, granted, that's not okay. Look, I know that. There's some people that don't care and just say it because they want to. Again, that happens in all walks of life. It's not because of baseball that they're calling him racial slurs. They're just racist. I can assure you, I booed Stroman when he said something when the whole Javi Baez thing and Lindor with the thumbs down, and Stroman basically was on board with them doing that. And remember his comments after the game saying, yeah, he don't think fans should boo players. When I went to my next game and Stroman was on the mound, I booed him. But I didn't say anything, that was like towards his family or a racial slur. No, I don't. I booed him because of a baseball sense. I don't know if many people know this, but my girlfriend is black. So, I know how sensitive that issue is. I've seen it firsthand by just being around people that I know that are black or a different minority. So, it's kind of sad to think that people actually go that route when it's just focused on sports in general. Like if you want to boo because the player's not doing well, or you want to say something that, like, hey, Stroman, you suck. All right, that's not terrible. No, I mean, that's not terrible. When you go that route, like I said, But he put that tweet out there like it was everyone. But we know how it is. Strowman preaches positivity, but he never puts out positivity unless it's about himself. So, look, he's a selfish player. It's that simple. Avon, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be a shortened spring training, no matter when they agree to a CBA. So if they get it done today, it's still only 3 weeks of spring training. So either way, it's probably going to be about 3 weeks of spring training. But again, I don't think that affects the players as much as people think nowadays, because these guys are always working out. They're practicing on their own. They can stretch out their arm on their own if they wanted to. So, but yeah, basically that's basically it, Avon. Yeah, exactly. He actually liked the tweet calling Anthony DeComo a wop. And that's obviously a racial slur towards an Italian. I know that I'm half Italian. I I've heard that word before. I my family, my grandmother, for example, said that when she first came to this country, she heard that all the time. So, I mean, it's any racial slur is just ridiculous towards anybody for a general, but specifically in sports, I don't see any. I don't care what color you are. If you're bad, you're gonna get booed. If you're good, you're gonna get cheered. It's just the way I am, and I hope most people are. Yeah, exactly, Jared. Exactly. So let's see what we got, guys. Because guess what I'm doing? I'm gonna refresh Twitter, right? All right. Let's see. What do we have here? Let's see. Well, at least we know March Madness is coming up. I'm gonna start doing my bracket. Alrighty. Let's see. Anything else? Let's see. Alex, how you doing? Sledge, how you doing? Oh, Wolf, thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, listen, I'm all for baseball fans. At this point, we're united as baseball fans, right? Yeah, Wolf, like I said, I noticed that like right away, like the first like day or two of the meetings, I was like, wow, nobody's really covering it live during the the lockout. And I'm like, during these actual like week and a half of meetings. And I'm like, well, that's a good opportunity to do it. I mean, people want to know stuff. Not saying that, it's perfect content or anything like that, but it's like it's live. So things are gonna be different, right? I'm refreshing Twitter just like everybody else is. There's some people that are at work. I got a lot of people in my comments sometimes that were saying, hey, I'm at work, but I'm listening to you while I'm working. And I think I forgot the other day, but somebody was in a bar or a restaurant. If I forgot your name, I'm sorry. I know who it is, I think, but they actually said, I got people around me that are listening to your updates about the lockout. So, but Wolf, thank you so much. Hey, you're a Braves fan. Congratulations, right? We're rivals during the season, but right now we're all united in this sense, right? We all want baseball to start, no matter if you're a Mets fan, Braves fan, Yankees fan. It's just that simple, right? We all want the lockout to end. And I thought it was a great opportunity for everybody to voice their opinions. The only like videos or any type of content I've seen about the lockout was previous day information. Like people post a video about the lockout, And some people who have content based on one particular team, like, I know I follow a few people that do Yankee content and Mets content, and I think I have a few White Sox friends who are White Sox fans who do content for their team. They're not doing anything except like news about their own team, but really there's really not a lot of news except for reports every now and then by a reporter. So I thought it would be great to bring as much updates as I can to you guys, or if there's anything that you guys found, you can bring it to my attention. That's why I think we're here, and that's why it's not like an hour show. It's an hour stream. It's a stream. Like today's stream is whenever we hear anything, so it's going to be a long one. But Wolf, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So let me keep on looking at the comments, guys. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're all trying to stay out of the cold. Let's see. JD, yes, the CBA did expire, yes. But you got to remember, if the owners didn't lock out the players, spring training would be going on, right? If there was no lockout, the season would have started on time, right? So if there's no collective bargaining agreement, how are the players getting paid during the season? If there's no CBA, right? They revert back to the old CBA until a new one is agreed upon. Listen, just look at. I'm gonna tell you the guy to search right now. All right, he's a reporter for Fangraphs and ESPN. His name is. I'm gonna put it right here. Look at his tweet that he posted earlier today. All right, that's it right there. Dan Zimborski. He even tweeted that about that, and it actually makes sense. And if you search upon it and you look about it, and you read any CBA, you can go one from the one that was just expired. The only thing that expired is that there's nothing agreed upon going forward. They can play without a CBA, but they're gonna go back to their old CBA for salaries and arbitration and work draft pick compensation. There will be no draft lottery. The worst team gets the first pick. That's what they revert back to. Uh-oh. There you go, Sony. Nando, my wife's boyfriend says Rob Manfred is cool. Well, he might be personally, but right now nobody can't stand him because he was one of the expert negotiators when he was he was second in line behind Bud Selig. He used to be doing all these negotiations. He was supposed to be the expert negotiator and get things done, and he hasn't. Yeah, yeah, that's the way it's gonna go, Timothy. You guys are funny. Well, yeah, well, again, Andrew, it makes sense from our point of view, right? Why can't they negotiate in good faith on both sides and play spring training, right? The owners thought locking the players out would give them leverage, but again, the players are not getting paid during spring training. They don't get no salary during spring training. That's why the self-imposed lockout is kind of pointless because it doesn't make sense because they need the approval from the players to miss games. Well, I guarantee you guys, if not right after today's self-imposed deadline by the owners, but by the end of this week, if there's no deal, the players' side is going to file a grievance in the courts stating that the owners do not want to play. They want to miss regular season games so they don't have to pay the players. That's a grievance. There's local and federal laws that state you can't do that. They can't just do that. Now, again, there's no reason why the owners end the lockout and the players don't strike themselves. They can do that for their own leverage. So, but I think they could have negotiated a deal while everything is still while their spring training and games are starting. There will be a baseball season. There'll definitely be a baseball season. It's just a matter of when. Because I honestly think the players would agree to missing a month of baseball, month of the season, because they know that the owners after April profits go way up after April. And that's when they think they're going to have the leverages as well. Now, again, the owners and the players could already talked about or agreed upon that if the owners want to miss the month, the players are going to agree to it. It's a possibility that already might be on. They already both probably signed that paper and just waiting until today's deadline to enforce it. But we don't know that. Sledge, Broccoli Rob. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Like that's the problem that I have with Stroman. Like Stroman talks like he won 3 Cy Youngs. Like he's a 5-inning, once in a blue moon, 6-inning pitcher who is decent. you know, he's a decent pitcher, but he is not a number 2. He's damn sure not a number 1. He's bordering a number 3 starter. And everybody talked about that the NL East wasn't that good last year, but everybody praised Marcus Stroman like he was the best pitcher in baseball. I mean, come on. Webs, thank you for saying that. Just so you know, guys, today's the day where your renewal for the MLB.TV subscription gets renewed. So if you haven't canceled yet, cancel now. Because if you cancel now, it puts pressure on the owners because the owners are losing a lot of money because of these subscriptions getting renewed, getting canceled. So cancel it. You can renew it right away as soon as you know there's a season ready to start. So cancel your subscription. There's no point in paying for something that you can't use. There's not a lot of content, if at all, on the MLB.TV. There's news, there's none really. So cancel your subscription. It puts pressure on the owners. Webbs, you're working yourself. Cool. MB, thank you. Yeah, and listen, look, everybody, look, Jeter is a Yankee. We know that, right? Jeter was brought up in the organization that focused on doing everything they can to win. And Jeter thought that his presence in the Marlins organization would get them to spend a little bit more money and focus on winning. But, I don't know what Jeter was trying to do here because their MO, the Marlins MO from the time of their existence, never spent money except for once when they got the new stadium. We know that because they signed Jose Reyes and all those other players. Only one time. Their MO was not to spend money. When their players are good and they're coming towards a contract, they would trade them. Why would the owners train their MO now? Because Derek Jeter is part of the organization? That don't even make sense. So Jeter is just, he's naive. Again, his ego got the best of him in that situation. Wolf, wouldn't the players have strike if? Well, yeah, that was the claim by reporters. The player, we don't know that. The players never actually said that, but there was a pretty good chance that the players were gonna strike. And again, if the players strike, was because they were gonna put leverage on the owners. Now remember, a strike is a little different. Obviously, we you guys know the definition. You guys are not dumb. You're smart. You understand. If they strike, you can't force people to work. You know what I'm saying? So, that's why when you see, I said this earlier in the stream, when you see companies and union fighting over a collective bargaining agreement for salaries and stuff like that, or paid time off or vacation or benefits and all that, and the employees strike, the company has a ton of pressure because their company's not making money. If it's a service company, they're not making money, so now the pressure is to lean towards what the union wants to get their employees back to work. Same situation here. The only difference is that this is dealing with millionaires and billionaires, right? So it's a whole different ballgame. And with the strike, you can't force people to work. But there's laws in this country that you can't stop people from working for your own benefit. There's laws for that. If you look at the laws for employees, you will see there's laws stated you can't stop employees from working to put leverage or for your own benefit for the company. You can't do that. You can put certain leverages like if you're like maybe cutting hours or stuff like that, ways that they can hurt you financially without breaking a law, but that's breaking a law. You can't stop somebody from working. It's just you can't, especially if you're in a union. Do you think there will be a deal today, Sweaty? I don't think so. I think the deal's going to get done sometime this week. I don't know, Jared. The other day there was a lot of rumors coming out, and then at the end of the meetings, we heard it didn't go well. So we'll see. You never know. Yeah, leave exactly. The players and owners are very greedy. We know this. We knew that going into it. We saw it with the pandemic year when the players asked for full salary for a 60-game season. And the owners were like, what? We want to play 60 games, but you want 162 game salary? That doesn't make sense. No problem, Sony. I don't see them all. Now, they just built that stadium. They ain't going anywhere. Tampa Bay, on the other hand, is a different story. Uh-oh. We're going back to the Lordy. Yeah, Mike Puma is very annoying with his tweets. Yeah, I saw that tweet. They're on Zoom right now, so I'm probably they're on Zoom with their other representatives or some certain players or some owners. Oh boy, Stoney. Well, I didn't think Bobby V wanted to do it because he was trying to become a mayor of Connecticut or whatever part of Connecticut, and he has a restaurant in Connecticut as well. So I think he had too much on his plate, and he's a high school coach as well. So I don't think he wanted to put more stuff on his plate, I guess. La Potencia, not really. Like I was only 7 years old, 8 years old in '94, so I was young. I just thought there was no baseball because you know it wasn't during this. It wasn't the season. I was still I liked baseball. I was playing it as a kid, but I wasn't really involved in. I wasn't in the know, so to speak. I barely remember the Rangers winning the Stanley Cup in '94. I have bits and pieces of it. I do remember my family, most of my uncles, and my dad, and a lot of his friends watching the Rangers playoffs and Stanley Cup in the living room. I remember that. Look, this is something that you'll probably be shocked, but when the Rangers won the Stanley Cup, obviously they have the parade down the Canyon of Heroes. My dad. Now I was 7 years old. I wasn't truly into sports as I am now, or even probably 5 years from that time. I was really getting into it and starting to know everything and the intricacies of the game when I was like 9 or 10, when you start to understand a lot more about the games. I was, I liked sports, but I wasn't, involved 24/7. I was a kid. Give me my action figures and give me my wrestling toys and I'm good to go. My dad said, "Hey Rob, do you want to miss school?" It was a Tuesday. "You want to miss school and go to the parade?" I'm like, "No, I want to go to school." Worst decision of my life. But I didn't know any better back then, right? I wasn't huge into sports as I am now. So, obviously I regret it now, but at the time it's like, come on, Dad. Why do I want to go to a stupid parade? I want to go to school and play my action figures and stuff. But oops, that was dumb, right? I don't think they're going to be the 86 Mets. Not even close. I mean, winning wise, I don't think they're going to win over 100 games. But, I mean, they don't have the mentality of the 86 team, right? They got a lot of team-friendly guys, not guys that would punch you in the mouth if you talk back to them. So, yeah, it's but yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to be as good as the 86 team. Not many teams are. Avon, Bruce Harper's. All right, let me check that. Oh, Instagram, right? All right, let me see. Let's see. Bruce Harper. Oh, I can't look at it because he's not public, but darn. I can't really see it, Avon. Sorry about that. If you want to like post what he said, you could. Wouldn't that be funny? Like they'll get, or you know what? They can actually get the minor leaguers to play, but I don't think the minor leaguers will because at some point they might be in the union, and that might be bad for them. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think we've seen it in football at one point with replacement players, but that would be crazy, right? If the owner said, "All right, we're gonna have tryouts," that would put pressure on the players for sure. Oh, Bryce Harper. Okay, yeah, I follow him. Oh, Bryce Harper. Okay, what did Bryce Harper say? Yeah, so Harper posted, "Hey, Yomiuri Giants, you up? Got some time to kill?" And he posted himself in the Yomiuri Giants uh, hat and jersey. So I guess that's funny. So it looks like it might not be going well, but you never know. Yeah, exactly, JD. Most owners made their money elsewhere, right? Like the Steinburners, they're most of their income, and there's like maybe one or two owners that basically make all their money in baseball. The majority of the owners have main companies that they make their money off of, and baseball, some is like a hobby to them, some is like a side hustle, like JD said. It's just that. So that's why the owners are just crossing their arms and just standing there like yeah, we're gonna lose money, but let's be honest, guys, we're making money elsewhere. So that's the leverage that they have. All right, Joe. David off tweeted again. All right, let's go. All right, Manfred, Halem, and Kaplan depart the players' side and return to their own side. So there's your latest right there, guys. At the moment, the owners, what were they? They were in there with the players for about 25 minutes, and now they're back on their side again. So whatever that means, who knows? Hey, go for Bryce, right? But you know what? He's under contract, so I don't know if he's allowed to do that. He can. I guarantee you, there's something in his contract stating that he can't do that because of risk of an injury. Yeah, La Potencia. That's the only guy that has like that mentality of 86. Like Scherzer will probably punch you in the mouth. I don't see DeGrom being that guy. Maybe Jeff McNeil is another one. He's like Lenny Dykstra, in my opinion. He's insane. Yeah, well, DeGrom's like a silent assassin, Like he's quiet. Like he just shows his performance. He shows his performance. He doesn't really talk about it. Like he just goes out there and says, "Yeah, okay, let me show you." That's basically what he does. Well, Nick, they don't meet in the middle because they think both, either side back and forth think that, you know, they're trying to get over one another. Like the owners don't want to go over 700,000 $700,000 for minimum salary. The players think they should, and they're about $40 million apart. And if the players go $10 million higher or lower, the owners might not go higher. So it's just back and forth. Okay, Grant, no problem. Let's see. Yesterday's strike was today's lockout. You didn't miss much, and you won't now. The game will be back, but fans are tired of this. Yeah, but how many fans are tired? Like the diehards are going to come back, or at least 95% of them are. Again, it's the casual fan that's going to be the biggest problem, and they're going to see it in attendance. That casual fan that got free tickets from their company and wants to bring his girlfriend or his wife or his friend or a couple of friends. They got 4 or 5 tickets, and it's a Friday night. They go to a game. It's something to do. They're losing those fans. They're losing the casual fan who might go to one game a year. Not the biggest fan in the world, but just has some time, has a little extra money, goes to a game. They're losing those fans. It's that simple. They're gonna see that a lot. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I've been watching a lot of college baseball actually. I always like college baseball. It's fun. I did play college ball, so it brings back a little bit of memories. College baseball is fun, but it's great that ESPN's showing all the games, almost all the games. Wolf, thank you once again. Is that true? I mean, you could just Google it if you don't know. Yeah, Kendrick. Like I said, the owners are willing to do that because their profits for April are one of the lowest in all the months of baseball, so it kind of makes sense. But again, Kendrick, I don't know if you tuned in, if you've been around earlier, but the owners can't just tell the players you're missing a month of the season. The players have to agree to it. So, you know, we'll see if the players accept it, knowing that the pressure is going to be on the owners at some point when it gets closer and closer to May. We'll see. But that's something that is probably a few days down the line to hear about all that information. Oh yeah, well, I mean, I think all the players want to win. It's just that mentality of when McNeil slides into second base and say the shortstop gives him a little nudge, I expect Jeff McNeil to start swinging. And Scherzer the same thing. I think if Scherzer hits a batter in the back and the batter starts charging after him, I don't see Scherzer running the other way. I think Scherzer's going to put his fist up. That's the way. I don't think DeGrom is that type of. I mean, DeGrom might do a spinning wheel kick and knock your ass out, but I don't think DeGrom's the type of guy that's looking for a fight. I think McNeil and Scherzer are. Scherzer's going to be great. We're going to love Scherzer. He's going to be a fan favorite, no doubt. There you go, Kendrick. Yeah, yeah, but you know what, Nick? It doesn't really work like that when it comes. I mean, if the players give one thing, say like if they give the owners the penalties for the CBT and the CBT to be around 214, 215, the players don't want that, right? And the owners are not going to give what the players want because the owners are not exactly getting what they're asking for. So it's hard to like look. Somebody's going to lose in this agreement. It's somebody's going to budge, somebody's going to lose. It's just a matter of how much is that other side going to get. Stony, we need more Woody jokes. I wouldn't be surprised if, it is Steve Cohen now, so I wouldn't be surprised if in like maybe after the end of this year they start buying out Pete Alonso's arbitration years and sign him to a big deal. Yeah, Avon, exactly. Like you've seen it in certain other parts of the country too. Like in Pittsburgh, when I went to Pittsburgh, when the Mets were in Pittsburgh uh, after the All Star break last year, I was in a bar with a couple of my friends, and there was Pirates fans across from us, and they were we were just talking, hey guys, you're going to the game, just talking back and forth like baseball fans do. And we started to say, wow, you got a guy, he's got a beautiful ballpark, it's an amazing scenery. Like you sit behind home plate, you can sit anywhere in the stadium, but if you sit right behind anywhere behind home plate, upper deck, you get a beautiful view of the city, a beautiful skyline. They got a beautiful stadium, but yet nobody goes. And the guys, the Pittsburgh fans are like, listen, he goes, our owners are cheap. They don't want to spend money. They don't care about the fans. So why should we support them? Pittsburgh's a great sports town. Have you been to a Penguins game or a Steelers game? They're insane. That's how they would be with the Pirates. But when the owners don't show any effort, why should the fans? And that's what they were saying. It's that bad. That's why it's unfortunate. But I think the commissioner and the powers that be should really look into the owners who actually try not to spend money on purpose. And it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why own a team that, and the Pirates owner is a guy who made his money elsewhere. So it's not like he's making all his money from just baseball. So if this is something that you wanted to be, a owner of a team, why didn't you try to win? And I think the commissioner and those guys need to get those owners out of here. Like I understand with the teams like Tampa Bay and the Marlins, because Pittsburgh, yes, is a small market, but the fans would show up if the owners showed any effort, because they're a very good sports town. So the effort is not there. So the fans don't show effort. I think they should weed these owners out. With Tampa Bay, it's just the proximity of their stadium that is why they don't get a lot of fans. Because it's a pain in the ass to get into their stadium, because you have to take that long road to get to St. Pete. And it's a pain, they're clearly, they're not in Tampa Bay. They're in St. Petersburg. You got to take that long road from Tampa to St. Petersburg just to get to the stadium, and then go to a stadium that looks like a canopy is not something that's appealing, and it's hard. If the Mets had a stadium like that, you'll find Met fans probably not going as much as well, especially if you have to travel like that. These people, you got to understand, in Tampa Bay, there's a lot more things to do. The weather's always great. There's things to do. So people are not going to say, why do I got to spend an hour and a half traveling to this game and then going to a stadium that's not appealing at all? It's like, that's hard. I guarantee you, you see the Buccaneers, the Lightning get great attendance. Why? Because they're in the metropolitan Tampa area. I guarantee you, if the Rays moved got a stadium in the metropolitan area in Tampa, their attendance would skyrocket. Because people don't, people drive out there, but they don't like traffic. And they're not going there. When the day of game, it's a long ride. You get stuck in traffic if there's an accident. Nobody wants to deal with it. So I don't blame them. Stoney wants Freeman. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, exactly. With the Bengals, look at that. Like, how many years did I forgot the name of the coach that was basically couldn't get out of their own way, couldn't win a first round in the playoffs, couldn't win a playoff game, but continued to get contract extensions, continued to get extensions, and never got fired And then Bengal fans were pissed off. And look what happened. They finally fired a coach. They got somebody else new. They started to get draft picks. They drafted Joe Burrow. They brought Joe Burrow's favorite wide receiver from LSU. Got a couple of players in here, and look all of a sudden at the expectations, right? It's just that simple. You know, when you show a fan base that you're trying, they will come out. Not saying everything's going to work. Like the Mets can easily fall on their face no matter all the moves that they make by the time the season starts. But the effort's there. When you show effort during the offseason, that means more season tickets. That means more jersey that are being bought. That means more people are just going to go to games in general when there's effort made by the owner. It's just that simple. La Potencia. Rob and Stoney, I got a question for you. Would you rather watch a 6-hour Wardy stream or the Mets sign Diaz to a 5-year extension? Well, Diaz can actually save a game and every now and then and strike out guys. So yeah, that's an easy question. Yes, Marvin Lewis. That was the guy. I had Marvin in my head. I couldn't think of his last name. Yes. Yeah, let's hope they settle today. Again, they're a couple hours in right now, so it's just a matter of time. They might be at this all day. So we'll see. All right, I'm gonna refresh Twitter now, guys, to see what's going on, if anything. Let's see. Yeah, somebody made a good point. A number of players tweeting at the same time about the negotiations makes me think the last MLB proposal was once again a crappy offer. Lost games, here we come. So, Randall Gridchuck tweeted at MLB SMH. So speaking of with MLB, why Bryce Harper put that Instagram post about the Yomiuri Giants, because somebody put the owners gave this to the players. This was distributed to the player agents before the lockout. It says, can locked out players play in foreign leagues like Japan, Korea, etc.? Main answer, yes. The PA would challenge any attempts by MLB to interfere with players who choose to participate in a foreign league during a lockout. During the 04-05 work stoppage, a large number of NHL players chose to play internationally. So then, yeah, maybe ESPN, like they did with the Korean league that was on, they had that going on. Maybe they might actually, televise those games again. Well, Aiden, we all want games to start so we can watch our favorite team. It's what we all want. Avon, we have a few hotels. We have a few hotels eagerly waiting on us now. Yeah, of course. In Port St. Lucie, it's a big tourist spot when spring training happens. I had plans with the Seven Line Army to go to a bar, a small town bar that has an outdoor beer garden, basically, that we were supposed to attend as an outing the day before the first spring training game, which was yesterday. Was supposed to be yesterday. So, the hotels, the restaurants in the area, not many people cook when they go on vacation. They go to restaurants. They're losing a lot of business all around the country, or at least in Arizona and Florida. All these spring training facilities are in small cities that rely on tourist attractions or tourists to come at certain times of the year. This is their moneymaker in February and March. But unfortunately, the players and owners don't care about that. But yeah, Avon, they don't care about that, unfortunately. Joe, I don't really have a time. It's just a matter of when we get the news on what's going on. That's when I'll end the stream. So it's going to be a long stream. Braden, how you doing? Steven, how you doing? Braden, you think there's hopes today? Hope's a strong word. I guess I'm pessimistic. I don't even say optimistic at this point. Just because players are tweeting that they're not happy with certain things at this moment. But again, you never know. But let's see. I see Heyman tweeted somewhere. I know I just saw it. Where is it? All right, so MLB. John Heyman just tweeted about a minute ago. MLB called yesterday productive, raising hopes for a deal. Today, deadline day has been negative so far. 8 hours to go. So there you go. Well, well, I think the deadline is at midnight tonight. I don't think I'll be with you guys that long, but but yeah. So they, according to the owners, excuse me. According to the owners, I'm assuming it's by midnight tonight, but I don't think I don't think they're gonna negotiate until midnight tonight. I think probably like 7 o'clock is probably like a cutoff time. Maybe they'll go home and like be on, have a Zoom meeting. I don't know. But I don't think they're going to continue talking by midnight. I don't know. Avon, could spring training happen at MLB stadiums and you play division teams? I don't think so. Because that is a lot of traveling. Even though you're playing division teams, you still got to get teams from Atlanta and Florida, the Marlins and the Washington, and Philadelphia is close. Maybe, but I don't think they're going to do that. Most places are cold. The players don't want to, get warmed up in the cold weather. That's why they're there. They're in Arizona and Florida for spring training because the weather's better. So yeah, Joe, probably around 6 or 7. I would say more 6-ish, most likely. No, I honestly, well, yeah, I would think if things go really bad, I think May 1st is probably the date that baseball would start the season. And what is that? That's about like 27 games missed or so. I mean, if we look at the Mets schedule, let's see. All right, so I'm going to count it right now. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4 off days. So let's see, that's 3, 5, 8, 15, 19, 22, 23, 24, 25. So they played 26 games in April. So that means I'm around, most teams are going to miss around 25 to 27 games in April. So minus 162 from 27. That's 135 games for the season. So yeah, I think the games are going to, if everything goes badly, I think May 1st is probably the day that the season will start. And if they just follow the schedule right away into the season, we play Philadelphia on May 1st at home. So, logistically, it's going to be a nightmare, refunding everybody's money, putting new tickets up for sale. some people already have tickets to that game. So how are they going to do it? It's a logistical nightmare. 100% agree, Joe. 100% agree. Braden, hashtag end the lockout. That's why it's behind me. Let's hope so, Timothy. Let's hope so. Sports update. Uh, you know, uh, I would think, honestly, I have a feeling that the deal's going to get done this week. I don't know why I have that feeling, but I think I have that. I just have that feeling. So I would say if the deal gets done this week, or say if it gets done Thursday, I think Friday spring training starts. The majority of the players live in Arizona and Florida, so and right around the spring training facilities. So it's not like they have to travel anywhere to get where they need to go. So, you see a lot of the players now, especially the players that have that are on teams that are in Florida are going to these meetings. So they live around the area of the spring training facility. So I think it will start right away. So I'm thinking I would say if not sometime this week, next week for sure. Who is my all time favorite Met? Ray Ordonez, my favorite player. I know a lot of people laugh at that because it's like he was never a good hitter, but he was one of the best defensive shortstops of all time. So, so yeah, Ray Ordonez was my favorite player. That was the first jersey I ever wore or got. Like, yeah, of course, I have other favorites, but Ray Ordonez was my all-time favorite. I actually, I met Ray Ordonez once. I was, when tickets used to go on sale, like around February, for season tickets before all this internet, buying tickets online. You used to have to wait online at Shea Stadium, and they used to wait outside, and then you used to go in the line through Shea Stadium, and then come back out to wait at the ticket box office to get tickets. And they put all the tickets on sale that day, and that's when the first day on, and everybody used to be online. And we used to be freezing our ass off. And sometimes some of the players might show up, on different parts of the line on the sides, sign autographs, say what's up. Or I remember Ron Dolan and Keith Hernandez was out there on the line saying what's up to fans. And that's when I met Ray Ordonez, when I was online with my dad trying to get tickets. Usually we used to go online to get opening day tickets and Mets Yankee tickets. That was my big thing. I always told my dad I wanted that. So that was always fun waiting online, even though I froze my ass off for hours just to get tickets. And then I think we did it like 3 years in a row. I remember I don't remember which year it was, but that one year when we finally got up to the ticket office box window, they said they were like, "Oh, opening day is sold out. So you can't get open day." I was really upset, but what can you do at that point? You have a certain number of tickets and you had to wait online. It's just that simple. Simpler times. Oh yeah, the owners and the players would never agree to it. There should be. I always think there should be a third party, even if it's not a fan. It should be a third party that has no connections to the players or the owners in any negotiation, just to move it along a little bit. But I understand what you mean, Frank. Yeah, but Bobby Bo, people did like him. Obviously when he came to the Mets, he wasn't great, and then he basically stole money from the team for the God knows how long. So everybody thought Bobby V was going to be good, really good for the Mets when we got him, but he wasn't. You know, that's the thing with when it comes to Aaron Judge. I don't feel like the Yankees are going to sign him to an extension this year because of the fact that the Yankees are already like bordering the luxury tax, and I don't think they want to go over it. and especially how we don't know what the penalties are going to be for going over. The Yankees have so many holes to fill that they need to spend their money wisely elsewhere. You know, they need a shortstop, they need some pitching. So there's a lot of money that they need to spend to fill up the holes in their roster. And I think Aaron Judge is like third or fourth on that list. So I think Aaron Judge is going to be a free agent, and I don't think the Yankees are going to spend the most money on Aaron Judge. You know, you got to watch out for teams like the Phillies, the Red Sox, the Mets, maybe Detroit, maybe Toronto, that are going to go after Aaron Judge. You know, because Dave Dombrowski is always sneaky when it comes to signing a big guy, and that's why Chris Bryant is another one we have to watch out for with the Phillies. You know, Ava, I don't think so. I think basically, you know, like how people just buy random tickets. Hey, I'm going to be in town this week, or I'm going to be available this week, so I'm going to go to that game. There's already tickets sold for May 1st. You know, there might be 25,000 tickets sold. I think they're going to honor those 25,000 tickets, and then they're going to put the other 25,000 tickets up for sale, but they're probably going to be at a higher rate because it's technically going to be opening day. That's going to be unfortunate, but that's probably how they're going to do it. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Thank you, sports. Yeah, I try. Like I said, I don't really try to like bullcrap you guys in any situation. I try to say what's on my mind. You know, I think you can tell by my pessimistic attitude and that I'm a true Met fan. I don't have to like prove it to you guys because I think you realize that I am. You know, I mean, you know, a lot of people during the season noticed how negative I was with this team and negative towards certain players, but you're really not a true Met fan if you're not negative. There is no true Met fan, that is always positive. You can't be always positive because if you are, you're probably not a real Met fan, or you're probably a Met fan who just started to be a Met fan. It just, you can't. It's like we've been through so much. We've been through the Wilpons. We've been through the 07 and 08 choke job that the Mets did. We went through the Andy Chavez catch that we thought we were going to get to the World Series, and then the Beltran Wainwright curveball ended our hopes on that. You know, 2015, we were the team for destiny until we ran into the Royals, who, if they would have probably won in 2014, we're probably not going to win in 2015, and we would have took advantage of that. And we swept the Cubs 4 games. The Cubs won in 2016. Like last year, we were in first place for 90 days. Didn't even make the playoffs. Like we've been through so much. You want to talk about 99 against the Braves? You want to talk about 2000 against the Yankees? I mean, we've been through so much. You know, again, I was born in the late 80s, so look. If you became a Met fan in the 90s, you should get a freaking season tickets for the Mets automatically. Because how any kid in their right mind in the 90s become a Mets fan when the Yankees dynasty was going and the Mets completely sucked until like 98, 99? You know, so I feel like if you were a kid, if you were growing up in the 90s and you were a kid between like 8 or like 6 or 7 to like 12 years old, in that range in the 90s, you could have easily been a Yankee fan and nobody would have batted an eye. But if you decided to become a Met fan, no matter what your reasoning is, your father's a Met fan or your family's a Met fan, or you just decided to be a Mets fan, whatever. But those times were hard. You could easily went to become, you could have been a Braves fan. They won the division every year. You could have been any fan. If you became a Met fan in the 90s, The same way if you became a Met fan in the 70s, or early 60s when they became in existence, you would have had hard times, right? One of our best years, yes, 69 world, the Miracle Mets, 73 losing to Oakland, 88 against the Dodgers. I was 1 years old when the Mets lost to the Dodgers in 88. I wasn't around. I was one, technically. So I didn't really know anything. I wasn't born in 86. So, 69, I sure as hell wasn't alive. So it's, yeah, it's crazy. I know I went on a rant right there. Thank you, sports. That's a long hashtag. Let's make that trend a little bit. Let's see. I know there's a lot of comments, I guess. Well, let's hope there's enough progress where they can get a deal done. Sports, what do you think about Scherzer? Well, I think he's going to be good. I'm going to put it this way. I think we're going to have, obviously he has a 3-year contract. I think 2 out of the 3 years, he's going to be great. Yes, he's probably going to have a little bit of an injury here or there where he's going to miss a few games, starts for us, but I think he's going to be there for us in the playoffs, and he's going to just show what he can do. I think the 3rd year is kind of iffy. He's hitting that 40-year, 39, 40 years old mark. So I'm not expecting him, but I think the first 2 years is going to be great for us. He's a bulldog. Yeah, I miss Shea Stadium too, man. I really do. Really do miss Shea Stadium. I had a lot of fun sitting in those bleachers. Fun times. I miss the Pepsi porch as well. Oh, see, I already said it, guys. So I'm looking at the tweets right now, and Robert Murray. I think he just messaged me about this. The MLBPA has organized a fully staffed stadium and facility for players to train in Mesa, Arizona, according to sources familiar with the situation. So clearly, the negotiations are not going well. So that's why I really think there's still going to be a season start on March 31st. Because if the players are ramping up a facility like this, they're getting ready for March 31st. So I really think they're gonna file a grievance against the owners, and the players are gonna win that grievance. And March 31st, the owners are gonna have to end the lockout and start the season on the 31st. So that's what I think. I think 1, there's probably not going to be a agreement today, and 2, I think this means more that March 31st is going to happen. But we shall see. But there's still a lot to probably a few. I don't think they stopped negotiations. All right, so John Heyman just tweeted, MLB is pressing for a 14-team postseason, and it hasn't necessarily been too well received. Lots of things still to hash out. What else we got? All right, Jeff Passan. The rhetoric is ratcheting up. MLB suggested in the first meeting with the MLB PEA today that the league is willing to cancel a month worth of games. What that means or whether it's simply a threat is unclear, but players have taken it as a clear threat. Okay. So the players know. That's good. Let's see what else we got, guys. I just said the Robert Murray tweet. Joel Sherman's talking about Jeter. Nobody cares. Some people saying F you, Rob Manfred. Emily Walden she's a reporter saying 36 days until minor league baseball opening day. I might go to a few Cyclones games. I'm about 45 minutes away. I'll go to Cyclones games. I'll support the minor leaguers. Hell yeah. I know the Seven Line Army is having outings with the Cyclones, Syracuse, and Binghamton. So I'll probably do that. Let's see what else. Anything else of significance in the tweets? Yeah, that looks about it. So, if you're just tuning in, the MLBPA is organizing a fully staffed facility in Mesa, Arizona. So, any players who want to train or work out like spring training can go to Mesa, Arizona. That tells me two things. One, the the agreement is probably not happening today or probably soon. And number two, I still think the season's going to start on March 31st because the players have to agree with the owners about missing games for the regular season. The owners can't just say that and everything just goes how they want. That doesn't happen. So I still feel like, why would if the players know they're going to miss the whole month of April and May 1st, the season's going to start, why would they start working out in a fully staffed facility like a player only spring training if they think the season's going to start in May? That's 2 months away. Why would they want to ramp up now? Some of them can just go back to where they live, relax for about 2-3 weeks, and then start ramping up for May 1st. So that kind of just tells me that they expect a grievance to be filed by themselves or the representatives of the MLBPA towards the owners to end the lockout before March 31st or to play games on March 31st because you can't not tell an employee not to work. It's an agreement. They can't do that. So that's the two things that I think. That's a possibility, Aiden. It's a real possibility. It'll save the Yankees money in the long run. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Like I already have a day off on Thursday to go to the game on opening day. I have that day off. I usually get the next day off because it's like party day. Like in the morning, like I'm going with the 7-Line Army. I'm going to the game. The 7-Line Army has an outing at the Big Apple Reserve by the Apple. They have a tailgate in the morning where they're drinking and eating, go to the game, have a post tailgate. So it's like an all day thing. And Friday I have a day off as well to recoup. And then Saturday I go to the second game of the season. I go Saturday. So there you go. It's a big event. Yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was that 1 game wild card, 1 game playing game basically for the wild card. Yeah, Aletta had that was the best game he ever. I yeah, I just put yeah, he that was a game. I tell you that. I remember that very well. Aletta pitched the game of his life in that game. Just punts out of work to join. Nice. Muhammad, no news really, except that MLB left the meeting with the players to go back to their side to, I guess, talk amongst themselves. What we did find out that the MLBPA is putting together a fully staffed facility in Mesa, Arizona. So any player can work out and basically have their own spring training in that facility that is run by the MLBPA. So again, that tells me two things. One, they're ramping themselves up, right? But the second part is that why are they going into a facility now to ramp up if they don't think March 31st is opening day? Wouldn't they wait a couple of weeks knowing that May 1st is probably going to be the day opening day is? So, yeah, they crushed it, man. Lucas Duda with the bad throw at home, which probably would have won the game if he got Hosmer out. And then the Daniel Murphy era. Oh boy, I don't want to remember that. Ugh. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, my dad was at the games, so so let's see. Anything else? Let's see. What else do we got? Let's see. So Ken Davidoff tweeted, he wrote an article about the update with the lockout with the meetings. Then he said, "Here's the latest on the MLB talks as the players face the owners' Play-Doh, like Play-Doh, yes, Play-Doh, what you play with, that stuff, deadline to not start the season on time." The reason why Ken Davidoff is saying Play-Doh because it's not really a deadline because again, the owners can't just say you're missing games. They have to agree with that with the players. But I do think the players are going to compromise, and the owners are going to compromise a little bit. I think the owners are going to push for the 14-team playoff, and I think the players are going to push for the minimum salary to be at least 700,000. And I think the players are going to give them the 14-team playoff, and the owners are going to give the players the minimum salary they want, and then go from there. And I think that's when things are going to get started. So Chelsea Janes, as you know, we like her as the reporter. We get a lot of information from her. MLBPA is indeed preparing for a delay by organizing a fully staffed stadium in Arizona, according to a person familiar with the plans. Wouldn't be surprised to see something similar in Florida. Again, exactly. I think Max Scherzer is the one putting that together in Florida, and probably, spring training teams, players that are stationed in Arizona are probably going to go to that facility, and they'll probably set one up in Florida as well. So that's why I think that there is a possibility that March 31st the season starts on time, because why would the players be ramping up a spring training now thinking that May 1st is probably going to be when the season starts if the owners and the players agree to it? Or, like I said before, maybe the players already agreed with the owners if a deal don't get done today that spring training or opening day won't be until May 1st. But we'll see. Let's see what else we got. So I don't see much. Just that's all I've seen at the moment. Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, again, I feel like there could be agreement this week, but again, I'm not in the talks. I don't really know much. So, I don't really have any say in it, but I felt like it. But if the negotiations don't go so well today, then I don't know anymore. Honestly, I really don't. So yeah, why just Arizona, not Florida? I think they're gonna set up something in Florida as well. Because I don't think players in Florida that live in Florida want to travel to Arizona to work out in a facility that's fully staffed. They can do that probably in their own personal gyms and with their personal trainers and stuff. So there'll probably be one in Arizona and one in Florida as well. Showing no really good news yet. Mr. Cheese, end the lockout. 100%, man. They got to get it going. Stop this nonsense. It's ridiculous. Freaking greedy mother, you know what. Oh, you know what? That facility might be run by Bauer. Honestly, I think that momentum facility, that whole facility, that maybe. I mean, they're probably. I mean, I don't know which spring training facility is in Mesa, Arizona. I'm not 100% sure. I don't. Again, I don't care about facilities in Arizona for spring training because I don't care. I only know the facilities in Florida. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how that works. There'll probably be a facility in Florida as well. Aaron Hicks, I think the Yankees wasted money on him. I think he's a joke. I don't think he's gonna stay healthy, unfortunately, Aiden. And Wardy. You know, I noticed a lot over the last like week that people that like always was on like the streams with Wardy and stuff like that or followed Wardy. Some of you guys are here because I remember a lot of your names and it seems like you guys are like annoyed at him or something. Just gonna put the info that we heard. I just want to put that up so anybody who tunes in can see uh, what's the latest about that. So that's what we know at the moment, guys. If you're just tuning in, MLBPA setting up a fully staffed facility for players to train in Mason, Arizona. I'm assuming that is for the players that are on teams that have a spring training facility in Arizona. And you're probably going to hear something about Florida as well. Uh, Probably setting up a facility similar to Arizona for the players that are in Florida. Because I don't think the MLBPA wants players to travel across country just to train. That doesn't make sense. Don, I don't say there's a time limit for a decision. It's just a matter of if they make one or not. It'll probably be around 6:30, 7 o'clock. Uh, that's when I think they'll probably just go their separate way. But I don't expect there's going to be an agreement today because based on the news we just heard regarding MLBPA setting up a fully staffed facility for players in Mason, Arizona, so they can train like a spring training. And also, they're probably going to set up one in Florida as well for the players. So, yeah. Well, you know what, Andre? They can call for his head, but it's up to the owners. The owners voted for Rob Manfred. You know, Rob Manfred made these owners a lot of money with TV deals and everything like that. So, you know, as much as we would like Rob Manfred to go, it's up to the owners. And I think the owners actually like Rob Manfred for what they did for their team or for their organizations. Truth, yeah, 12 midnight is the deadline, the time where if the deal don't get done by then the owners say they'll cancel games. But again, they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna negotiate until midnight. I think they like they did yesterday. It was one of the latest times they were actually there meeting yesterday from like 6:30. So I think probably 7 o'clock, probably the latest, and they'll probably go their separate ways. And that's about it, really. Oh yeah, I agree, Joe. 14-team playoffs is terrible. Yes, there'll be more teams in the playoffs, get more fans involved, but I mean, I'm telling you, there's going to be like 2 or 3 teams that are under 500 making the playoffs. It's just so it's like, but you know what? If it gets the deal done, give me 16 teams. I don't really care. Husky, I don't hate Ordy. I don't have an opinion about him. I don't really care. I just do me and do my content, and that's about it. So, other people might not like him, but that's their own opinion. Yeah, I mean, baseball has been going downhill ever since Manfred became commissioner. He talked about the World Series trophy as a piece of metal. You know, Clearly he don't have a great relationship with the players. You see Adam Silver of the NBA commissioner have a great relationship with the players. Gary Bettman of the NHL doesn't have a great relationship with the players, but he seems to have respect of the players. And you see Roger Goodell. A lot of people don't like him, but the owners love him because he makes them a ton of money. So, the owners are not supposed to be on the side of the players because they're voted in by the owners. They work for the owners. Well, Joe, the yeah, of course the owners want that. But the players are fooling themselves like they don't want that. I can almost guarantee you that the 14 teams that make the playoffs, those players get bonuses for making the playoffs. So that's the way I see it. I think it goes both ways. Why not let them train it? Well, yeah. See, Don, I think they're gonna set up a facility like Arizona in Florida for the players that are actually in Florida. But I think they just got word of the Arizona facility first. You'll probably hear it. I did a video a couple of days ago about Max Scherzer's setting up something like a player-only spring training in Florida. So that's probably what's going to happen there. So you'll probably see a facility in Arizona and Florida because it doesn't make sense for players who live in Florida or on the East Coast and are on teams that have spring training facilities in Florida to travel to Arizona when they could do the same thing in Florida. Well, yeah, I mean, considering what Butsy League, had to deal with the steroids and basically turning a blind eye, Manfred's better for the owners. I'm not sure technically for the game. I don't think today, Aiden. I do think I have a feeling that sometime this week they'll get a deal done, but I'm not keep getting my hopes up for it now. Yeah, Gary Bettman is better. But you got to remember, Gary Bettman was a part of uh, a season that was completely missed. I don't remember what year it was, but it was like, what, 10, 15, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when the NHL season never happened. So Gary Bettman has that on his record as well. Yeah, Don, I agree. Angels World Series champs. I don't know about that. Oh, okay, Husky. It's cool. Don, I don't think they're keeping a runner on second base. I think that's out. Oh, well, actually, I don't know. I honestly don't know. What I think they should do is that I know they want to keep these games not going 15, 16 innings. So I think to like balance that out a little bit, I think the 10th inning should just be a regular inning, like no runner on second. And after the 10th inning, put the ghost runner on second. I think that's kind of fair because they don't want games going 15, 16, 17 innings. Because if you really think about it, the the organization, the team is not making money after the seventh inning, right? The eighth inning on, the concession stands are closed. Most of the team shops are closed, so they're not making money past the seventh inning. So it really doesn't. Um, it doesn't. They don't profit from it. So and the players don't like long games either. So I would do that. I would do the 10th inning regular with no runner on second, and after that a runner on second, just to speed up a game a bit. Hey Jose, what's up? How you doing? Tigers fan, not really any news. Well, good news. The only thing that's on the screen, Tiger fan, if you can't read it at the moment, but the MLBPA set up a fully staffed facility for players to train in Mesa, Arizona. I'm assuming they're gonna have a similar facility in Florida for the players on that side of the country. So that's probably a sign of the deal not getting done today. But again, they're still talking. They still nobody left the stadium yet, so we'll see. But it doesn't look good. I hope so, Husky. I hope so. Yeah, Don. I don't know why they make a deadline either. I mean, they made the deadline based on thinking that it would put pressure on the players to make a deal, but it clearly is not working. Well, you know what? I don't care honestly. When I go to a game, I expect to be there as long as possible. It is what it is. Yeah, guys, it's not. You gotta get past the deadline. The owners self-imposed this deadline. This deadline means nothing unless the owners say we're not speaking to you after today unless you come to our agreement. They're not doing that. They said February 28th, there's a real possibility of missing games starting the regular season. That's all they said. That's not a deadline where it's a brick wall that can't be passed. It's not. It's a very soft deadline. Because if they come to a deal on Thursday, opening day is going to happen. There's enough time for the players to get ready. Adam, I agree, man. They're really destroying everything. I mean, even the diehard fans are fed up with nonsense like this. Yeah, like I said, guys, this deadline means nothing. Once again, if you're just tuning in, I know I'm repeating myself, but to make sure people understand this, the owners can't cancel regular season games unless they get the approval of the MLBPA. I have to make that clear. There's an agreement, even though the expiration date was December 2nd of the CBA, the old CBA. The old CBA is still in effect until they agree upon another one. So, like Truth just said it. The owners and the union could have done, if the owners didn't put a lockout, the players could have been at spring training. There could have been spring training games while they still negotiate. They can play a season without a CBA that has been agreed. They'll just revert back to the old CBA until a new one is agreed upon. So that's why when people keep on saying that the owners can just say we're going to miss games, they can't do that. There's federal laws and local laws that don't allow you to stop employees from working because there's laws based on that. You can't do that unless the players agree to it. Thank you, Don. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Well, yeah, but you know what? You know what then? Then you know what? Then if the players are so concerned about that, then they need to come back to the middle as well because they're a little crazy with their asks as well. But again, you know, they knew this. See, like it's not like they were surprised by the CBA expiring December 2nd. We all know that. We knew this was coming up. They could have started speaking way before the agreement expired, but they didn't. That's on the owners and that's on the players. So I don't feel bad for either of them. They're both greedy SOBs and they should get it together and stop with this egotistical nonsense. It's a problem. Well, we hope the Mets will make it. Yeah, exactly, Andrew. You know, the players get tired. It's not really beneficial for anybody. You know, you got to use so many pitchers. You're in basically the back of your bullpen with a pitcher you never like to use in later innings, which can cost you a game. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. You know, I don't want to see guys getting hurt because they're playing extra innings. It's not worth it. You know, I expect there'll be a runner on second starting from the 11th inning. I think that's really fair, even though I don't like it at all. Oh yeah, exactly. I do believe it's more the owner's fault than the player's fault. But the major owners that have the major votes, because if you guys remember in the beginning of the lockout, there needs to be 21 votes, owners that vote to get the lockout to end. They need 23. They don't need all of them. So again, the majority of the owners are small market teams. The small market owners are the ones that really wanted this lockout. So it's really the small market owners that are really causing all these issues and also voted for the lockout. So it's unfortunate. We might miss a month, unfortunately. Paola, how you doing? Padres, all right, all right. You got a solid team as long as you guys don't fight each other. I honestly think if they don't get a deal done by the end of the week, because just because the owners put a deadline as today, they're still going to negotiate this week. I think if a deal don't get done this week, then it's a real possibility that we might miss opening day, or at least the first week of the season. Adam, they didn't forget about the fans. They don't care about the fans. They never did. The owners don't care. The players don't care. They don't care. They really don't care. And I know you talked about prices, but I put it this way. You you have the power to say I'm not paying for these tickets. You are not paying for this concession, the hot dog, the soda, the beer. You have that power, right? To not go to a game and not spend any money on expensive tickets, expensive food. But the reason why the prices are so high are not just because of the cost of the expenses or the players. It's because they know, this price increase didn't come from one year to the next. Like you didn't see a hot dog $4 and the next year it's $12. They gradually increased prices over the years because people kept on paying. People kept on coming. Listen, if you have a business and you see people buying the same items, the same 5 items, and you slowly increase it, and you see the sales either remain the same or increase, you're gonna keep going until you can't get it no more. That's basically what they're doing here. They know people are gonna pay those prices, so that's why the prices are so high. If people weren't paying these prices and no stadium was getting more than 10,000 people, they would lower prices. But because there's enough people that pay for the ticket prices, no matter if they increase or not, if anybody knows, the Mets season tickets did increase. They increased almost $700, depending on where you sat. And I can assure you, there's probably concessions that are going up a little bit as well. So, if they see people are willing to pay it, the prices are going to keep going up. It's just that simple. Why do you think the Jets and the Giants still have PSLs? There's still people buying season tickets to purchase the PSLs to have the rights to buy those tickets. It's the same thing. Daytona, how you doing? Daytona, I did read that book. That's a great point. Look, we all know the owner has the power to screw the players and make it worse for the players and do everything they can to get what they want. But isn't that Daytona? That's understandable. But it's not just the owners in baseball. It's owners across all walks of life of any company. There's maybe 1% of owners that actually takes care of their employees that are paid what they're worth. I mean, do you really think if there wasn't a federal law or state law about minimum wage, these companies would be paying the minimum wage? No, they'd be paying less. That's what all owners of companies, no matter what company it is, they try their best to spend as little as possible on employees, pay as less as possible, lower their expenses, lower their logistical cost or operational cost. That's just the way the world works. It's just that when it comes to professional sports, it's amplified in the sports world. But it's just the way it, unfortunately, that's the way it is. Joe, I'm gonna check really quick what you sent. Oh yeah, Tank, yeah. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, well, you know what? The owners and players only care about money too, guys. It's not just the owners. Like, it is what it is. It's unfortunate, man. It really sucks. The people who are gonna get hurt the most are us, the fans. We're the ones that are gonna be, right now we should be watching spring training baseball. Most of the teams in Florida are probably the games are ending. So MLB Network or all the other stations that you can get games on, you're probably getting games from Arizona that are starting at 4 o'clock. So it sucks. It really does. I'm on hockey right now. I'm watching my Rangers. That's where I'm at right now, and it's freaking March. It's gonna be March 1st, and I'm usually focused. I should be in Port St. Lucie right now, and I'm not. I'm here in New York. Yeah, I mean it's possible. I mean, I think if a deal gets done Friday, free agency over those next 4 days are going to be insane. Deals are going to get done quick. I can almost guarantee you that agents and owners are speaking to each other uh, on contracts for free agents. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, there's owners in meetings with each other. You don't think owners are speaking about trades? They are. There's no doubt about it. There's tampering in the NFL. There's tampering in the NBA all the time during their free agency period or before their agency period. So I'm gonna refresh Twitter, guys, to see if there's anything new or nothing at all. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. John Heyman tweeted about 25 minutes ago. Whatever happens, I'm praying for no more scab players. MLB is about greatness, not mediocrity. I don't think this would happen again, but I'm still praying. Let's go. Let's get those replacement players. Start tryouts now. I'll be going to City Field right now. Let's see. All right, so Bob Nightingale and Mark Topkin tweeted Ron Fowler, who is one of the MLB's lead MLB labor policy members, left the meetings and headed home. So that's not a good sign. There's a sign of crap. That's not going to happen. Let's see. Anything else? Any other news I can give you guys? We shall see. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, thank you guys. 60 live viewers right now, guys. Really do appreciate your support and coming on and hanging out with me during day 8 of the MLB lockouts. Self-imposed deadline by the owners. Please hit on that like button, guys. Let's get this stream out to more people. I will be with you live until we hear news that the meetings are officially over and we get the details about the meeting. So feel free to stick along as long as you want, guys. Yeah, really nothing, just Bob Nightingale. All right. So really nothing much, guys. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance, Robert, that the owners would they're okay with missing a month. They have no problem with that, the owners. But as I said earlier in the stream, you probably weren't here, but I said it earlier in the stream that the owners looked at the numbers. April is one of the lowest attended months for fans to attend games. It's one of the lowest attendance months throughout the season because in most places of the country it's cold. There's still school for the kids. People don't like to go out on work nights during, the colder months. And it usually starts to get higher attendance in May, June, July, August during the summer months. So that's why the owners are okay with missing it because their profits are probably not as high as the other months. So they would probably save money by not having games in April, especially when each game lost, the players are losing on average $20.5 million in total. So the owners will be saving money. Uh, Not completely the owners because I do have a pretty good feeling that if the owners didn't lock out the players would have striked to put leverage on the owners. So I'm pretty sure on that part. But yes, the owners are mostly to blame for this. Well, most of the managers are in their spring training facilities just watching the minor league players. They're allowed to do that. So, thank you, Daytona. No, there's going to be a season. It's just a matter of how many games. Yeah, Joe, I will listen to the tank later. Well, the reason why Andrew, the small market teams have so much pull is because the majority of baseball teams are small markets. There's only like 6 big market teams. You want to go to LA, it's LA, the Angels, and the Dodgers. So LA, so that's 2 teams. You got the Mets, the Yankees, you got the Red Sox. Who else you got? Let's see. I'm trying to remember some of these teams here. So yeah, it's about 5, 6 teams. I don't consider. Yeah, it's really not a lot. There's really nobody in the Central that are big market teams. Nobody in the West besides the Angels. Everybody else are small market teams. So there's like 5 or 6 small market teams. So the majority of the support of these lockouts are small market teams, which is about 23 of them. So that's the reason why you have so much problems, because these small owners, well, not all of them, but most of them are the teams like the Pirates, the Guardians, the Royals, the Orioles, teams like that know they're not any good and not going to spend money when, why would they spend money on a Chris Bryant when they know their team is not that good? So you're not going to give Chris Bryant 6 years, $140 million when your team is projected to win 66 games. What is Chris Bryant going to give you? 4 or 5 more games? So you're going to go win 70 games and still miss the playoffs? Doesn't make sense. Financially, it doesn't make sense. That's what these owners think. So it's unfortunate, but that's how they think. John, end the lockout, damn it. I like that new hashtag. That's nice. There you go. You're saving a lot of money. Well, some people will. Yeah, John, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for tuning in. Steven, I talked about this in my video about a week ago about Wilson Contreras. I think the Mets should get on the phone. Well, when the lockout ends, get on the phone with the Cubs and see if they can make a trade with James McCann and Wilson Contreras. I think you would have to put some money in that deal with McCann to get Wilson Contreras and maybe a lower level prospect to make that happen, because I think it's a little incentive for the Cubs to get McCann, and Contreras is going to be a free agent soon, so the Cubs are probably not going to pay him. So they'll probably want to get something for him, and their big money starter that they just signed in Stroman, the Cubs, had his best year with McCann behind the plate. So I'm not saying it could happen or if it's going to happen at all, but I wouldn't be surprised if I don't think Billy Epler is a fan of James McCann. And I think that you might hear some rumblings post lockout about a trade like that. That trade will help both teams. It's not something where you're giving a team basically nothing to get a star player back. That's similar to a fair deal, because if you look what the Cubs are trying to do, they're trying to get guys in a little bit of a rebuild mode, and they're clearly not going to sign Wilson Contreras. And Wilson Contreras is going to get a hell of a lot more than James McCann contract of 4 years, $40 million. So the Cubs probably will get money in return to bring James McCann in from the Mets and trade Wilson Contreras, because it's cost effective for the Cubs. And on top of that, the Cubs know Stroman's best year was with McCann behind the plate. So in this case, that's a win-win for both sides. You get a better defensive catcher with the Mets. You have about 2 years with Wilson Contreras, which is the perfect alignment for Francisco Alvarez, who most likely will be ready in 2 years, almost guaranteed. So that's perfect for both sides. And Wilson Contreras is definitely a better bat than James McCann as well. So it's fair on both sides. So I think it's a possibility. I didn't watch any of it, honestly, but I did check the stats. Cano had a played pretty good. Like I said, I think the Mets are going to give him a chance DH, and if he performs well in the beginning, if it's a couple of weeks in spring training or during the season, they'll give him a couple of weeks, and if he performs, great, keep him there. If not, I have a feeling the Mets might just buy him out. But I don't think you're hurting anybody if you give him a chance to just see what he can do with the DH. Even though I'd rather just buy him out and put somebody else who is probably going to be better at the DH spot. Get why the players want more money, especially the minimum salary when it comes to the younger players because I mean, Major League Baseball has the lowest minimum salary amongst all professional major sports. Best and the NBA, I think the minimum salary is just under $1 million. The NHL is a little, I think, around 700,000, and the NFL is around that same thing, between $700,000 and $800,000. So it's pretty big minimum salaries, and baseball is one of the lowest. So it's not cool, and it's unfortunate. It sucks, and they deserve that. I think the two biggest things are minimum salary and arbitration. Because the younger players can't negotiate contracts until they're 2.5 years in the league. So, and at that time, it's only a minimal increase, even if they can get a decent deal in arbitration. So, the percentages are low with that as well. And sometimes they can lose that arbitration case and get the minimum percentage of what they can get an increase for arbitration. And it's sad. It sucks. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, the Chargers have no fans in LA, but you know what? San Diego didn't want to build them a stadium. It sucks. Well, the reason why they play 162 because it's money. That's why. Oh, that's cool, Daytona. I mean, I remember during the pandemic when we only had the KBO league. I watched that every morning. I used to I worked overnight, so I was coming home when these KBO games started. I watched those games, at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. They were great. It was a different experience. Yeah, it feels like a year for sure. Real men don't cross picket lines. But you know what? Replacement players get a chance. Give us replacement players. I'll be trying out tomorrow. Look, you can give me $500 a game to play. I'll be happy. Yeah, exactly, Robert. They're the only league that doesn't negotiate unless the agreement is expired. It's stupid. Maybe that should be in the next agreement, that when it's within a year of the agreement expiring, they should be able to negotiate. I don't know why they don't agree to that. Seems like it would help. Andrew, you're funny. I could imagine replacement players. Listen, I don't think the owners are too stupid. Like, honestly, there would be some fans that would be interested in watching games with replacement players. Look, obviously the performance wouldn't be as good as the professionals. Obviously, that's unexpected. But how about this? What about players that played in college that are not minor leaguers, that weren't able to get to the minors or didn't get drafted? They can actually get these guys in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it. I mean, there has to be like really big problems where they know the negotiations are going to happen. The possibility, if it's like May and June and there's no baseball, they might do that. You never know. Well, Nightingale, I actually think his tweets are embarrassing, so I like to look at them. Hey, if it was up to Bob Nightingale, we would have Bauer. Of course, but I know what you mean. Well, technically, yeah, you could say the Phillies are a big market, but they're really not. You know, but technically they are, but they don't usually spend a ton of money. It's a few years here and there, but that's about it. Thank you, MB. Yeah, exactly, Daytona. You see it in Tampa Bay, the same thing. Like when I went to Tampa Bay last year, when the Mets played there, I mean, it was a ghost town. I mean, 75% of the fans were maybe 80% were Met fans. So, they rely on games with the Yankees and the Red Sox. And if the Mets are in town or the Dodgers are in town in Tampa Bay, that's where they make their profits from those games. Yeah, so like I said, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 teams that are big market teams. So the vast majority of owners are small market teams who have the biggest say when it comes to these negotiations, who voted for the lockout. They only needed 23. The owners were unanimous in this vote for the lockout, but I think there was probably some pushback for the bigger owners. But when you have 23 owners that are small market teams owners, that's what happens. They have the majority. The Expos might come back at some point. Thank you, Aiden. That's cool. Well, Andre, they still see somewhat of a profit. They don't have to do nothing to make a profit. I'm not saying their profit is, hundreds of millions of dollars, but if you're an owner say if you're the Pittsburgh Pirates owner, right? You're not a good team. You don't have great attendance because your team sucks. You have a TV deal. You got this revenue sharing, the competitive competitive balance tax that you get every year from teams that go over the luxury tax. So you're making, even if you make 20, $30 million in profit, it's still 20 and $30 million without doing anything except sitting down and owning the team. Maybe if they, spent a little bit more money and made a better team and get more fans, their profits will be more. But when you can sit down and do nothing and still make 20, $30 million in profit, why would you do anything if you don't need to? Especially if you're an owner that doesn't care if you win or lose. If you win, great. If you don't, I'm still making $30 million profit. Yeah, great. If my team somehow, some way is a surprise team and wins 85, 90 games, makes the playoffs, well, my profits are going to go up. That's where a lot of some owners think. Hey, Hayden, what's up? Simple, just like the pandemic year, Don. Every month, every game that they miss the next day or a few days later, you get your refund, just like they did during the pandemic. Like I had the season tickets for the 2020 season. Every time a game passed that was missed, they refunded you for that game. So they went game by game. So that's probably how they're going to do it. I agree, Andrew. If they don't try to win, I think they shouldn't own a team. But you can't force an owner to sell a team unless he does something illegal or something racial or something that can jeopardize the integrity of the game. So you just can't do nothing. Yeah, exactly, Deltoni. 100% correct. So, guys, I'm going to refresh Twitter. Joe, I'll get to your. I see your comments are upcoming next, so I'm just going to refresh Twitter, see if you get anything at all. Let's see. All right, so Michael Silverman of Sports Business Report. Rockies owner Dick Montfort and chief MLB negotiator Dan Halem head into talk with players just before 5 o'clock. So they're going back. They're still talking. So they're going into it again. So it's 5 o'clock. They're still talking. Let's see how long this negotiations last. But I will be with you probably until 6:30. Maybe if I'm feeling happy, 7. So we got some Spanish baseball reporters saying the same thing. Rockies owner and Dan Halem going to the players' side. And one of the guys in the photo has a folder or a booklet. So maybe that's a proposal. We'll see. So if anybody is curious, Mets minor league opening days, April 5th, the AAA Syracuse Mets versus Scranton Wilkes-Barre. April 8th, Binghamton at Hartford. And April 8th again, High Brooklyn at Wilmington. And Low A St. Lucie at Daytona. So if you're in those areas, go to the minor league games and support those teams. Yep, Chelsea Jane said the same thing. So they are going back to the union side to speak. So let's see how long that lasts. So frustrating, guys. Really. Yeah, Joe. Mauricio would have to be in that trade that Timothy said. Cool, Aiden. That's cool. Daytona, as long as he's out of the NL East, I'm extremely happy. But I would prefer him to be in the American League. That would just save me so much trouble. I don't know about Nelson Cruz. I think the Mets have enough players on their roster right now that can be the everyday DH. Cano, JD Davis, Pete Alonso if the Mets somehow get Freeman. There's options there. But I don't think Nelson Cruz is an option because you're probably going to have to give him around $10, $11 million for 1 year, and I'd rather just use that money elsewhere. Fernando, what are your thoughts about Russia and possible World War III? That you're going to get drafted, Fernando, and then I'm going to stay home and watch it. I don't know. Honestly, it's sad, but what can I do, right? I'm just a YouTube guy who goes to work every day. That's about it. Well, it's Robert. It's for all free agents. It's for every player in the union. Every player can go to the facility. It has nothing to do with free agents or team players that are already on teams. So it's the MLBPA putting this together. So if you're a part of the MLBPA, you're allowed in this facility. Well, yeah, VJ. The problem with that is you can't tell an owner of a company or owner of a team to sell their team if they did nothing wrong. There's no law or rule saying that you have to spend money, because there's no guarantee if the Pirates spend $180 million on players or on their payroll. It doesn't guarantee them a playoff spot. It doesn't guarantee them a World Series. So if there's no guarantee that a team that spends $180 million makes the playoffs or possibly win a World Series, there's no incentive to do that. And there's no rule against that. There's not a minimum salary cap. I think the NBA has a minimum salary cap. And the NFL, I think, has a minimum salary cap. You have to spend at least this much. But again, the players don't want a minimum salary because that means there has to be a salary cap as well. So that's why the players aren't asking for a minimum salary payroll for a team. Because if the if the players want a minimum salary or payroll, the owners are going to ask for, well, if you want a minimum payroll of say $100 million, well, we want a cap of 200. The players aren't going to go for that. So again, there's no obligation for the owners to spend any money. That's why I think the Pirates or the Guardians have the lowest payrolls at like 24, $25 million. That's a joke. I mean, Max Scherzer makes more than that. But again, there's no rule saying they have to spend any money or a minimum. So that's how it is, VJ, unfortunately. Well, yeah, that's the problem with the minors. It sucks. This collective bargaining agreement has nothing to do with the minor league players, and it's unfortunate and sad, but there's not much to say except until the owners realize that these guys need to make a living as well. $500 a month is, I don't care what state you live in. You can live in the cheapest state in the country. You ain't gonna be able to afford anything. So that's cool, Aiden. Well, yeah. I mean, they're not getting any free ride, but these owners know that there's no guarantee of spending $150 million or spending $40 million is going to get you anywhere, right? If there was a guarantee that you would make the playoffs if you spent $150 million, the owners would probably do it. But if you're from a small market team like, say, Pittsburgh, or let me put it at Cleveland, if you're a small market team, you know that if I know that I can spend $150 million, no problem. It's not going to hurt my pockets. But my team's going to win 75 games and not even sniff the playoffs. Why would I spend that money when if I spend $60 million, I'm going to win 70 games instead of 75? It doesn't get me anywhere except a draft pick that I might be a little closer to the number one spot. That's about it. Yeah, you can attend spring training games. Oh no, no, I don't think it's going to be games per se. Like it's going to be like like scrimmage games that they'll probably do in these facilities in Arizona and possibly Florida. I don't think you're going to be able to attend these games. So I don't know how it's going to work yet. We're going to hear more, I guess, when this lockout continues, probably. Kurt, how you doing? There you go. Braden says check Twitter. All right, I'm going to check Twitter right now. We got a deal? No. Let's see. Let's see. What does Braden see that I don't see yet? All right, so the owners, it looks like Manfred and two other guys are walking. I don't know if they were walking towards the player side or leaving. Not sure. Let's see what else there is. Once again, guys, if you haven't canceled your MLB.TV subscription, do it now. This puts pressure on the owners. That's losing them a lot of money. And there's no point in renewing a subscription that you're not having no games or anything of that nature. So you're just spending money for no reason. So make sure you cancel your subscription. Let's see what else. Not really nothing else right now. More information about they're willing to cancel a month of the season according to the owners. Yeah, there's not really much Nothing really as of yet, but I'm assuming the next 20 minutes or so we'll probably hear a little bit more. Yeah, Braden, I already said that, but thank you for saying it again. So if people missed it, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, like how do you go in there as an owner and be like, I want this, this, and this, and the MLBPA is like, well, you just gave money to the Cardinals to take Arenado, so you didn't have to pay him. Well, because I think it's a majority of the owners that agree that they don't want to. They don't have to show the books. There's no rule against that. They don't have to. They're not a publicly owned company. They don't have to. So, you know, I mean, I know they cry poor at times, especially during a pandemic, but you can make it's. I think it's common sense. Teams like the Pirates and the Indians, or at least the Pirates, for example, haven't been good for so long. They're clearly not making as much as the Mets or the Red Sox or the Cubs or the Yankees. That's clear. Like I said, if the Braves are publicly owned, they're a publicly owned company, so they by law they have to show their books. They just happen to own the Braves. They opened their books. They made $100 million in revenue for the 2021 season, but that's $100 million. Their team just won the World Series, so clearly their revenue is jumped up. I can show you if you check in 2019, it might have been like 40 million, maybe 50, if that. And it seems like a lot of money, but when you look at the players' proposals, they want around 40 to 45% of that revenue share of their profits, which makes no sense. If you're a company that has employees, which the players are employees, if you're a company and your profit for the year is $200,000, but your employees who might be union say we want 45% of your total profits, and that's a part of the revenue share, you're going to give them $100,000? That never makes sense to me. These players get paid guaranteed contracts no matter of performance. They get bonuses in their contracts based on if they hit a certain amount of home runs, they win awards, they make the playoffs, they make the World Series. They have bonuses within their contract. Why do they need revenue sharing? They already get the revenue shared 50-50 with the owners and the players for their own merchandise being sold, or their face to some merchandise, or their name. So they get that part. Why do they need the profits from concessions and ticket sales when that's how the owners make their revenue? And they also want part of the TV deal as well. So it's weird to me. It's a lot of numbers. Like I said, it's all greed. So William, that's a possibility that you might see a couple of more. Like, say if the season doesn't start on time, all the minor league seasons start in the first week in April. If there's some minor leaguers who are on the border of being up or not, if they're playing really well, and by May 1st the season starts and the teams want them up, yeah, they could be game ready. They could be MLB ready. Why not, right? Oh, Lindor, I thought it was going to be sometime this week, but the way it's looking, maybe not. So I'm kind of leaning towards May 1st now, and I don't want to say that, but that's the way I feel now with all the information we've been getting today. Yeah, I see. I think Luis Rojas got a raw deal. He wasn't ready to be a manager yet. After the Beltran firing, Luis Rojas just got put in a crappy situation, and I don't think he was prime time ready to be an MLB manager yet. But I think this learning experience and being a third base coach with the Yankees with Boone and the Yankees organization, I think is going to help him be a better manager in the future. Yeah, I mean, I was shocked that the Mets basically gave all their shortstops in the system at that point. Mauricio was just coming up, so we knew about him, but we didn't think he was going to be. We didn't know what he was going to be yet. I mean, trading Rosario and Jimenez was like, wow, we traded all our shortstops, and we're banking on signing Lindor because at that moment Lindor was a rental until the Mets signed him. So, but yeah, that was insane. Yeah, of course the Mets are third out of all the. They have the third best odds to win the World Series. I mean, take that with a grain of salt, but I mean, how many teams are really better than the Mets? Maybe three or four, maybe. So, but yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I mean, did anybody in the beginning of the season think the Braves were going to win the World Series, or in 2019 the Nationals win the World Series? No. So look, I don't think it's the best team anymore. It used to be. If you were one of the best teams, there's a pretty good chance you're going to make the World Series. But nowadays, it's when you get hot at the right time. If you're hot going into the playoffs, there's a pretty good chance you're going to have a good run in the playoffs and possibly make the World Series. Remember, the Braves weren't really good until the second half of the season, until they made them trades from all them outfielders. The Eddie Rosarios, the Jorge Solers. That's when they took off. That was without Acuna, without their best pitcher, who got the Achilles injury again. So they won the World Series because they got hot at the right time. And I think if the team that's the hottest team in baseball at the end of the season going into the playoffs, that's the team you got to look out for. Can the Mets be that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. Like, when was the last time the Orioles were any good? Like early 2000s, late 90s? Maybe a few years during the Machado years and the Adam Jones years. That's about it. It's unfortunate. I mean, Met fans seen it as well. We're a big market team. And how many times did the Wilpons didn't spend money? I mean, it was so many years. We seen Eric Campbell playing first base, batting fourth. You know what I'm saying? Like Lucas Duda playing left field. Scott Harrison playing, on the Mets. Like Gary Sheffield later in his years. Like so many times, the Mets never spent money and it killed us, and we knew we weren't going to be good. It's unfortunate. I wish every team had the opportunity to be good, but in sports in general, there's always teams that are going to be bad. It's just a matter of the problem is with most sports, the teams that are really bad usually stay pretty bad. Unless you're a team that doesn't spend money, but you draft well, like the Rays, who spend no money and tend to win divisions and they're in the Yankees division. So it's just a matter of if you end up like the Rays, you can be successful, but that's rare. It's a dime a dozen. Aiden, I'm not sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow. We'll see how the news goes tonight. If they are going to negotiate, maybe I'll pop on for a few hours, but we'll see, buddy. Ed, I hope so. But obviously the players don't get paid if there's no games. They're not doing double headers because honestly, the owners lose money in double headers, right? Single ticket admissions are most double headers. You know, the owners lose money. So Andrew, yep, maybe at midnight. Yeah, possibly. Oh, that's cool, Daytona. Oh, I think Michael K is he has Jeff Passan on right now, right? Yeah. Well, Jeff Passan, if he says the deal is possible, but most likely not, I mean, he's kind of contradicting himself, right? He's saying, yeah, a deal can get done, but doesn't look like it can get done. So, look, these reporters don't know. They don't know anything until these guys walk out. So, yeah, I mean, the owners own these teams. Yeah, the owners are going to make money in the minors as well. I mean, not a lot, but they'll make something. But it gives the notoriety to the minor leaguers. If there's no, say if Major League Baseball misses a month, right, and everybody starts going to minor league games, right, and now SNY, Yes Network, and all the other TV stations that are supposed to be playing the major league teams games are broadcasting minor league games. Now it brings the attention to minor leagues, which brings more questions. Hey, why aren't the minor leaguers getting paid a little bit more, a living wage? That's going to take center stage, which is going to put a bad light on the owners, which is a good thing. So yes, the owners will make money, but it puts the spotlight back on the owners about paying these minor leaguers basically nothing. So it probably will help the players if that happens. MVP, I hope so, buddy. I really do hope so. I think the Mets are a contender now, but getting Freeman just emphasizes that contender odds for sure. But what is my reaction? That's my reaction if you get Freeman. I might knock open a beer if they get Freeman. Well, I had a guy I played college ball with. That was about 7 or 8 years ago. He got drafted by the Royals in when they had all those damn rounds. He was like the 40th round pick or something like that. He was pretty good. I mean, he was better than me. He was pretty good. And he was in the developmental league in the minors for the Royals. He made it all the way up to AA. And he even said it. He goes, I got nothing. I think at the time he was getting like $350 a month. He was living with 4 of his teammates in 1-bedroom apartment. And I forgot where he was. I think he was in Arizona somewhere. I'm not sure where. When he was in single A and AA. I believe he was in Arizona. And he said, it was tough. The 4 people he lived with, they barely made $1,000 a month. He was living like he was a college student, with ramen and cup of noodles. That's the way he was living. And it sucked. He says, the only time it was fun when you were at the facilities because they had a lot of things in the minor league facilities, like gyms and, just playing the game of baseball. He said it was tough. And, at some point he knew he wasn't going to be good enough to make the majors. And he decided to call it quits at I think 25 years old. So he can make a decent living for his life. He graduated college. He had a degree. He went to go get a job that actually pays. And that's what he did. And right now, I think he's an accountant for a firm. So, it's just some of them have to make that decision at some point. DPU. The update is the owners went back to the players to meet again, and that's all we know of at this moment at 5:30. But there is some information that the MLBPA is setting up a fully staffed facility for players to train in Mesa, Arizona, like a mini spring training for the players. I'm assuming they're going to set up one in Florida as well for the players that are living in Florida or have teams that they're in the spring training of Florida. So they're probably something similar in Arizona and Florida. So what that means, DPU, is there probably won't be a deal today, or most likely won't be, and it seems like a delay as the season is probably possible, more possible than that. Stoney, do you think the Mets tried to get Matt Chapman? No, I think it's less than a 50% chance, maybe like 30, only because I don't think it makes sense for the Mets. We talked about this prior streams, only because Brett Beatty seems like he's going to be a big time player, and he's a third baseman, and he might be up second half of this year, definitely next year. So getting Matt Chapman blocks Beatty, and I don't think the Mets want to do that. That's why I think Chris Bryant is more of the better option overall because you can move Chris Bryant to another position if Brett Beatty is that good and will be a third baseman in 2023. Chris Bryant can actually move to a different position very easily. Chapman can't. Yeah, Daytona. Yeah, see, they should. They should do that. They should form a minor league version of the MLBPA. Give them some damn rights. Yeah, they got a little bit more. They got housing. They are getting housing now. Well, I mean, who knows what the housing is? It might be one house with all the players. We don't really know. And then the meal allowance, which is not a lot, but they still make a crappy salary. Oh yeah, they can sign during the season. I mean, it's rare, but they could. Yeah, it's possible. Maybe things are turning. You never know, Fernando. Well, you see the thing with that, JD. I mean, but again, it's still look. They're already complaining about peanuts, right? With these CBA negotiations, it's peanuts to them. And with the subscriptions, it's still money that they're losing. They don't want to lose no money. These subscriptions, there's millions of people who buy these subscriptions. There's probably about a good amount of people that buy these subscriptions. I do it every year. I like to watch other games, not just the Mets and the Yankees. So it will hurt a little bit. It would show the displeasure of the fans. So that's a way to do it. Like I says, I'm not paying $130 for a subscription that I'm not getting no content to. It's stupid. That's why I didn't renew. I canceled it. If the season starts, if we know spring training is going to happen, I'll renew it. That's all. Yeah, I was just looking at that on the MLB Network. I mean, he's on Passing was on the K show right now. That he said the deadline is real. I told you guys that it can't be real because they can't cancel regular season games without the approval of players. You're gonna hear more reporters starting to say that. That's why Jeff Passan said that. The deadline isn't real. We all have to realize that. Again, these players have been working out. These players are probably getting together. That's why the MLBPA is putting them facilities together so these players can ramp up on their own. So when a deal is made, even if it's 2 weeks from now, the players can be ready to go by March 31st. So that's what it is. That's the only. I don't know. They might actually not be able to sell that game because, I mean, if you look at the back of if you buy the CD, the game, you see, or if you just when you turn it on, you see it has the MLBPA logo and the MLB logo. They're in agreement with that. The players get paid for that as well. So I don't know if they're allowed to sell that game because it's in the agreement. Well, Sports Live, look, I mean, the problem with that is, I agree. Look, they're both greedy. We know that. But let's be honest, Sports Live, they don't care about the fans. They never have. Maybe some fans were naive to think that players and owners, or at least one of the two, cared about the fans. They never did. Until it affects their pockets, they don't care about us. And that's the problem. And it's never going to change. Congratulations to your Bulldogs, by the way. You beat the hell out of my Wolverines, unfortunately. But yeah, that's the problem. Again, the average player, if you average out all the players, it was around a little bit above $4 million. So again, nobody's crying poor here. Look, the minimum salary is $575,000, right? even if you live in California and all those taxes, you're still bringing home $200,000, which is livable in California. So again, and that's not including the endorsements that they have, the other ways of revenue that they get. They get money from the video games. They probably show up in appearances and get paid. They make their money. So, I understand when some players, when they say, well, the minimum salaries are not, it's not, considering the other professional teams, sports have minimum salaries that are more than Major League Baseball. That makes sense. I understand that. But when one side cries poor, it's laughable for the blue collar people like us, because on average in the United States, the average salary is around $50,000. So we don't care about that. Cry poor, you're laughing. We're laughing. Daytona, JD, it might not be pushed back because, again, once again, the owners can't do that. The players have been working out on their own. These facilities are planned to have these guys work out in a mini spring training facility to get ready for opening day. Now, again, the players might agree to this because that puts leverage on for them as well. But again, it might not push it back. It really does depend, because if a deal gets done on Friday, there's still 3 weeks until opening day. That's still enough time, because if you heard the players, they've said it before. 3 or 4 weeks is more than enough time to get ready. Yes, you might not see pitchers throwing 7 innings for a little while, probably until late May, but you'll have a season on time. But there's no guarantee. Hey, Michael, how you doing? Yeah, exactly. They would make that work. Jeff Passan said it. The owners are not saying it because they don't want the players to believe that March 31st opening day could start on time. That's why Jeff Passan said on the Michael K show that today's deadline is not real, because it's not. It's up to the players on how much time they need. If the players say we only need 2 weeks, the owners can't do nothing about that. Pro Baseball Live here. All right, I'm going to look at that right now. Excuse me, guys. Oh, yeah, MB, I saw about that already with Bryce Harper. Yeah, but JD, I understand about the injuries and stuff, but the players keep saying, even during this lockout, that all they need is about 3 weeks of spring training. So, you got to remember, it was different during the pandemic, because spring training, they had like 2 weeks of spring training before the shutdown because of the pandemic. And then they didn't ramp back up until late June into July for spring training, for the spring training 2.0. So it was the ramp up in early February, then the shutdown, then nothing for 2 or 3 months, and then the ramp up again. This is different because these guys didn't ramp up for spring training and then stop. They're going through their normal workouts to get ready for spring training. The pandemic was different. I understand what you're saying, Joe and JD, because they ramped up for spring training in 2020. They were already in spring training, ramping up for the season. Then the shutdown, nothing for 3 or 4 months until June. And then they had a 3 week spring training because they had to ramp back up. So it's like a start, get ready, shut down. Then they got ready again. So it's different than this. That's why they're doing their casual, regular workouts like they do on their own time to get ready for spring training. It's just that their regular workouts that they normally do in their private trainings and everything like that is still just going to be their private trainings until spring training starts and they can ramp up. It's a big difference. That's why there won't be as many injuries. I have a pretty good feeling there won't be as many injuries as 2020 because of the whole reason of them having 2 weeks of spring training. Then the pandemic happened, shut down. Now they rest. They got warmed up. They got their arms ready. And then what happened? They had to shut down. So now they're all cold again. They're all back home doing nothing. A lot of them couldn't train because of the pandemic. They had nowhere to train. Everything was closed except in their house or in their backyards. They were just training that way, which is not perfect. And then they started up spring training back again. So it's a little different, much different. Oh, Eric Campbell. Jesus Lord. Yes, the league said they want 3 to 4 weeks. But the players said they can have 3 weeks and they'll be fine. Nick, what do I think of the chances tonight? I'm gonna put it at like 40%. Because I haven't heard anything that gets me excited that they're close to a deal. But again, we haven't heard anything about what's really been going on. All we've been getting reports of the owners or the MLB representatives have been going to the players' side. Then they went back to their side and went back to the players' side. That's all we really heard. And we only heard a little bit of news about the MLB PA putting together a fully staffed facility in Mesa, Arizona for the players. That's it. So we really haven't heard anything. There could be some good things going on, but we don't really know. Yeah, MB, I don't think we're allowed to watch that, honestly. I think it's just going to be a closed facility. I don't think maybe, but I doubt it. Yeah, there's going to be no double headers. They're not making up the games. The owners don't want to pay the players for missed games. So if the owners would have said, "Yeah, we'll play double headers," there's no leverage for the players to get a deal done. So I don't like it, but it's a smart move by the owners, saying that that we're not making up games because that saves the owners money and not pay the players for those games. So don't expect double headers. Do we get Soto? I think we'll be in the running to get Soto. I think the Mets have to be the favorite since we have the richest owner. And it seems like if Steve Cohen wants that player, he's going to be able to pay the most money. Yeah, and they're talking, but I mean, they were talking yesterday too, and nothing really got done. Well, I don't think the players will do that. I mean, maybe the owners asked and the players said no, we'll strike. I don't know. Yeah, Joe, I know it's announced, but that doesn't mean it can go on market. I don't know how that works if there's no agreement, because part of the CBA does have a percentage of what the players and the owners get for the representation of that game. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't remember if 2020 it was delayed. I don't remember. I don't think so. But it is a possibility because that had nothing to do with the CBA because the CBA was already in place in 2020. But no. It doesn't have to do with me knowing about a lawyer. The point is, there's federal laws and local laws stating you can't stop if you have a union, if you have an agreement between employees and a company, no matter if the CBA expired or not, if there's no agreed upon CBA, the old CBA is still in effect until you sign the new one. Just like if there was no lockout right now, spring training can happen, right? If they were in both good faith and they wanted to negotiate during the season, they're still running the player. The minimum salary is still going to be the old CBA until they agree to the old one or to the new one. That's how it works. You'll see. I'm telling you, JD, you'll see it. I can almost guarantee it. The owners say they set the deadline, which I still think is bullcrap. This deadline, but if the owners are really harsh on this deadline, the players are going to file a grievance. The players are going to win that grievance because their employees not being able to work and get paid, and that's illegal in this country. It's a federal law. And it doesn't matter if the judges are pro corporate. That's fine. But the judge can't go against the law of the federal government. The players are going to sue, and it's a grievance. You cannot, as a company, use a lockout or lock out your employees to gain leverage in a negotiation for a collective bargaining agreement. You can't do that. It's against the law. They might file a motion to get rid of the grievance, but it's going to be very hard because the players are right in this situation, and it's a labor problem. It's labor laws. That's the bigger problem here. And you'll see it. I guarantee it. If the owners stay firm on this deadline and say we're canceling regular season games, the players are going to file a grievance, and great. Nothing's perfect. Nothing's guaranteed. But there's a pretty good shot that the players are going to win this grievance. And the owners still might lock out the players for the entire spring training. And that's why I think the MLBPA is setting up this facility for the players only spring training that's fully staffed by the MLBPA, based on the fact that the owners legally can lock out the players during spring training because they're not actually paying the players a salary. But when you try to cancel games, that's money that's not being paid to the players. You can't do that by law. Merlin Full, I don't really want to talk about that. Honestly, I've said something before about it. I don't really care. I have my content. He has his, just like every other content creator has their own. If he has anything to say about me, fine. I don't really care. I do my own stuff. I have my own opinions. I know who I am. That's about it. Well, because first off, the owners can't talk about the players because of the lockout. So you're not going to hear anything about that. If spring training was going on, you'll definitely hear about that. And DeGrom is a quiet guy. There's no need for him to say anything. Sorry, I just dropped the mic. You don't need to say anything. So. Yeah, Robert, it would take a few days, to get everything in order, all the papers signed and everything like that. But as soon as they agree to it, even though it's not signed officially, if they both agree to the words right there, like a handshake agreement, the owners will end the lockout right away. And then free agency can start, trades, and players can start ending up in the facilities. But officially, yes, it'll take a few days for the papers to get in order. Yeah, Nick, I know you say that, and yet we probably, I think it's because we've been so demoralized with this lockout. But let's be honest, Nick, come on. If the lockout ends tonight, you're not going to be excited. Like, things are going to go crazy in the next week for free agency. You might not be a little, you're just down right now because there's nothing going on. But as soon as you get that first alert and all those tweets about rumors, you'll get back at it again. Well, I mean, the United States run on capitalism. That's basically our motto, big government, big corps, big pharma. Excuse me. Well, yeah, I think the owners are trying to get a deal, but they want their deal. It's, you know, they're making threats at this point. That's what it is. Yeah, Daytona. Same with me. I like to come home knowing that there's a game at 7 o'clock. Get ready, eat some dinner, eat some food, get ready for the game. Stony, apparently they're still meeting. Haven't heard nothing yet. I mean, I haven't checked Twitter, but I'm gonna check it right now for you guys. Let's see. What do we got? Excuse me. No, just a couple of things that the Yankees hired assistant hitting coach Hensley Mullins. That's about it so far. Um, let's see. Yeah, I mean nothing yet. So somebody, I think you guys know Ball Cap Sports with his YouTube channel. They're you know, he had a thing that says, "How are your next feeling with all this back and forth?" And he has this. So, yeah, I mean, all right, Dan Halen and Dick Monfort, Rockies owner, returned to MLB owner's side after 50-minute session. So that's one of the longer sessions they had, at least today. So we'll see what happens. It's almost 6 o'clock. See. Yeah, I mean it's taking longer. They're spending more time than they did yesterday. Yeah, Fernando, I'm still here. Wait until football. Oh boy, that's a long way away. Well, at least the draft is in April, so yeah, I'll probably hit up. If the season doesn't start on time, I'll probably go to the Brooklyn Cyclones games. It's around where I am, so I'll probably go to a few of those games. Support the minor leaguers. Joe, I haven't. I've been here for what is it? Going on 4 hours? Because you haven't seen me sipping a lot of my drink yet. So, yep, Brady. So that's the update at the moment. Let me just change it up. And I'll put up the new update. All right, so there you go, guys. That's the latest right now. MLB owners or representatives walk back to their side after 50-minute session with players. Now we wait again. So that's it at the moment. I think Max, honestly, Fernando, I think Max Scherzer will probably have about 24 starts, maybe 25. I think he's going to miss some games. I mean, he has over the last couple of years, but he's a bulldog and he's pitched through a lot of injuries. So sorry, guys, I'm just looking for something. I thought I saw a tweet about from somebody, but I'm not yet. Okay, all right, I did not. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, honestly, all the players are training somewhere. Some of them got together. I don't know. I don't listen to him. He said something? Okay. All I know, he blocked me on Twitter. Whatever that means. I mean, I didn't say nothing about him. I don't care. Gotta charge my PS5 remote as my baseball remote. All right, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, Jeter is a corporate now. He's no longer a player. Well, yeah, because they don't score for him. Wait, he actually said something about me in a video. I don't know. You just got an underdog notification. Hold on. Let's see. What do we get? Let's see. Uh, yeah, I don't see anything yet. Let's see. No, Bocap Schwartz is pretty good. I subscribe to him. I listen to. I watch his videos and stuff. He's really good. Who's underdog? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Maybe I do follow him. I don't know. Underdog. I don't know who that is. I mean, you could say what they said, uh, Braden. No, she's not a female pitching coach. I don't think. I think she was a Isn't she like a director of something? Ooh, Daytona. I like that one. That's like something you put on a shirt. I like that. Give a nice clap for Daytona. I like that comment. That's right. The PS5 controller. You can't beat that, man. I got the some of you guys have seen it already, but the MLB the baseball skin with the seams, and I got it on my PS5 as well. So that's pretty cool. Gotta make it unique. All right, Joe, I just saw your. All right, so right away, this was a minute ago that Joe just sent that. Ken Davidoff, I think it was. Ken Davidoff already. Ron Manfred and Dan Helm are returning to the player side. So they were there for about 50 minutes. Dan Halem and the Rockies owner was with the players for 50 minutes. They went back to the owner's side, and now Manfred and Halem are going back to the player side. So maybe that's some good news. Let's see. So John Heyman just tweeted that proposals and counter proposals are going back and forth. So they're still trying. So that's good. They're going back and forth with different proposals. So maybe they are getting somewhere. It's already 6 o'clock, guys. So let's see. Uh, so we're back to another meeting. All right, so I gotta change it again, guys. Give me a second, guys. I'm just putting up the block to show what's the latest. All right, guys. So the latest is this: Manfred and Halem are back at the players' side after just being with them for 50 minutes. Are back on the players' side, according to Ken Davidoff. And now John Heyman tweeted that proposals and counteroffers proposals are going back and forth. So I guess that's a good sign. I agree, Andrew. No problem, Daytona. Yeah, exactly, Andre. It's good that proposals are going back and forth quickly, because that was a quick counter proposal, right? The Marlon and the Rockies owner got a proposal from the players. They were with them with 50 minutes. Now they went back, and now Manfred and Halem are going back to the players. So it looks like the proposals are coming back quick. I mean, you would think if the proposals are going back quick, there's only minor changes to each other's proposals. So maybe that's a good thing. Oh, Grant's back. There he is. There he is. Oh, well, no, JD, I don't know because John Heyman was on WFAN this morning actually, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't this no yesterday. And he did say that he wasn't really on the owner's side. He was saying that the players do have certain things that he agrees with, but he did say that both sides are at a point where they don't want to budge. So, well, all I had was coffee, guys. Yeah, Joe. I mean, isn't that smart negotiating? Why go up 5 million when you can go up slowly 1 million each time? DeGrom can win the Cy Young if he stays healthy. Why not? You might be right, JD. They might be maybe just for appearances, looking like they're trying hard, but we'll see. Yeah, I think they're all at the meetings. I think they're all there. I know John Heyman lives in Florida, so he's probably there. Most of the reporters are. I mean, there's actual pictures of these guys going back and forth. Matt, percentage wise, I'm at like 40%. I think about a few hours ago I said 30%. So I'm about 40% because it's 6 o'clock and it does seem like they're giving counter proposals when the last couple of meetings, the last couple of days, they were giving one proposal to each other and spoke for a little while and then left. So it's nice to see proposals going back and forth, counter proposals. So it seems like they're trying. How hard? I don't know. Obviously, we don't know everything yet, but at least we know that they're going back and forth. You know, the owners' representatives were there with the players for 50 minutes, and then went back to their side, and not even 15 minutes later, went right back to the player side. So clearly, it was a small change that they made to the proposal. So that's what it seems like, in my opinion. Oh yeah, of course. But you can say that about any player. Health. As long as they're healthy, the ground should be a Cy Young Award candidate for sure. Same with Max Scherzer. If Max Scherzer was healthy, he has a chance as well. I mean, I think he was third last year in the Cy Young voting. Yeah, I doubt that would ever happen. I mean, yeah, I mean that would be cool, but we would probably get more pissed off just by seeing it, knowing that nobody wants to look bad, so they'll never do that. Aiden, I don't know. I mean, it's already 6 o'clock. They've been at these meetings or in the facility since 10 o'clock this morning, so it's already 8 hours in. And I've been with you guys for 4, so whole bunch of hours, nothing as of yet. Now, Matt Harvey's gonna get suspended for admitting that he did coke when he played. Matt, at this point, I'm just numb to both sides. I think both sides are asking for way too much, and I feel like they're just greedy at this point. I was early into the lockout. I was on the players' side, and then maybe about 2 weeks ago, I was on the owner's side. Now, I honestly, I don't really have a side anymore. I just feel like both sides are not really budging in their proposals much, and it's just hurting everything. So, but I guess if I had to choose, I would be on the players' side a little bit. But at this point, I just want the deal to get done. I can care who wins the CBA. Joe, I am off tonight. Thank God. One of my rare days off. So, but yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't want to get a good night's sleep, guys. I love you guys, but you know, when I don't have to, right now I would be going to work in like 3 hours. So it's like, Stoney, I said this earlier. Who's my favorite Met? I don't know if you're asking me, maybe, but if you are, I'll say it again. Ray Ordonez. He was my favorite player. Hansel Robles. Wait, the same guy that goes like this? when when the ball goes 450 feet and he points up like it's a pop up in the infield. Daytona, I wouldn't say something's up. I just think maybe they're making enough progress, but I would be shocked if they make a deal tonight. Would they make enough progress? They talk tomorrow, possibly, but we would have to wait and see, right? Yeah, Edwin Diaz does that. He did that a few times. Yeah, that's cool, Marlon Full. I mean, if you're younger, you're not going to be able to know, or you might know Ray Ordonez, but you didn't see Ray Ordonez. Yeah, exactly. What's funny? It never really came to me about Harvey with the nosebleeds, and then when I mean, one of the I guess the symptoms or the the side effects of sniffing cocaine is bleeding nosebleeds, and it just makes sense now. Now it makes sense. Like sometimes like if you're in like dry heat or you're kind of you know you're in a different atmosphere. Like if you're in New York and then you go to a high altitude like Colorado, your nose might bleed because your body's not adjusting to the different type of altitude or the air. But clearly that was because of the cocaine. Now, yeah, the Yankee did sign Bam Bam. Well, I mean, I would say I like Strawberry, but I wasn't around when he played with the Mets, so yeah, exactly, Grant. Lenny and Matt Harvey can sniff those lines together, I guess. Let's see, what else do we have here? Got anything? Let's see. Let's see. Some people talking about MLB.TV canceling their subscription. Fans just saying how frustrated they are with this. Jesse Rogers just tweeted about 4 minutes ago, another round of talks with the players as Rob Manfred is over there again. So, I mean, okay, so Jeff Passan said, oh, we talked about this already. Never mind. Sorry. Some people are just retweeting certain things. All right, so that's it so far, guys. So Manfred and Halem are back on the players' side again. So, hey, that's about right. I think 45, 40%. Well, we know why Wheeler was let go by the Mets because the Wilpons owned the team and didn't want to pay him. And then Brody said, "Oh well, we're not going to pay a guy who only had a year and a half good year." Like, really, you jerk. Robin Ventura, one of the best third basemen the Mets ever had. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in right here, Talking Mets with Rob, thank you guys for tuning in, sticking with me for 4+ hours right now, waiting for any breaking news about the CBA or any type of news of the negotiations, sticking around here. Please hit on that like button if you haven't already. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. And don't forget, guys, I posted a video today about why the MLB owners are lying about canceling regular season games because they don't have the power to do that alone. They need players' approval. So check out that video once you get a chance. I know you guys are with me now, but whenever you get that chance, please roll over to that video and check it out. And just want to talk about if you want to become a member of Talking Mets with Rob, you get exclusive perks for being a member. You if any membership you pick between Orange and Blue, Shea Stadium, or You Gotta Believe, you get access to my videos a few hours before they go live to the public. You also get that. Obviously, different memberships, you get different perks. There is giveaways for all members, such as bobbleheads, plaques, hats, shirts, hoodies, all types of different giveaways for all types of members. And exclusively for You Gotta Believe members, if you become a You Gotta Believe member, you will get access or a chance to win tickets to games. Either if you don't live in New York, you live in a city where the Mets are coming to town. If you win that giveaway, I will have no problem buying a ticket or two to send your way so you can go to a Mets game. Or if you're in New York, you'll get that free giveaway ticket and go to a game with me, or just send you 2 tickets and we'll go from there. So check out the membership and all the perks that come with it. All you got to do is click on that join button below the stream. If you're on a phone, you just got to close the live chat box and click on it and look at the memberships and pick the one you want if you want to become a member. So thank you for listening to that. I see they got a lot of comments coming in. All right, what do we got here? Remember Jared Porter. Yeah, I don't think the Padres would do that, Fernando. Let's see. All right, check Twitter. Here we go. All right, hold on 1 second. Okay, so Chelsea Jeans just tweeted, Manfred just walked forth, back and forth the first time ever, offered a quote, we're working at it. I guess that's a good sign. I mean, it's worse than saying nothing, right? But at the moment, that's what we got. We're working at it. Or we're working on it. So, hey, better than nothing, right? Well, I hope you're working on it. What the hell are you doing there, right? Yeah, that's basically it at the moment. So I guess that's good news. God, I hope you have a 162 game season. It'll make me very happy. Yep. That is it at the moment, guys. So we got a quick quote from Rob Manfred walking back and forth saying that we are working on it. So it's 6:17 on a Monday night. I guess, I'll try to be with you as long as possible. Mike Puma tweeted something as well. What did he tweet? Yeah, I mean, he tweeted about, the Mets former bench coach. Just reminded to all the players are locked out. They aren't on strike. There isn't a picket line. The owners can't hire replacement players. Yep, there was a video by Evan Drellich saying we're working at it. See if we can get it. Let me see if I can put the volume up here for you guys. Hold on.
Any comment? We're working at it.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but he said any comment? He said we're working at it. So one more time for people just tuning in, just listen closely.
Any comment? We're working at it.
There you go. We're working at it. So 6 o'clock, they're walking back and forth, and let's hope it's good news, guys. Yeah, exactly, Jared. I said that earlier. I mean, it's good that counter proposals are going back and forth, so they're fixing or they're changing things back and forth. So at least it seems like maybe they're getting closer to certain things, and that's why the proposals are so quick. Get busy. I don't blame you. Yeah, I should change it, right? Fernando, I know. Yeah, get busy. I don't blame you, honestly. Some people might feel that way. I'm the sucker that will go back. It's just baseball's my sport. But I understand. Some people feel that way, and I can't blame you. I can't blame you. If you don't want to spend your money, you just don't want to do with it, you have the right to do that, right? It's just a matter of what you consider is worth your time. And you know what? Nowadays, there's so many different options to do stuff and watch things and choose other sports. That's just what it is. Yeah, if you listen to some people, they think it's the most boring game in the world, which I just don't get. Yeah, Mom, Mohammed, I'm waiting for news, man. They're still talking. Yeah, they're making revisions, Grant. Absolutely. It can't mean bad things. I mean, yeah, exactly. If they're going back quickly, that means there's small adjustments being made. So that can't be a bad thing. At least we hope not. Well, actually, I put up a poll. Not a lot of people wanted to do it. Honestly, there's some people that did it last year that are not this year. So I'm gonna see. I mean, if anybody wants to join a fantasy baseball league based on my channel, it'll be Talkin Mets and Rob Fantasy Baseball League. If you want to join, let me know. And we need at least 10. And if we get more, that's great. But at the moment, Fernando, not a lot of people wanted to do it from last year, so we need at least 10 people again. Thank you, Andrew. Give me a little bit of a plug. I like that. Well, I think I checked earlier. I got like 60 likes. So I mean that's pretty good since considering it's been averaging around 50, 60 people the entire time. So yeah, Fernando, exactly. Hey guys, if you want to, I'm thinking about putting a fantasy baseball league together again, like I did last year. And that was before I had a lot less than 1,000 subscribers, and now I'm up to like around 1,650 or something like that. So, the more people that want to join, the better. So, if you want to join the Fantasy Baseball League, please let me know. Just send a comment in one of my videos that you want to join, and I'll put your name down so I have it, and I'll let you know if we started or not. So, that would be cool. That we can do it again. It was fun last year. Maybe this year I'll do a little bit of incentives. Maybe it'll be a money fantasy league, like a $10 or $20 buy-in. We'll see. But if you want to join, just let me know. Yeah, exactly. And people don't want to learn the intricacies of the game. Like some people just watch it and be like, oh, he throws the ball, he hits the ball, this other guy catches the ball. But there's so much talk in between. Like, wow, what if the third baseman gets this ball? You think he's gonna go home, or he's gonna try for the double play? Little things like that people that are casual to the game don't really understand the intricacies of the game. So, but that's unfortunate. There you go. Damn, Stony, that phone, man, keeps on doesn't like me there. All right, guys. So we know what was the update. If you just tuning in, Manfred was asked by the reporter when he was walking back to the player's side. The reporter said, "Any news?" Manfred said, "Working at it, walking quickly to the other side again." So it seems like counter proposals are quickly going back and forth, which is not a bad sign. It seems like it's a good sign. They're working on probably little details, changing little back and forth. So it doesn't seem like it's a bad thing at the moment. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Robert. I don't know. Them phones must be hot, man. You got to keep on charging. You've been with 4 hours. If you continue to watch, man, jeez. Jace, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Jace, if you just tuning in, just look at the comment right there. The owner, the representative of Major League Baseball are going back and forth. Counter proposals have been going back and forth. Manfred was asked by a reporter, any news? Manfred said, working at it. So, thumbs up, I guess, at the moment. Hopefully, Derry. Let's hope it's that. Let's hope, man. Let's hope. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Joe. I think the small things like draft lottery and probably draft pick compensation, DH, maybe minimum salary has been figured out a little bit. So I think the bigger details are trying to get worked out, man. But let's hope, man. Let's freaking hope. I'm gonna refresh Twitter again to see. Oh, sorry, guys. My volume. Let me just lower that a little bit. Let's see, what else do we got? Obviously, a lot of reporters and ours, John Heyman, Jeff Passan, are all tweeting about Rob Manfred's quote. We're working on it. Bob Nightingale says Rob Manfred and Dan Helm spent 17 minutes on a player's side before Manfred said we're working on it. So, again, back and forth we go. Anything else? So, guys, during this brief intermission, your boy's got to take a break for a second. I will be right back in about 2 minutes. All right, so don't leave. I'll be with you in 2 seconds. All right, give me a 2-minute break. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. 4 hours without a bathroom break. I'm ready to go. I'm back. All right, here we go. We're back. I know there was a few questions. Let me just go back to where I was. Oh yeah, Jared. If there's definitely a deal today or tomorrow, it's going to be a very busy day. Okay, that's cool. First deal the Mets make, Chris Bryant. Book it. Okay, Joe, I'm going to look right now. So, okay, John Heyman said the 14-team postseason is a very big issue at the moment. The union sees this as their biggest bargaining chip as MLB pressing hard for it. Union previously agreed to 12 teams, so one way or another, it's expanding. Well, that's good. So, Joseph, the latest update with the meeting is that the MLB Manfred and his lead negotiator went back to the players' side, and there was a quote by Manfred stating that we are working on it. So, I guess that's a good sign. The biggest key at the moment is the 14-team playoff, 14 teams in the playoffs, and that's a little bit of a sticking point. And the Players Association think it's actually their best bargaining chip at the moment. So we will see. Scoop, how you doing? Let's hope it gets done. I don't know about odds, but I'm still sticking around a little bit under 50%. Mueller, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Let's see what else I can find for you guys. See what's going on. All right, let's see. What else do we got? See what else we can find here. Any juicy stuff that we can find. Mula, I don't know. They're still going on. It's already been later than every other time than the whole week so far. They've been meeting since 10 o'clock this morning, so that's got to be a good sign. It's almost what 10 hours of meetings. So yes, Tony, it could be anything what they're working on, but I think they're going back and forth on major issues one by one. So I rather that than nothing at all, because the meetings could have ended quickly by now. But Jared, I'm gonna 7 for sure. Hopefully we get some news, but 7:30 is probably the latest right now. Yeah, exactly, Joe. Nightingale, don't tweet it first, because then we'll be really screwed. Yeah, Andre, exactly. Then today's meeting has been the longest, like in its entirety for the last week. So, I think that's priority number one for the Mets, Mueller. I do think so. If I was a betting man, which I kind of am, I would bet Chris Bryant would be the first move the Mets make post lockout. Oh yeah, Jared. I don't think it's just messing around back and forth. I think probably earlier today, it seemed like that's all they were doing was just bluffing back and forth. But it seems like they're actually picking up some steam a little bit. Again, Saturday after Friday when they had somewhat of an agreement with the draft lottery, that Saturday was supposed to be the day of things to happen. And sadly, we kept on hearing news back and forth that there were proposals, counter proposals, and then we heard really bad news. And Sunday was basically a wash. So I don't want to get anybody hopes up, but it doesn't seem like a bad thing that they've been at it for almost 8 hours. Mueller, I'm thinking it'll be Chris Bryant. I have four free agents that I think the Mets are going to sign. Chris Bryant, Yusei Kikuchi, Andrew Chafin, and Ryan Tepera. I think that's the 4 guys the Mets are going to go after for free agency. Yeah, exactly, Andre. Like I said, I think the players called the owners bluff for the entire week. And then the owners obviously said today that they're willing to miss a month. The players don't want to do that. They're losing a month's salary. I mean, they don't want that. But the players also know they can't just give in and give what the owners want. Neon, nice. I wish I was supposed to be there this whole weekend. I wish I was in spring training. But at least you got better weather than me. Thank you, Neon, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Hey, Joseph. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Getting paid and listening to me. That's not a bad thing, right? I mean, there's so much deal, like so much issues in the deal. I mean, I think any way you look at it, I think the players are going to win this CBA. If it's by a lot or a little, I think the players are going to have just a little bit more than the owners. You know, like I said, even if the players get minimal things, they're probably going to see it as a win and complain about the stuff they didn't get. So, you know, honestly, I don't care what's in the deal at this point. Just get a deal done and let's get baseball rolling. There's a lot of people, Jared. John Heyman, Jeff Passan, Chelsea Janes, Jesse Rogers. Don't follow Bob Nightingale. Who else am I missing? That's basically the main guys I do. I guess Ken Rosenthal. That's basically the guys I follow more, but I just can't think of them all right now. Yeah, Neon. I think they're gonna play spring training games. Just a matter of when and how many. I mean, if the deal gets done tonight, you should be expecting 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks of spring training, going right into March 31st opening day. Scoob, Chris Bryant would be a good for me. I agree. You know, not only does Chris Bryant play multiple, he's perfect for the Mets. He will help this lineup out offensively. He would automatically play anywhere you need him to play. Specifically, I think you'll be getting him for third base at this moment. And then there's no worry about Brett Beatty being blocked because you can move Chris Bryant to left field or right field and move Nimmo to left or right, whichever one you need. Put in Brett Beatty at third, and you're good to go. You know, depending on who's going to be a DH, you know, whoever's still on this team. Again, I think McNeil is going to get traded. Look, a big sign is if the Mets go after an outfielder, I think they're going to keep McNeil. If the Mets go after Chris Bryant, I think McNeil is going to be traded. I think the 2 guys that are going to be sticking around are Dominic Smith and JD Davis. Only because of the fact that Jeff McNeil can get you something in return more than Dominic Smith or JD Davis. You know, if the Mets go after Suzuki for the outfield, the Japanese star, or Castellanos, or bringing back Michael Conforto, McNeil can probably stick around at second base. Maybe. But if the Mets get Chris Bryant, I think you automatically put Chris Bryant at third base, move Escobar to second, trade McNeil probably for a pretty good reliever arm like a Taylor Rogers, and go from there. And keep around Dominic Smith as your backup first baseman or your DH, along with JD Davis. Excuse me. Yep, that's what we do. Mueller, no. Matt Chapman, no. I don't think it makes sense. For the reasoning why I think Chris Bryant is the better option. Only because you got Brett Beatty waiting in the wings in the minor leagues, who is rolling quickly through the minor leagues. I mean, by the end of this year, if he's not up in the second half with the Mets, he's definitely going to be in AA or AAA or a AAA by end of year. And 2023 he's going to be in the majors. So the problem with Matt Chapman is, yes, you can put him at third base this year, but if Brett Beatty's ready to go in 2023, you can't. There's nowhere to play Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman hasn't played second base at all, maybe 1 or 2 games. He's not a first baseman, so I don't think it's smart to get Matt Chapman and trade assets in return for Matt Chapman when you know Brett Beatty's coming up, because that means you have to trade a Mauricio, probably a McNeil, and that's too much to give up, knowing that you have a third baseman ready to come up and probably in the year or so. NB, any news? The only news is that Rob Manfred said a quote that we're working on it, and he went back to the players' side with Dan Halen, the lead negotiator for the owners. Dominic, how you doing? Dominic, we're hoping, buddy. We're really hoping. You know, they've been at it for almost 8.5 hours now, going back and forth, giving counter proposals. We really don't know much what's in these negotiations right now today. All we do know, what John Heyman tweeted, is that the 14-game playoff, the 14 teams in the playoffs are actually a big sticking point, and the players know that's a big bargaining chip in their negotiations for the owners, because the owners want that, and the players know that. So, I mean, maybe that's a good sign, but again, we don't know what's really said right now, so we just have to wait and see. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, Andre. The big market teams want the deal to be done already. Remember, the majority here with the owners are the minority owners, the owners that are small market. There's more of a majority than there is big market teams. The lockout was pushed upon the players by mostly all of the small market teams, because this CBA, these agreements, either hurt or help small market teams. The big market teams, it doesn't affect them at all for the most part. You know, they're still going to spend their money. They're still going to make their trades. They don't care. Just get a deal done. It's the small market teams who worry about the luxury tax, the competitive balance tax, the salary, minimum salaries, the arbitration, because that's hurting the small market teams, because they got to spend more money if the minimum salary is more than $575,000, or arbitration is earlier than 2.5 years, or the percentage of players eligible for arbitration. That's what they worry about. I hope so, but he's not going to play a lot at this moment, unless he's going to be the everyday DH. Well, I mean, I don't know at this point. I mean, I guess if the owners like a proposal, they need 23 votes. And if you count the big market teams, there's about 7. So 23 votes is what they need to approve an agreement. So you're probably going to need 23 small market, or probably if you get all 7 big market teams to vote yes, what do you need? Like 16 more owners to vote yes. So you need 23 owners to vote yes to an agreement. Yeah, I know, man. I'm sorry about your Pirates, man. You know, you got a beautiful ballpark, and your owners are cheap. You know what? Yeah, you need 23 out of 30 to pass the vote on the agreement, if there's any. Where is it? Stoney, I don't think Jeff's gonna have a bounce back year. I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. Because I think he got too power happy, and I think he just really believes he's a power hitter, and he's not. So, I mean, I hope he does. I mean, we need him to bounce back, but I don't think he's gonna be here. Exactly. Daytona, exactly. It would open up a lot of spots, for sure. William, how you doing? Well, if he did say that, then let's hope it's true. It's getting down to the wire now. It's almost 7 o'clock. Yeah, I mean yeah, oh yeah, I would think so, Andrew. Uh thank you for Karen. I had something earlier before I started the stream, so I'm okay. Got my coffee. I'm good. I'm okay. I don't have work tonight, so I'm good. Oh yes, Tony. Yeah, Chapman's great at defense. I mean, it's not about the player. It's not about the player, right? It's not about the player. The problem is even the same thing with J Ram from Cleveland. Both of these guys are going to be blocking Brett Beatty, and I don't think the Mets want to do that. And that's the problem. Not saying I wouldn't want, of course, I want Chapman or J Ram. Why not? They're going to help this team this year. But I think the Mets are looking at the big picture here, seeing that Brett Beatty, as fast as he's moving up the charts in the minor leagues, they don't want to block him. And they already blocked Mauricio because of the Lindor trade. And I don't think they necessarily wanted to do that, but when you have the opportunity to get one of the better players in the league, like Lindor, you make that trade. And Steve Cohen just became the owner. He wanted to make a big splash, and he did. So, not really looking at the bigger picture at that point with Mauricio. And let's be honest, guys, yes, Mauricio can, I wouldn't be surprised if Mauricio is starting to work in the outfield. When I had Joe DeMeo on about 2-3 months ago about his top 10 prospects list that he put up, he talked about Mauricio playing a little bit of outfield to learn the outfield because clearly the Mets could use him in the outfield, right? At some point. So we'll see. Maybe Mila. I talked about that earlier. I, I don't think Billy Epler is a fan of James McCann. So post lockout, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it's a priority. But if the Mets have a chance to get Wilson Contreras of the Cubs, that's an opportunity for the Mets to make a trade, to trade James McCann with a little bit of money going to the Cubs for Wilson Contreras, maybe with a mid-level minor leaguer going in return with James McCann and some money to the Cubs, because Stroman's best year was with McCann behind the plate. And maybe the Cubs are looking at that, knowing that they'll probably save money by getting McCann and some money from the Mets and saving money for Wilson Contreras, because Contreras, it seems like he's going to get a pretty good contract in a year or two. And it benefits the Mets because Wilson Contreras has good defense, has a good bat, and only 2 years left on his deal is perfect alignment when Francisco Alvarez is ready to come up to the majors. So I think it's a win-win on both sides. But will that happen? I'm not really sure it's a priority for the Mets, but if it comes up, yeah, I think they might think about it. Nick, we didn't, yeah, exactly. We didn't get like Friday, we didn't get any news at all for the most part, except guys walking back and forth. And then we found out that they had a pretty good basis about the draft lottery. Today, we didn't really hear much at all, except Rob Manfred, Dan Halem going to the players, coming back. Similar to Friday, so maybe that's a good sign. MLB Network said talks are close. Let's go. Oh yeah, Robert. I think if the deal is done tonight, I wouldn't be surprised by tomorrow midday. Things can happen. Yep, seems like it. Well, MLB Network just said. See, I got the subtitles on. I have it on mute right now, so I wasn't paying attention. But cool. All right. Well, no, I think the Rockies owner is one of them small market teams that are probably on the fence right now. Maybe. I mean, it's already 7 o'clock. I mean, if the deal's getting close, and I hear more and more news, that is good news. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on because I would like to be on when they get a deal done. So we'll see. They don't, I got my day off and I can't even get sleep. It's all good. Grant LFGM, baby. Yep. It's finally close, guys. It seems like it's close. The news are popping up. Popping up. So you know what you got to do, guys? You got to share this tweet, this stream to more people right now. Because if the deal gets close, we're going to have some fun here, guys. All right, let's see. All right. Hold on, guys. All right, guys. So it seems like, hold on. Let me just put that up there for the people who are just tuning in. Just give me a second. All right. So according to people in the comments and what I just saw on MLB Network, John Heyman on MLB Network stated that the deal is close. So we might be getting something here, guys. God, I would be so happy if baseball started, gets going again. I think Rob Manfred knows that Robert needs some sleep on his day off. So, I kind of text him and said, hey, I need some sleep here. I've been live for almost 5 hours. Let's go. Lindor, they said it on MLB Network. It's on the screen, buddy. I put it right there. Let me change the color so I guess you can see it better. I know the color's a little. Give me a second. I know it's a little brighter, but maybe you can see it a little. I don't know if you can. I can't freaking see it. Let's see. No. All right, I think that's a little better. It's a little more appealing. Deal is close, baby. Let's go. Joe Sherman on air said might be close. Let's go. Just give me a second, guys. I'm gonna check something out right here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Just gonna do something for good luck. Have some fun here. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Let's go. Got the apples up. That means it's gotta happen, right? It's gotta happen, guys. It's gotta happen. Let's go. Apples down. Apples up. Let's go. Let's go. It's my good luck apple. And just so you know, guys, just want to let you guys know. See this right here? The home run apple, right? You become a member of Talkin Mets at Rob. This is going to be one of the giveaways. Jacob deGrom, 2 Cy Young back-to-back. One of my giveaways. And one of my favorite things is the Citi Field replica stadium, mini stadium, is another one of those giveaways if you become a member. So make sure you become a member and you can be in those run-ins. Who knows? I might be that excited that I might just do a giveaway when the lockout ends. You never know, guys. All right. Yeah, if a deal doesn't get done today, I'll be pissed off. Apple is up. That's right. Apple's up. So I'm going to start refreshing Twitter a little bit more often. Maybe we'll get some extra good news.
We're all about to get exactly what we wanted. May baseball, baby, on the table.
I'm listening to Cotton Roberts as well. So, all right, what else we got here? What else we got here? Come on. Give us something, baby. Give us something. Give Mama what she wants. Come on. Let's go, guys. Let's get this deal done. We all want this deal done. Gotta get this deal done. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Okay. Yeah, so the Mets hired a director of Major League Operations, Elizabeth Ben. So she's at a very high ranking position, and that's great. You know, more females and all women in the game. More women is always not a bad thing, for sure. Yeah, Jared, absolutely. If a deal gets done tonight, I'm telling you guys, tomorrow it's gonna be crazy with free agents room, all these rumors going on. Yep, they're ordering dinner, so they're on it. Oh, this is a long one, guys. Woof. But that's okay. No, Robert. He didn't tweet it. He said it on MLB Network that a deal could be close. All right, so Jesse Rogers just tweeted from a comment. Somebody, are they still going? Jesse Rogers says yes, they're in their own caucus now, so they're speaking amongst themselves, their own parties. Jared, not 100% sure. I know tomorrow I usually do my Mets hot stove. Hey, listen, put it this way: if a deal gets done today, definitely Mets hot stove tomorrow at 5, because well, there'll be actual news. Joseph, this is 5 hours long, baby. 5 hours long. Stoney, Anthony Rizzo Cubs? I see that as a possibility. I know, Hayden, it's crazy. Gotta start joining some joining some company on this stream. I'm trying to listen to MLB Network, but I got it on mute because it's gonna affect the microphone, and you're gonna hear like echoes and stuff. So I don't want to make you guys deaf. But I'll see. Let's see. MLB. Hold on one second. Get it on my phone. Maybe it'll be a little easier. Excuse me. Hold on, guys. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just trying to. Just give me a second, guys. Here we go. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. What we got? All right. Thank you, Andrew. I'll be good, guys. Don't. Travis, what's up, buddy? Iron Rob. I like that name. Hey, Karen. How you doing? All right, guys. We got 75 live viewers, guys. I really appreciate all the support. Most of you guys sticking with me for 5 hours long. I really appreciate it. It's going good so far, guys. Don't remember, keep on hitting on that like button if you're new to if you're just coming in, guys. Right now, it seems like the deal is getting close, so that means that we're here for the long run, right, guys? Let's hope that the deal gets done and we can be very, very happy and hear some good things about the lockout. And this ends today. And tomorrow, Mets Hot Stove Live will actually be about rumors, real rumors. That's what we like, guys. Robert, I'm not saying thank you to Rob Manfred because he should have got this deal done 2 weeks ago, 3 months ago, for that matter. I don't think anybody should be getting a standing ovation on this. I think both sides really screwed up here. Let's see. Just checking something, guys. I just want to see something. Yeah, Travis, I 100% agree. Yeah, most of us are looking at MLB Network right now. Like I said, guys, I don't have the volume up on MLB Network. Uh, copyright situations as well. It might just take off the stream. And also the microphone with me talking and the TV might interfere a lot. It might just make you guys deaf. So, let's see. Okay. MB will call Manfred. I think Brian to the Mets too. I agree. Tigers fan, they're apparently John Heyman went on MLB Network and said that the deal is close. So, and also Jeff Passan also. So maybe we got some good news here. I'm gonna say Dominic Smith Daytona. Um, Tom Verducci just said they're making progress. So, hey guys, we might be here with the breaking news. Yeah, so I think Dominic Smith will have a breakout year, comeback year. I think Jeff McNeil's still gonna be pretty good. I don't think he's gonna be with the Mets though. So, but I'm gonna refresh Twitter to see if we got any more information. Somebody just tweeted, is tonight going to be one of those nights where the entirety of baseball Twitter won't be sleeping? Probably. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button. I'm going to be with you through the long run right here till we get the news of no deal or a deal. So hopefully you stick around and have some fun talking about this possible progress, possible deal getting close. Yep, just not much besides what we already know. But hey, it's better than what we heard over the last couple of days. Definitely going to be a long night. Tigers fan, well, there's progress, and John Heyman thinks it's close as well. So at the moment, they're both talking to each other's side. So I don't know if they're talking about counter proposals or what, but they're still there. So they're already on almost what 9 hours, almost 10 hours of being at these meetings. There you go, Stoney. I don't know. It's Florida, so you never know. It could be anything. A little bit of Mexican, a little bit of Caribbean food, a little bit of Thai food, everything. There. Uber Eats. John Heyman said that about what, a half hour ago, guys. 83 live viewers, guys. Really appreciate all the support and tuning in to Talkin' Mets at Rob. Sticking around 5 hours long, waiting for updates, getting updates. So stick around for all the updates. Hopefully, we get some news that we're waiting for to hear, which is ending the damn lockout. Stony March 8th. That would be fine with me. All that means is spring is opening day starting on time. Stoney's at it again. I actually started it the end of 2020, like December of 2020. I started my channel. So it's a little over a year. That was actually it was funny. because I wasn't gonna do it, and then I just started to do it, and I just started to get into it, and I liked it. So here we are, almost 1,700 subscribers later, and there we go. Jose, hot dogs, let's go. Maybe a beer as well. The deal gets done. We're all gonna have a party tomorrow. Joseph, apparently the deal is close, according to Verducci and John Heyman. So we're just sticking around waiting for the deal to get done. It's already past 7 o'clock. It seems like every hour we're getting more and more better news. So let's just see. Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be a long night. Not enough coffee in the world, man. There you go, Tigers fan. Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, yesterday they left their meetings. Yeah, it seemed like why not? I mean, midnight's the deadline, apparently, right? I don't know if I'm gonna be with you guys that long, but I mean, if the deal gets done while I'm asleep, at least I know Mets Hustle will be very interesting tomorrow at 5, right, guys? Tonight would be amazing, but I wouldn't mind tomorrow. Rob can get some sleep here. I used to play third base in college and high school, so I'll be comfortable there. Oh, Aiden, I'm sorry about school. That sucks. Joe, I just saw your message. I'm gonna look at it now. Chelsea Janes, Dan Halem, and Morgan Sword just headed back, so we carry on. It's like a cat and mouse game, man. It's hilarious. Heading back to the player side. Maybe it's to get them nice little pens and sign that little agreement, and we're good to go. Stoney says, "Go Cubs." Well, Stoney, I'm glad you have Stroman because he's a pain in the ass. Running out of coffee, guys. Getting excited now. Got to get the lights up. Little, little party going on here. Yeah. There we go. This is what happens when you're over 5 hours on a stream. It's gotta get some strobe lights. There we go. Sorry, guys. It's been a long day. Yeah, Aiden, probably. So that was my psychotic moment of the stream, guys. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you, Tigers. I really appreciate it. That's what you gotta do, Stoney. That's right. Or we can just sing the Mets song, right? Meet the Mets. Let's see. What else do we got here? Let me try to lower my TV here to be a little bit of a. There we go. Andrew, exactly. 3,000 followers and blocked 2,999. Let's just see. Gonna pop up the YouTube on my PS5 real quick. Joe, I like your message. Yeah, Braden. Well, Christian, now you sit back and relax and hope for a deal. Apparently, we're close. So let's hope. Let's hope. Mm-mm-mm. All right, I'm just looking at something, guys. Sorry. All right. Okay. Just opening up my there we go. Good. Just popping on the Netflix there. Here we go. Sometimes it just goes crazy. Sometimes. So. Crack a beer or whiskey. I hope so, Stoney. I really do hope so. I don't care what fan of a team you are. Right now, baseball fans want one thing. We're united in one thing. End the lockout. Right there. We can do the wave. Yeah, man. And you gotta, you know what? The Tigers are getting there, man. They just signed Baez. Who knows what else they're gonna do? Look, even if you're the worst team in baseball, pick the worst team in baseball. If you're a fan of that team, you just want baseball. Let's see, what else do we look at here? What else do we got here? All right, guys. So MLB Network is coming back on. Mike. Apparently we're close. According to John Heyman, Tom Verducci, they're both saying it's close. So why we're here, hoping for the best right now. Really are. Really, really are. Do a little bit of refresh of Twitter and see what we got, guys. Hoping for the best news possible today, guys. Some people are tweeting, we'll give someone who retweets this $100 if MLB is back tonight. Can't go wrong with that, right? Come on, guys. Give us some news. Give us some damn news. God, it would be so nice with this deal, don't it? Derek Jeter, the new commissioner of baseball? Well, he can't be worse than Rob Manfred, can he? Yeah, I know, Stoney. It was kind of weird, but I think Jeter's ego and winning mentality you have with the Dodgers just is not the same about with the Marlins organization. I mean, I don't know what he expected. The Marlins are always a team that never spent money, except for once when they built the new stadium. They always got rid of their talent when they got closer to free agency. And there's nothing new. So I don't know what Jeter expected. Like, he just thought he was gonna walk in there and they were just gonna start spending money. That don't make sense. Mark, I don't know Mike. I don't really know if it would start right away. Like, I don't think if they signed the deal tonight that free agency would start right away. Probably the next day, I would think. Exactly, Stoney. Exactly. There ain't no moderators in this stream, guys. Yeah, Toxic. No, yeah. Listen, man. Look. You always, you know, being a Yankee fan, being a Met fan. Yeah, we bash heads, of course. But like I said, guys, we're all baseball fans. We're all here for one reason, right? Because of the game of baseball. Yes, we have our moments with fans, but it is what it is. Can't control who's a fan of what team. You respect the other fans, but at the same time, we're rivals at some point when we play each other. But listen, we all got our opinions. We all got our teams, but we are united right now to end the damn lockout. It's just that simple. Yankees, Mets, Braves, White Sox, Tigers. Any fan you are right now, guys. We're all standing together right now to get this lockout done. Yeah, Tigers. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a long night, but I am probably going to be gone by 8 o'clock, guys. I promise you. I gotta get some sleep. I hope everybody's okay with that. I know, Aiden. I know, Aiden. Yeah, man. Like I said, man, that's why I put this out as a baseball thing. Like, I could have easily hashtag all Mets hashtags in the stream and just went out the Met fans. But like I said, this is not about just the Mets, right? It's about all 30 teams. So that's what we have to look at it as, right? We're all united in one thing. Yeah, Wolf, absolutely, man. I'd love a freaking, like, even if I don't, 8:30 I end the stream and the deal's not done yet. If I wake up tomorrow morning and the deal's done, all I know, Mets hot stove tomorrow at 5. We're actually gonna have rumors, but guys and that, ladies and gents, that's what we'll see right there. Andrew, only 20 hours? Yeah, about. It feels like I've been on all day. Going on 5.5 hours, man. Tigers fan, there probably will be a deal when most people are asleep. There's people in the house sleeping. I don't want to wake people, Gotta be nice. Oh, toxic. Oh, Fernando, you're back again. Let's see. Oh, well, I was shocked because earlier, when there was really no news about the Mets with Scherzer, and then it was funny because there was a little bit of rumors that the Mets checked in on Scherzer. They might be interested, and then Andy Martino went on Baseball Night in New York and said, "There's no shot. The Mets are getting Scherzer." And then all of a sudden, the Mets are talking more and more about Scherzer, and then that big deal happened. And I was shocked. I was really happy because I think we needed a bulldog in this rotation, and Scherzer is definitely that. When it comes to Freeman with the Yankees, I don't think Freeman's going back to the Braves. So I think the Yankees have a better chance than anyone, really. I think the Mets, the Yankees, look out for the Phillies. They might take it to swipe at him. Maybe the Dodgers. I don't know if the Yankees are going to be the biggest offer to Freeman, but I think it depends on. I think if all the deals, all the offers are close, I think it's up to where Freeman wants to go. I would put it that way, Toxic. Andy Martino, that. I agree. Just see. Refreshing Twitter, guys. See if we got anything. Let's see, guys. I don't think the Rizzo's gonna go back to the Yankees. I mean Freeman and Rizzo doesn't make sense, Joseph. They're both first basemen. Yeah, no problem, Toxic. Wow, Matt. Yeah, yeah. You know what, Mike? If the Mets get Chris Bryant and Freddie Freeman, that would be insane. Like, jeez. I think they're gonna get one more big bat and pick the big bat. I mean, there's so many options for the Mets now. So it's just a matter of is what they really want. The Mets can outspend anybody, but what does Steve Cohen want? Steve Cohen wanted Scherzer. They got him. Didn't care about the price. The Marlins and like two other teams were in on Marte. And sorry guys, I got a call. Give me 1 second, okay? Sorry, guys. It's just my boss. Give me a second. Sorry about that, guys. Just my boss. See what was going on. But I'm back. Sorry about that. No, it wasn't Wardy. No, it wasn't Manfred. Just the boss. Is the deal done? Oh, okay. Hey, Jonathan, what's up, man? How you doing? So, did John Heyman say something? That's what I saw in a tweet. John, should we trade Jeff McNeil? I say yes. No, not work. I was just getting confirmation for Tuesday night. Not until 11 o'clock Tuesday night. That's great. It's usually 9 o'clock. I'm happy about that. What else do we got, guys? Let's see. Anything? Nothing yet, guys. You all know, guys, if you hear anything, you see anything before I say it, just put it up on the chat so we all can get that info. Of course. Do that every day, Fernando. Who do we think we can trade for McNeil? That's a good question, Daytona. It depends on the team that we would do the trade with, but I think an interesting one would be Jeff McNeil for Taylor Rogers from the Minnesota Twins, a reliever. I think that would be a decent trade. I mean, Jeff McNeil has some value, not a lot. So it's just a matter of, I think the Twins would do that trade. I would do that trade. I think the Mets need a pretty darn good left-handed reliever in the bullpen. Put it this way, I think Taylor Rogers can be more beneficial to this team than Jeff McNeil. So I would do that trade. Next free agent, Chris Bryant. Yeah, Fernando, for real, I forget about sometimes when I'm going through the lineups and stuff like that. I don't even remember Cano on the team, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh wait, Cano, yeah, oops. Fernando wants Bryant and Rendon. Like I said, oh what, Fernando, you're falling into the Rodon fan club all of a sudden. Uzo, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, like I said, the owners are to blame, but they're both to blame. It's just, at this point, as a baseball fan, who cares who wins? Just give us the freaking spring training that we were supposed to get. So this was outside the players' parking lot. A lot of the fans are sticking around, so that's nice to see. Let's just change that a little bit so we can put some up there. All right, so that's obviously what's going on right now. The meeting's still going on. In my opinion, it's good news. I believe that is terrible grammar, but let me. But you know, we're not here. We're not in English class, so. All right, there we go. A little better. Hey, listen, whatever he wants, whatever the representatives want, let's go. Yeah, Grant, that's true with Castillo, but if you remember from last year, Castillo was bad in the first half. I mean, if you look at his numbers, it wasn't good, but that was because he had a terrible first half and a great second half. You know, I think Luis Castillo was more of the second half pitcher, in my opinion. I think he would be fine, but again, I'd rather spend the money in free agency than giving up assets at this point. Because there's free agents available that's a necessity for this team. You know, the only way I see the Mets making a big time trade is if they lose out on the free agent they want. Like, I think if the Mets lose out on like a Chris Bryant, they might make a trade for a big bat. If the Mets lose out on Rodon, they have another option in Yusei Kikuchi, who seems like they're at the top of he's at the top of their list as free agent options. And like I said, do the Mets need Carlos Rodon? No. Like I said, if the Mets get Kikuchi over Rodon, obviously Rodon's a better pitcher, but at least Kikuchi is a solid back into the rotation arm. You know, you're not getting Kikuchi to be a number two. You're getting the Kikuchi to be a 4 or 5 starter, who is one of the lefties that we have in this rotation, the only one, if you're not counting David Peterson. So again, you get Rodon or Kikuchi, somebody's off the rotation, right? It's either Peterson or McGill. And then they got to fight it out to see if they're both going to be in the bullpen. I prefer McGill to be in the bullpen because I think he can adjust. I don't think David Peterson can adjust to being in the bullpen as a long man or a spot starter. So I'd rather have David Peterson in the minors in depth as a depth piece and McGill in the bullpen as a long man and a guy who can come in if a starter is struggling in the early parts of the inning. So that's what I think. We'll see, Jonathan. I mean, Christian, any deal is not going to ruin the sport. I doubt it. I mean, I understand what you mean, but I don't think it's going to be that crazy. Well, like, again, you know, I do think that Castillo, you know, you could say any player's inconsistent, right? They have bad couple of weeks, good couple of weeks. But again, if the Mets didn't have any options in free agency, I would say, yeah, look into Luis Castillo, you know, look into a Shane Bieber or something like that. But at this moment, they have options in free agency, and the Mets have the money now. If the Mets are willing to spend more money, I'd rather use the money to get the guys you want than trade in any assets, unless it's a necessity. In my opinion, I'd rather just spend the money in free agency. And with that money in free agency, and you can keep the assets, knowing that you can keep those assets just in case if you need to make a big deal during a trade deadline to get that missing piece that you need to make that late run into the playoffs or into as a contender to keep the division or something like that. I think that's the better way to go for the Mets. Yeah, Dominic, like I said, Freeman is not a priority. If we get him, great. I mean, who's going to complain? But we know what this team needs. This team needs one more big bat, another solid arm in the rotation, as we just said, Rodana Kikuchi, and of course a couple of bullpen pieces. And I said it early in the stream about 3.5 hours ago. I think the 4 players the Mets should I feel like are going to be the Mets choices in free agency are this: Chris Bryant, Yusei Kikuchi, Andrew Chafin, the lefty, and Ryan Tepera. If they do those 4 things, I think this team is perfectly set up to win the division and be contenders for the World Series. If they do that. And I feel like they are. Yep, they're still talking. That's right. Kikuchi. Got to say with a little bit of that, that Italian accent, even though it's Japanese. Oh, yeah, I would rather Shane Bieber too. But again, Shane Bieber was hurt last year as well. So, it's just a matter of, look, the Mets can get anything they want. It's just a matter of what are they going to do, Sorry, guys, get comfortable in this chair. It's been a long 5 hours. I feel like I'm in college again. Oh, that Luis Castillo. No, we don't want to hear that Castillo. Yeah, well, Christian, that was the reason why they were in trouble, because of the 94 strike. They lost a lot of fans. And, yes, the steroid era and the home run race with McGuire and Sosa brought a lot of fans back. A lot of teams didn't get enough fans back, and a lot of them had to file that. That steroid era really saved baseball. And, nobody really is saying otherwise. Exactly what happened, So, but you know what? They know. Look, there's a reason why in the soft deadline put on by the owners, they are still negotiating at almost 8 o'clock at night. There's a reason for that. Because they know missing regular season games is going to be disastrous for Major League Baseball. They know this. They know they'll lose the casual fan easily, because the casual fan can easily find something else. And you know what? They're not going to lose a lot of the diehard fans, but they will lose some. And that's when things get fishy. And they know, trust me, they remember, especially in the MLB offices, they remember the basically death of baseball in the mid to late 90s. They got lucky by what happened. Sometimes you don't get lucky twice. And I think they know that. Yeah, Fernando, exactly. Look, we talked about this over and over again with Mauricio. I've gotten into arguments in comments with videos about almost all of my trade proposals for top bats or top arms always included Ronnie Mauricio, and people used to get on me about that. But you have to remember, the Mets basically put the icing on the cake when it comes to Ronnie Mauricio. As soon as the Mets signed Lindor to the 10-year deal, Ronnie Mauricio should have been playing second base in the minor leagues. Leaving him at shortstop tells me that they want him to continue to focus on shortstop, because they're scared if they move him to second base and he doesn't perform well and it affects his offense, his value goes down. And that's why they're keeping him at shortstop. That's my opinion, and I really feel that's the reason why. Because it makes no sense. Your third best prospect in your system is a shortstop. You have Lindor. He's blocked at shortstop. We all know that. He's basically blocked at third base because of Beatty and Vientos. The only spot where he has a chance to come up in the big leagues is second base. So why not put him there last year? They didn't do it. And it doesn't seem like they're going to do it this year either. They want his value to stay high, and his best way to keep his value high, keeping him at shortstop, keeping him comfortable. And I feel like that's what they're going to do. They're going to use him in a trade for a big arm, if not before the season. Definitely looking at what they would need at the deadline. That's just my opinion on it. Oh yeah, Mike, but you know what? I'm willing to do that. This Mets team has a 2 to 3 year plan. From what the signings they have made and the contracts they have been offering players, this is the 2 to 3 year window to win it all before the young kids come up. That's what I think the plan is, and it looks like it's the plan the way they've been giving out contracts to Cano, Marte, Escobar, and Scherzer. That's what they've been doing. 2 to 3 year plan to win a World Series before these young boys come up. The Mauricios, the Alvarez, the Beatties, the Vientos, the Gins of the world, the Alex Ramirez of the world, those guys. And I think Cohen says it's 2 to 3 year window, which is in line with the Scherzer contract, in line with the age of Jacob deGrom, who in 2 to 3 years is going to be in his mid-30s. Who knows the health, how it's going to be. The Mets have a window of 2 to 3 years to win, and I think the Mets are going to do that. And yes, you might have to give up a lot for Shane Bieber. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying you're not going to give him nothing. But let's be honest, Mauricio is a great asset to have in a trade. This kid is not going to be up if they don't move him to second base. It just doesn't make sense not to play him at second base at this point. And they haven't done that. At the moment, I think we're going to stick with McCann, but I'm very curious to see if the Mets are going to look at Wilson Contreras in a trade. Yeah, Andre, he would be a perfect guy. He was really good. I don't think it. I think a Jeff McNeil for Taylor Rogers straight up. I think the Twins would do that deal. It saves them in money. Taylor Rogers is getting these. I think about $5-6 million, close to $10 million. Jeff McNeil makes less than that, so it's cost effective for the Twins. Twins gets an everyday player. The Mets get the bullpen pace they need. I think that's fair. Scoob's doing his happy dance if the deal's done. Well, Mike, I mean, put it this way. If you get Rodon, he's also injury prone, right? At least Kikuchi, you know he's going to be healthy, give you innings. Rodon is injury prone. You got Scherzer, who could be injury prone. You know, he does miss starts. DeGrom, we're not sure about his health. So you can't, unless you're getting a big name like Shane Bieber, Luis Castillo, you're looking at guys in the Clayton Kershaw, another injury prone guy. I think the best bet is getting somebody you know is going to pitch every fifth day. And Kikuchi's one of those guys. Carlos Rodon, you can't count on pitching every fifth day. I don't think you can. Look, I don't mind Rodon. I think it's a risk willing to take. But you can't have three of your first main one, two, and three in your rotation have a high risk of being injury prone. You need somebody who's going to be out there every fifth day, and Kikuchi will be there every fifth day. You know, not including Carrasco, who's injury prone now. So I think Kikuchi is a solid move based on health, and you'll know he'll pitch every fifth day. He's not the best pitcher in the world, but he is a solid, decent pitcher. You know, he's going to be a fourth to fifth starter. Find me a fourth to fifth starter in the league that has under a 3.5 ERA. You're probably not going to find any. Yeah, sorry guys. I just noticed that in the chat. I just got him out of there. Yes, Tony, maybe. Fernando, I think they're better than you think. That's what was just said, that there's no deal. He was just talking to MLB Network, or no deal at this moment, or like not at all. Just refreshing Twitter, guys. See what we got. Let's see. Did Jeff Passan just say that? Yeah, talks are still going on. Yeah, Mike, you're not moving. Beatty and Alvarez are untouchable. Yeah, I think VR's a possibility, honestly. I mean, he was great for us last year, but I feel like a team's going to give him a starting role and give him like a 2 or 3 year deal. I don't think the Mets are going to go that far. So, I know, Fernando, I know. But you know what? That was what some news that popped up, a couple of rumors. So I was like, let me get it out there. So they said possibility for a deal done tonight. Who said that, Stoney? I don't see anything on Twitter. Maybe I'm just missing something. But yeah, I don't see anything as of yet, guys. I mean, you might have heard it on MLB Network. Again, I have it on mute, so it's possible, Timothy. Yeah, exactly. I don't think they're gonna give him a salary increase and you know similar playing time because I mean he only had a lot of playing time because of the injuries. Oh, okay, MLB Network. Okay, cool. Yeah, like I said, I'd rather pass on Conforto, but with the news that came out that the Mets might look back into Conforto, depending on if they can get a Chris Bryant or Nick Castellanos. If that doesn't work out, you know, I would have to give a second chance to Michael Conforto because I think he's not as bad as last year, and he's not as good as his 2019 season. So, but that's like a last option. Do you think Carrasco will step up? Yeah, I think if he's healthy, I think he'll be fine. He pitched well for Cleveland. Right, before the Mets got him, he was pretty darn good. he had a late start to spring training because of his injury, and it took him so long to get back. I don't think he ever ramped up good enough to get ready. But I do think uh, Carrasco is going to be. I don't think he's going to be really that much good, but I think he's going to be okay. I think he's going to be solid. Put it that way. John, they're still talking. That's all we know at this point. Well, Mike, with Suzuki again, like great. All right, he has great stats in Japan, right? Kaz Matsui had great stats in Japan. How did he turn out? Not everybody's going to be Hideki Matsui. I mean, Suzuki can be a bust. So you're going to waste around $10 million, $11 million on a guy who might not be that good. Yeah, he might be a superstar in Japan, but that means nothing, right? At least we know what Conforto is. You know what you're getting. You're getting 3 weeks of hot, 3 weeks of cold. Suzuki, I mean, you can get Suzuki and he'd be great. But I think there's an if factor with Suzuki that we don't know. And that might be a little worrisome to some teams, including the Mets. The Mets can't miss here in free agency. They can't miss. They need to hit on these free agents. So the deal can get done tonight. All right, all right. Yes, they do need a better bat than Conforto. But you know what? That option might be gone. That might go away. There might be the Mets might want Chris Bryant, but maybe Chris Bryant doesn't want to come to the Mets, right? Maybe another team offers him a higher contract. Same thing when it comes to Nick Castellanos. So Conforto might be the option that the Mets think. Listen, would you want to go with what you know, or the what if? I know if you get Chris Bryant's going to be good, probably better than Conforto. Castellanos, the same thing. So it's just a matter of what you really know, what you're going to get from these players. Suzuki is a question mark. He really is. Mike, the trade for J Ram, it doesn't make sense because I think the Mets don't want to block Brett Beatty because I feel like Brett Beatty's going to be here next year. And J Ram will be blocking him at that point. Not saying J Ram isn't a great option. He is. Absolutely. But again, you're looking at the fact that I don't think the Mets want to block Brett Beatty. Can J Ram play second? Yeah, I guess. But do you want to start moving these guys out of position? I wouldn't do that. Yep. MLB Network is like just staying pat right now. Just ready to go. Ready to get good news. Let's see. I mean, it's good that they're talking for so long. It's great. I think they're going to get this deal done tonight, guys. Let's see. Anything else, guys? Doesn't look like much, but hey. All I know is that it's getting close. That's what I think. Yeah, Joe, I'm not a fan of the 14 team play. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. wrong. A fan of the 14-team playoff either. But again, listen, if that's the sticking point that the owners want in that CBA to get the players something else, whatever. Just get this deal done. But look, either way, you know, it's never a bad thing to have teams to to have more teams in a way, but you're gonna get a couple teams that are probably gonna be under 500, actually. So it's just a matter of if it gets the deal done, I can care less. I might hate it later on, but it gets me baseball, so I can. I'll be happy with that. So that's the only thing I see it as. Do I like it? No, 17s per league is a little crazy out of 30. But you know what? Maybe it'll be interesting. The way they're going to set up the format. That the two division winners play the two wildcard teams, and all the games are at the division team's home ballpark. So it would be interesting. I just saw it. Yeah, I just saw it, buddy. Joe. I just saw you friend me on here. All right, guys. So it is 8:04. We're waiting for something. It seemed like it's getting closer. The deal might be getting done. It seemed like there's been good news out of the reporters. If I had to choose, Robert, my second favorite, I would say the Red Sox. I know that's weird, but I would say the Red Sox. School. What do I think about the universal DH? It keeps my pitchers more healthy. That's the way I see it. I think keeping Scherzer and DeGrom and Carrasco off the base paths and sitting on their ass, waiting to pitch the next inning, keeps them healthier. I'm all aboard for it. I'm a National League guy, but it's going to keep those guys a little bit more healthy. That's all I care about. Yeah, we're in extra innings, man. I'm here 6 hours already, guys. Woof. Just give me a second. Sorry, Joe. I was looking at something else at the moment. Can you send it again? Where the hell is it? I'm trying to look for it. I don't see it. I saw you pop up and then I lost you. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at something really quick with the PS5. For some reason, Joe, I lost you on the PS5. I don't know what happened. Can you send the request again? The pace has picked up a lot. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, I got you. I got you now, Joe. Sorry about that. I lost it for a second. Yeah, the reports on there. Thank you, MB. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Oh yeah, that was great when the Red Sox beat them in 2004 when they were up 3-0. Yeah, but you know what? It keeps the pitchers healthier. Yeah, I think it's over 50% now. Yeah, Scoop. Let me just send you a message really quick. Hold on. Give me a second. Scoop, I just sent you a private message. You should be getting it. Yeah, I actually see. I watch the classics all the time, and it usually pops up. Ken Davidoff, Dan Halem, and Morgan Sword return to the owner's side. Not done for the night. Well, still at it, guys. Joe, I'm not sure anymore. Maybe 9 o'clock. I'll stop. Give me a few hours, get some sleep, man, for my day off. Yeah, Stony, I agree. I think it's a little over 50% now. I've been changing by hour. I was at 30% earlier today. Then I went to 40 a few hours ago, like 2 hours ago. Now I'm a little bit above 50. It's like I'm going around 60% right now. I think this deal is going to get done. Let's get the deal done. All right, so that's the latest from Ken Davidoff. Owners back to their side, not done yet. So that is the latest at the moment, guys. 8:10. So here we go. What is going to happen? Actually, I tried to send a private message. Let me hold on 1 second. I'm gonna do it from my phone because I'm using a StreamYard to stream live. So I'm just gonna get you on the. Just give me a second. Let me just find you. Hold on. Jeez. This is the problem with the. Sorry, guys. Sometimes they don't actually. Well, let me just put it on the chat. I'll just put it up here. If anybody wants to friend request me, there you go. So the TMWR underscore 813 is my. Sorry, I must have sent the message wrong, but there it goes right there, guys. I think that color is hella bright. Jeez. Oof. Sorry, guys. I'm just getting this color a little bit better. I'm gonna keep it at that. It's a little. Them ones are bright as heck. Oof. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just changing the color. I was seeing because some of the colors are like extremely bright for the for the scroll and the tag that I put up there. So, oh, boss calling again, guys. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. Had to confirm something again from the boss. All right. So, where we're at. All right. John Heyman just. Jesse Rogers just said MLB spokesperson not done for tonight. John Heyman, there seems to be some momentum now in MLB players talks. Nothing done and certainly no guarantee, but there's a bit more optimism at this hour. Let's go. Scoop, can you send the request again? So it's looking like it's getting closer. All right, there we go. I'll take encouragement, that's for sure. Yeah, see now the players are actually really picking it up now with their talks with one another. So we'll see. Yeah, NBA, I just did. So the player side is getting a lot more movement. So that means they're probably the last proposal they got from the players seems like it's a little bit more on their side, and maybe or they're trying to figure things out. But let's see. So guys, I made my decision. 9 o'clock, I'll be out. So I think that's fair. It'd be 7 hours long. So if they don't get a deal with them by 9 o'clock, sorry, but you gotta get some sleep. But yeah, exactly, Daytona. I know, Mike. It's a little nerve wracking. Like you get excited, then you get disappointed, back and forth. All right, AJM. Thank you, buddy. See, there's a lot of people in the chat in the stream right now that they're just not talking in the chat, but are just hanging on, listening for the updates. That's right, Nick. Fingers crossed. Let's hope we get a deal done. As long as there's baseball, that is it. Absolutely. Well, they MB, you know what? Earlier today, I said 30. About 2 hours ago, I said 40. I think it's a little above 50 now. I told you 11:50 now. Yeah, Scoop. I play the show 2021. There you go, Grant. Joseph. It's my longest stream of the off season. I think last year. I think when the Mets and Red played that like 15 inning game, it was bordering around 5.5 hours. So yeah, this is my longest stream for sure. And B, you know when it's gonna end? As soon as I shut down the stream. So we gotta get a little excited again, guys. Yeah, do a little bit of the strobe again, right? That's how we're gonna do it. Here we go. Here we go again. Let's go. Get the deal done. Here we go. Do 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 do. Let's go, guys. Thank you, John. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit happier now. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. Who was it? Who the hell asked me that? I think it was Stony. Yeah, yeah, Stony. Just look for my profile picture. It's me holding up a Mets towel, with the Hollywood sign behind me. So there's a couple of Robert Lenahans, my dad, for example. So Lauren Shiotti is hot. I ain't gonna lie about that. Let's go back to the strobe lights, guys. What do you think? How you feeling? Right? Let's go. Let's go. Hey. Last time I did this, there was more news. So that's what we want. Let's go. Okay, Stony, cool. I'll look you up right now. Okay, I got you. There's two John Stonebreakers here. That's funny. I guess I'll request both of them, right? You're the one with the chief stuff. Did I say that? Let's see. Let's see. Which one are you? I don't see anyone with this chief stuff. What's going on here? Well, if you can find me and friend request me, I'll accept you. Yeah, John, we already put that up there right now, so that's some good news right there. Actually, I should actually put that right there. There we go. Sorry, I wrote that wrong. All right, that's better. That's what I forgot to put MLB up there. There we go. Yeah, and it's still talking. All right, here we go. Yep. All right, John. I just seen it. Your friend request. There we go. Okay, now I got you, John. There we go. All right, there we go. Cool. Oh, that's cool, Daytona. Wow, that's awesome. Once again, guys, the latest that we heard, John Heyman said, quoted the tweet and said, seems like momentum on MLB and player side. So is it possible a deal gets tonight or early tomorrow morning? The Exorcist. That was a great movie. Joe, I don't know about 12, man. 9 o'clock seems like pushing it for me, man. I try to call Rob Manfred to say, hey, can you get this deal done by 8:30, 9 o'clock? Make me feel better. Yeah, Aiden, I agree. Hopefully not in a month. Oh, God. Uh, of course, what they're gonna do, they're gonna wait until I stop the stream and get it done by like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. You know what's annoying though? Like they wait till the last possible day to spend 8, 9, 10 hours on negotiations when they could have easily just sat down for 5 hours each day, 3 or 4 hours each day, and wiggle out all the details. It's just stupid. Like these idiots could be home by now. But no, they waited until basically Judgment Day to freaking try to make a deal done. It's so stupid. They're freaking backwards. Makes no sense. 3 or 4 hours a day since Monday could have had really these discussions like this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Who knows? We might have had a deal by the end of the week. But these idiots. DPU right now, there's some momentum on both sides to try to get a deal done. It seems like it's really good news. So that was the latest tweet by John Heyman. So let's hope that we can hopefully get this deal done soon. But there is momentum, guys. So that's good news. Thank you, Fernando. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Refresh Twitter. You see, guys, one of these people, someone put up exactly why this whole situation is a problem because MLB is being held hostage by at least 8 owners who couldn't care less about baseball, the fans, their cities, or winning games. Pirates, Orioles, Guardians, Marlins, A's, Rockies, Tigers, Royals, Twins, and D-backs. It takes 8 owners to veto any agreement. This is why this happens. So again, 23 votes needed to pass an agreement. Like I said, we need 23 votes. So if there is a vote tonight, they need 23 votes to agree to a new CBA. Ouija, let's not trust Bob Nightingale. He's very bad with that stuff. Some people are hashtagging team optimistic. Yeah, that's very true, Daytona. But yeah, of course, they know that. But also, again, the owners know the players all the product. They know that. But again, they are still in the business of making money. There's nobody in their right mind that owns a business that doesn't want to make money. It's that simple. And you also don't want to get completely screwed by a union that thinks they deserve everything they ask for. So but I understand what you're saying. Joe, that's that. I know. I actually have that saved on my phone with the Bob Nightingale tweet. Trevor Rogers and the Mets have a deal, and then oops, no, they don't. Yeah, let's not treat Bob Nightingale as an actual reporter. His tweets are just amazingly stupid. Agree, Scoop. This should have been done a long time ago. It's just I don't know why. Again, it just shows you how stupid they are, right? Or how egotistical they are, how naive they are. They could have just did a couple hours a day, meeting like they are today, since Monday, and the deal would have probably been done a few days ago. Yes, exactly, Tony's the Alex Jones of baseball Twitter. Yeah, exactly, JD. Look, everybody knows employees are the company, but again, you don't see many companies paying the employees what they're supposed to be worth, right? They don't do that. If they can avoid it, they will. Mets Nation, I think did I miss you? Oh wait, yeah, I'm following you now. So once again, guys, the latest is there's momentum on both sides, and they're still meeting. They're still going back and forth. So I think it's gonna get done probably later tonight. But I am only gonna be with you until 9 o'clock. I have a feeling if I'm here until 9 o'clock, I'm gonna be here until midnight, and I might as well be at work if I'm up all night. Mike, I think the holdup is there's probably little details that each side doesn't like. Maybe the competitive balance tax, the owners might have went up a little bit more, and the players, there's certain things that they're probably little details that they're trying to figure out at this point. I think they got the big details figured out. Because if they're meeting for this long and going back and forth, but the 14 team playoff is, well, that's what people were tweeting, the reporters, that the 14 team playoff is still a sticking point with the players. So maybe that's the biggest thing that they're trying to figure out. I don't see why going back and forth. The players say 12, the owners say 14. Oh, Sledge, I'm off tonight, but I like to get some sleep too. Well, yeah, true, Daytona, but the Braves are publicly owned. They're not they're not nowhere near $190 million or 200 million. So, I mean, shouldn't the Braves be one of those teams that should be spending a lot of money? They're publicly owned. they show their finances because they're publicly owned, but they're not spending an outrageous amount of money. They're nowhere near the luxury tax. So even if they are publicly owned, still doesn't mean that the teams are going to spend a lot of money. I get what you're saying, Daytona, but at the end of the day, profits matter, revenue matters, and you can't just give everything the workers want, because then the company probably won't last for long. Scoop, I did get a baseball from City Field. I got a ball from when Antonio Bastardo was a Met. They were working out in the outfield before the game, and Bastardo was throwing the ball. And funny thing was, he threw it a little wild, and it hit the pole right by the left field side, and it hit me and hit my leg, and I got the ball. That was fun. Yeah, Joe. The Packers are publicly owned. The Braves are publicly owned, but that still doesn't make them spend all the money in the world. It doesn't work like that. Look, if companies give everything, and this is a guy who's an employee who doesn't own a company. Okay, maybe the channel, but that's not really, it's my sole proprietorship. But if you own a company, right? If you give everything the employees ask for again and again, because listen, put it this way, guys. If you got employees that ask you for something and they know you're gonna get it, and you know you're gonna give it to them, they're gonna keep asking and casting and asking, knowing that they're gonna keep getting stuff, right? If they keep getting stuff, they're gonna keep asking for stuff. When you know there's not a no when you ask them something. If you're always a yes person. And if the companies do that, at some point they're not gonna have no money. And then they ain't gonna be able to pay you. Now, obviously it's different in Major League Baseball. We're talking about billions and millions here. You're not asking a company to give you, an extra $5 raise or something like that. So it's obviously the numbers are different. But the players want a bigger piece of the pie. That's nothing wrong with that. But I think some of their asks are a little too much. That's the way I see it. I don't think revenue sharing from concessions and ticket sales is basically, and TV sales or ads or TV deals should technically go to the players, or at least some of it. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, I'm a Cowboys fan. Kansas City. Okay. Almost 8:40, guys. What are we going to get? Are we going to get good news, unfortunate news, somewhat good news? So, Chris Halleck, a Texas Rangers beat reporter, tweeted, "By no means is this an indication, one way or the other. The MLB and the MLBPA will get a deal done tonight. But for when they do have an agreement, the league still has yet to inform its clubs of when they can get back to business." So, you get reporters all over the place, beat reporters from all over the place. And he tweeted again, "MLB has yet to give any guidance to clubs of when they can resume Major League business if and when a deal gets done. No word yet of whether business will resume at the announcement of a new agreement or have to wait until the new CBA is ratified." So it seems like, guys, if it gets closer, if there's enough progress where a deal seems close in the next day or two, there's no guarantee that the owners would say, "All right, we can start going right away to spring training. It might wait a few more days until the deal is actually reached. So Evan Drellick tweeted, okay. Bob Nightingale, take it for what it's worth. Dan Halem now goes to the player side for the 6th straight session of the night. Sources, Evan Drellick, deal not close but not impossible. CBT thresholds, pre-arb, pool big issues, among others. MLB proposed 2 choices. Choice A, 14-team expanded playoffs, minimum of $700K, 40 mil into pre-arb pool. So remember, that's interesting because what they did, they put the MLB's offer what they wanted, the 14-team playoff, but the players have to accept that to get the minimum $700K for younger players, and also the $14 million in pre-arb pool. Option B, 12-team expanded playoff, but a $675,000 minimum salary, $20 million in pre-arb pool. So that basically what it is. If you are not going to give us the 14-team playoff, we're going to give you $25,000 less than the minimum salary and $20 million left in the pre-arb pool. So honestly, I think either one of these options are fair. Because each one is up where the players are asking. Remember, the players were asking for $775,000. The owners met at the middle now. I mean, in either of these options, the option A, which is $700,000 minimum, is $125,000 more than the minimum salary now, and the option B, 675, is $100,000 more. So that's a big step. But we'll see. There's still a lot to go. So I think that's 2 good options. I don't think they're bad options. Ares, how you doing? Got a little bit of good news. The owners gave 2 options to the players right now about minimum salary, and arbitration, and 14-team or 12-team playoff. So I'm good, Ares. How you doing? All right, Jeff Preston just tweeted a few seconds ago. There has been movement on minimums, bonus pools, and CBT by MLB today, going into the direction of the players. Still, it isn't enough for a deal at this point. If they get close enough, though, there's a chance they could put off deadline by a day, continue talks into tomorrow. So, yeah. So, okay. So the people who are just tuning in, Chris, I don't know how long it's going to go. I don't know really how long it's going to go. Dom, how you doing? Thank you guys for tuning in. So if you're just tuning in, if you haven't seen the tweet, I'll just say it out to you guys for anybody who's not looking at Twitter every second. MLB has proposed 2 offers, 2 options: 14-team expanded playoff, minimum salary of $700,000, and $40 million into the pre-arb pool. Option B, 12-team expanded postseason, $675,000 minimum, and $20 million into the pre-arb pool. So there you go. That's what's there right now. And Dale Ham is returning back. The lead negotiator for Major League Baseball is returning back to the side of the players for the 6th time today. So there is options there. I think they're both fair offers. The owners, MLB side is saying, we will go to 12 teams what the players wanted, but the $675,000 is $100,000 more than what the owners asked. Remember, the owners never went past $600,000 for minimum salary. They went to like $590 the most. So going $675,000 or $700,000 is a big step forward. $125,000 and $100,000 more. You know, the 40 million, even you know, at one point the $5 million increase in pre-arb pool was all they gave and all they were willing to go, the owners. Now it's either 20 or 40 million. So the owners are moving in the players' side at this point. But you know, it seems like they're probably going to stop at some point tonight in probably about an hour or so. And you know what? Those three main issues, it seems like the owners gave two good options. And it's up to the player. I think the players can accept either one. I think they're both fair offers because there's still the collective bargaining, the competitive balance tax. That is still a situation that I don't think it's going to get resolved tonight. Maybe the two options, the three things that they just talked about, could get resolved tonight, but the CBT will probably be tomorrow. I think the deal's going to get done tomorrow, guys. I'm feeling better about that. All right, so Michael Barron just tweeted, I have a positive take on what's going on right now between MLB and MLB. If there wasn't momentum and or there wasn't hope, there was a chance at a deal. Even if it doesn't come until tomorrow or Wednesday, they wouldn't be working late into the night. I agree with that 100%. Thank you, Merlin Phil. It's a long one, I tell you that. Well, school, but like I said, it's not a hard deadline. It was always a soft deadline. So it's a guarantee that the playoffs are going to get expanded, either 12 or 14. It's going to be one of the two. So you're definitely going to have at least one extra team in a playoff, possibly two in each league. So we're looking at a 12 or 14 team playoff for sure. Yeah, JD, exactly. I do think the players are probably gonna lay off the CBT a little bit. And you know, that's what I've been saying in the past streams. The players can't expect to get everything back in one CBA. If they get those three things, you know, the minimum salary goes up, the pre-arb money goes up, the DH, the also they'll probably get the compensation pick out as well. The players, I think, if they can get 4 out of the 7 core things or 5, that's a win for them. And I think they're going to lose in the competitive balance tax. I don't think it's going to get raised a little bit. I think the owners are probably going to reduce the penalties a little bit. I think there's still going to be penalties, and I think the CBT is probably going to be around 219, 220, which is technically a win for the players, but not much. But I think if the players take what they're getting right now from the owners, I think that's a win. Yep, we're definitely getting expanded playoffs. I feel like either 12 or 14. Yeah, Mike, it's either tomorrow or Wednesday for sure. Thank you, Dom. Well, I can tell you this: if I did have work tonight, I probably would have been on this long. So, but you know what? This was, you know, as long as this is, it was fun for sure. You know, even Michael Barron said the same thing. This deadline is made up. They they can absolutely play 162 games if they come to terms in the next 24 to 48 hours. 100%. That was by Michael Barron as well, because it still gives teams 3.5 weeks for spring training, which is more than enough. Evan Drellick's tweet. He just tweeted. Let me see. Let me refresh. So Darren, the if you guys know Darren Grant, I know you do. Darren from the Seven Line Army, who he's the owner of the Seven Line Army, says he's unplugging for tonight. If something actually happens with the lockout, let me know. So look, everybody's getting tired, Okay, so here we go. Again, this is Bob Nightingale, but MLB spokesperson, we're not done yet. MLB has lowered the tax penalties across 3 thresholds of the luxury tax. It also has agreed to raise the minimum salary to $700,000 and offered a pre-arb pool of $40 million. So we do know that the CBT penalties are lowered a little bit. So that's a good sign. That's another spot another way back to the owners, the players' direction. All right, guys. So Chelsea Janes just tweeted, MLB spokesperson Glenn Kaplan started walking back with Dan Halem, then stopped to walk up to the fence as if he had an announcement to make. We all collapsed around him as if the moment had come. And he said, still not done. So it seems like it's going to happen tomorrow, most likely. So I really think it's going to get done tomorrow or Wednesday for sure. So I think they're agreeing on stuff. I think the owners are leaning towards the players with everything. They're lowering the penalties with the CBT, offering 2 options based on the 14-team playoff and the 12-team playoff. 14-team playoffs has $700,000 minimum salary and a $40 million arbitration pool. The other option is $675,000 minimum salary with 12-team playoff and $20 million arbitration pool. And both of those options also include the lower penalties at the 3 tiers of the CBT. So I really think it's going to be done tomorrow, probably sometime. I don't look, they're going to be here late at night. So they're not probably going to show up to the meetings tomorrow by probably around 12, 1 o'clock, probably. So, yes, guys, again, I probably won't go live tomorrow morning or early in the afternoon, but I will have a Mets Hostel live at 5 o'clock, as Grant just said. So every Tuesday, I do a Mets Hostel live at 5 p.m. So again, if a deal gets done, I'm probably not, or if the meetings start earlier on, I'm probably not going to be live tomorrow morning. No earlier than 5 p.m. Most likely. I got things to do, so most likely not. Maybe I'll go live on my phone if a deal gets done, maybe. But I will let you know. I will definitely keep you posted. But most likely, it's definitely going to be 5 p.m. If a deal gets done, great. We have a lot to talk about. But 5 p.m. tomorrow, guaranteed. If earlier, I will keep you guys posted for sure. So make sure you keep the notifications on, right? Click on that bell. All right, we're getting more tweets coming in, guys. Here we go. John Heyman, MLB has offered 2 different deals, blah, blah, blah. We heard that already. We already heard that. Again, it seems like it's going to get done tomorrow, guys. Yeah, see, here we go. Darren Klein, he's an MLB journalist. MLB and the union have made progress, and there's a chance the meeting could continue into tomorrow. A deal isn't imminent, but it looks much better than it did earlier. MLB has proposed 2 options. All right, we heard that too. So this is actually all of us right now with Twitter. Multiple phones. That's great. I think if a deal is done tomorrow, I think on Wednesday I'm gonna go to Dick's Sporting Goods and pick up my Max Scherzer shirt and my Starlin Marte shirt. Yeah. Jesse Rogers just tweeted. Dan Halem returned to the owner's room after about 12 minutes with the players. We're approaching 11 hours into the inside Roger Dean Stadium. And then Michael Barron, at this point, turn the lights on in the ballpark, have one side and one dugout, the other side and the other, settle it on the field. All right, so it's trending in the right direction. The right direction. All right, Scoop. See you later, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, JD, I agree. That's a great deal. So both options are both of the options that I just talked about both have the CBT penalties being lowered in each of the 3 tiers of the CBT. So both of those options plus the CBT penalties lowered, either one the players pick, I think is fair. I think the owners really went in a different direction here, and I think it's pretty fair for both sides, honestly. Joe, I think we're gonna have the season on March 31st. Oh yeah. No, JD, you know what? I don't think it's a bad thing. I think if you heard more from the players, it would be bad. Because earlier in the stream, like 5 hours ago, players were tweeting that they weren't happy. Yeah, Bryce Harper posting on Instagram about the Yomiuri Giants and playing there. And all of a sudden, the players just stopped tweeting over the last 2-3 hours. So clearly, they like what they're hearing. So I think if you hear more about MLB PA talking and not the players, I think that's a better sign. If the players are speaking out, they mean they're probably not happy. NBA, I think it's going to end tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. The owners said it was a deadline, but it was a soft deadline. It was never a real deadline. They just said it, saying that it would actually be a chance of canceling games, or at least opening day. Yeah, we're gonna still have spring training, Aiden. No doubt about that. It was always a soft deadline. It was always a deadline to put leverage on the players, but the players called the owners bluff big time. Clearly, because the owners are coming back towards the players' ask. So clearly, the players call their bluff, and the owners see that now. I don't know NBA about the time frame. I'm not sure. Yep, March 31st is opening day for everybody. I'm thinking tomorrow afternoon, most likely. You know, they're already late into the night for this meeting, so there's no rush tomorrow if they know they're gonna get a deal done tomorrow. You know, it's better to have a press conference around 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon than 9-10 o'clock in the morning. So if it gets really close to a deal tonight, I think they're just gonna push it to tomorrow afternoon and it'll be good. Yeah, the proposals are really, really appealing to the players. I just think they're just choosing the best option at this point, A or B. And again, both of those are with those lower penalties for the CBT. So I don't think either one is unfair. They moved up to everything the players wanted. Not exactly what they asked for, but they did come into the middle a lot. You know, the owners were sneaky. They put both options with the 14 and 12 team playoff. The 14 team playoff was what the owners want. So they dropped the minimum salary a little bit, along with the arbitration pool salary money as well. They dropped that a little bit. So they're getting what they want a little bit. But they said if you're gonna give us what we want, we have no problem going a little further with what you want. And so I think that's fair. If I was the players, I would pick one because they were very stern on getting better percentages for the arbitration pool and raising the minimum salary. And yes, they got to give the 14-team playoff, but they get $125,000 more for a minimum salary and get $40 million in a pre-arb pool, which is huge, which is really huge. Robert, I think you're going to hear it probably in about 20 minutes or so that they're going to call it a night and just come back tomorrow morning. If most of these things are decided, they already got their options, the players, they're probably just going to say, all right, we'll make a decision tomorrow, which one we choose. And I think the deal's going to get done now. The two options that the owners gave them are very fair. And both of those options come with the same lowered penalties for the CBT in each of the three thresholds. So they know what they have. Either way, it's good for both of them. So I think, guys, in a few minutes, I'm going to call it a night. I think the deal is going to get done. I'm very confident that the deal is going to get done tomorrow. That's why I'm calling it a night in a few minutes. So I think that's pretty fair. 7 hours long, I think, is long enough for all of us. As much as I like it. Yeah, if the players don't agree to any of those options and they decline it, I think they're stupid, one, and number two, it's going to be a bad sign. I think the owner's going to be pissed. So yeah, MLB Tonight is on repeat now. I think they got the scoop, the inside scoop, saying that it's probably going to happen tomorrow. So guys, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to end it for tonight. I mean, we consistently had 60 live viewers for almost the entire stream. I mean, you guys are great. I really appreciate it. Let's hope we get a deal tomorrow. Again, guys, I'm probably not going to go live earlier in the afternoon. But definitely tomorrow, 5 p.m. Make sure you subscribe if you're not subscribed and hit on that notification bell so you know as soon as I get when I post the live stream, so you can hit on that like button so we can get that stream out to more people earlier than expected. But you guys have been great the whole entire night, guys. I really do appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow at 5. If anything comes up earlier, I'm going to try to go live on my phone while I'm doing my errands. And we get to what we really wanted, which is spring training and off-season rumors, free agency, and trades. Once again, guys, really appreciate all the support. Have a good night. And as always, Met fans, let's go Mets. Good night, guys. MB, I just saw it. Sorry, it popped up with all the comments. There you go, guys. Have a good night. Thank you so much.